Good morning to all the delegates, experts and participants. Welcome to RCRM 2024. I would like to give a short brief about this conference. The River Corridor Research and Management International Conference on River Hydraulics, River Dynamics and River Ecology under the consortium of IIT Guwahati and IIT Jammu has evolved over past 3 years into the meeting ground for exchange of state-of-the-art technologies and latest basic and applied research in the field from scientists, researchers, academicians, practicing engineers and consultants from all over the world. The fourth international conference on river corridor and management, research and management invited scientific abstracts, submissions over 12 major themes including from river modeling to river linking and remote sensing and GIS applications to climate change and extreme events to encourage and foster understanding amongst engineers, scientists and technical personnel engaged in various activities related to corridor issues and challenges. This time a new conference theme on robotics applications in underwater explorations is included in coordination with TIDF TIH has added further significance to this conference. The RCRM International Conference first embarked in 2021 and since then every year it has achieved newer heights in terms of number of themes, participants and abstract submissions. This year we received over 140 abstract submissions from the participants of various designations and affiliations nationally and internationally, out of which 100 abstracts have been shortlisted for the presentations in this conference.
It is with great pleasure that we commence this conference by extending a warm welcome to our esteemed guests. We are honored to have with us today Professor Basant Maheshwari from Western Sydney University, Australia, joining us virtually as our chief guest. Our guest of honor, Professor Rajiv Ahuja, Officiating Director IIT Guwahati and Director IIT Ropar. Professor Suresh Karta, Head Center for Sustainable Water Resource, IIT Guwahati. Professor S.K. Dwivedi, Project Director, TIDF, IIT Guwahati. The convener and chair of this conference, Professor Subhashisa Datta, Department of Civil Engineering, IIT Guwahati. And the co-convener of this conference, Dr. Vinay Chembolu, Department of Civil Engineering, IIT Jammu, who is also joining us online. I'd also like to welcome all the keynote speakers, session chairs, co-chairs, lead presenters, and participants to this conference. Now let us formally inaugurate this conference by lighting the lamp, and I kindly invite the dignitaries to join us on the dais for the same. Sorry, sir?
First we have to go to dais?
Yes, sir, please.
जाड्यान्धकार ईश्वरीं भगवतीं बुद्धिप्रदां शारदाम्
Sir, felicitation.
Thank you all the dignitaries. Now let us felicitate our dignitaries. I would like to invite Professor Subhashish Datta, sir, to felicitate with Gomasa and memento to our guest of honor, our director, sir, Professor Rajiv Ahuja. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite again Professor Subhashish Datta, sir, to felicitate our project director, sir, Santosha Kumar Dwivedi, sir, with Gomosa and memento. Now I would like to invite Professor Subhashish Datta, sir, to felicitate Head of the Center for Sustainable Water Research, Professor Suresh Kartha, sir. Now I would like to invite Professor S.K. Dwivedi, sir, Project Director TIDF, to felicitate Professor Subhashish Datta, sir, Convener and Chair of RCRM Conference. So we have Professor Subhashish Datta, sir, as conference chair and convener among us. So he is currently working. It's okay. So I would like to invite him to give a welcome address to all the participants and dignitaries. Thank you.
Very good morning to all. We had interactions. It is my really pleasure to have the Professor Rajiv Ahuja, the Director of IIT Guwahati, Professor S.K. Dwivedi, Project Director TIH, Professor Suresh Kartha, Head Center for Sustainable Water Resource, Professor Sudhang Sekhar Panda from North Georgia University, USA. In the online, we have a Professor Basant Maheshwari, who is the founder of AIWC. AIWC stands for Australia India Water Centers. It's a really a good move, has been started by Professors Basant Maheshwari from Western Sydney, from Australia. With me, my students, PhD students, our colleagues, Binay Chambulu is there from IIT Jammu. With these others, participants, the students, this is a really great pleasure to have this conference in hybrid mode, because the last 3 conferences we did it in online mode. This is the first time we did in hybrid mode. Conduct this conference is that within these 3 years, which we look at that more than 400 participants we got in last 3 international conference. We did that 400 presentations. We selected around 50 chapters. 3 book volumes already we published in the name of River Corridor Research and Management in Springer Natures, which is cited and all this book. So that way we have a 3 book already published it, and this is what is happened because of my young students, young like the people who are helped and submit the papers, and my many of the friends which are students who are there in different NITs or the IITs, they helped us to review the papers, edit the paper, discuss the paper with different levels. They brought the quality of the paper such a way that earlier we used to approach the Springer Natures, whether you want to publish or not. But last time it happened reverse. The Springer Natures approaching to us to have the publications. So that's a great achievement what we have done it. In terms of quality papers, what we brought it. Almost all looking for a sustainability of this river corridor research management, we always try to make a very low cost conference. We didn't target to have a big gala functions and all, because we know very well big gala functions, anything we give a big gala, we cannot have a sustainable model. To bring in every year the conference either at every odd years in Jammu, even here in Guwahati. So both the locations of part of Himalayas, the eastern and western Himalayas, we give an opportunity to the students or the faculty to really visit these two places. One is Jammu and another is Guwahati. Okay, the people who have come first time in the Guwahati, I think it is a really wonderful city because you have a Brahmaputra rivers. I just attribute because of Brahmaputra we have an identity. Okay, and if there is no Brahmaputras, I don't think there will be Assam Valley or the beautifulness what we have here. So if you look at because just you look at the Brahmaputra rivers, when I worked for Ganga River Basin Management Plan, I worked for Danube rivers, I also worked for the Brahmini, or recently I have been working for the Andhra Pradesh states, which is very close to the Odisha border. What I have seen is that if you look at the Brahmaputra rivers, which are magnificent rivers, and we really makes us, we should feel the proud for these rivers, because having so much discharge, so much sediment, so much nutrient, really it's helping us in different way, which we never evaluated. The economy value we have never evaluated. We just quantify in terms of water quantity, 5,000 cubic, 7,000 cubic and this. Looking that what we brought it, the concept is a very simple term, is river corridors. Why it is coming in? If you look at the civil engineering, the geography department, they teach river engineering or they teach the watershed management. In India, like a 5 million square kilometers of Brahmaputra rivers, if I talk about watershed management concept or basin concept, whom do I talk? Whether I can talk to Chinese for Tibet plateau management, whether you have to talk to the Bhutanese, talk to the Nepalese, can you make a comprehensive plan for our Bangladesh? It is impossible to do it at the watershed level. Conceptually, idealistic, it's all possible. On paper, it's a possible. But I do believe that doesn't possible for India like country. You have a series of river tribunals committees are there. The each state are fighting for the waters, fighting for, why they to fight for water? They should fight for sediment. They should fight for the nutrient. They should fight for the economy value, but they fight for waters. But that's what is a political game, but I should not tell it here. So what we are targeting is that why should talk out very simple language is called river corridors. That means we define it, river is a human being. It has a space, it has an identity, it has an ecology, you have to sustain that. If you look at that concept of river corridors, what we have brought it, very, very limited the expertise are available on this river corridors management or river basin management, except the few are available in some reputed institutes. So we brought the concept of river corridors. We very focused conference is not that way, and last 3 years it has proven us that really it matters that even if you have very focused conference, it is also sustainable, provided it should be a low cost, okay, not we have a high cost, and we should bring a Springer Nature's book, so which will be the attractive for the young generations because they need to have a reflect their work. By doing that in the last 3 years, what we found it, many of the river name in South India also we know very well, because that the small rivers are there in South India, but we know very well. But there are a lot of work has been done in different part of the country. We really can compile them and can bring the good book. So now let me talk about what is the river corridor. A very simple way I can say that I am just a traveler, so I travel a lot, okay, and I used to travel Ganga, Brahmaputras, Odisha, followed by Andhra Pradesh and all. I just do an interaction with the people who are residing near to the river. The old men say that very simple things, that if I stay closer to river, my lifespans will be more. Very simple thing. If I stay closer to the river, my lifespans, life expectations will be more. That. So that way, what I'm to say that please have a, whenever you want to purchase a house or rent a house, please stay closer to the river, closer to the sea, because big people they stay closer to that. And that's a very simple things. And we are advocating our this techno part is a river corridor management. It's a really great pleasure for me to have and I would thank Professor S.K. Dwivedi to support these programs of 4th International Conference, Professor Panda flying from USA, and others will also join it. And with these, no doubts, next 3 days we'll have more interactions, more discussion on this topic. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Datta sir. Professor Rajiv Ahuja is the officiating director of IIT Guwahati and is the director of IIT Ropar. Sir, may I humbly invite you to share a few words and grace this occasion with your presence.
Good morning, and it's my great pleasure to be here. And as you say that all the previous meeting was online mode, and now you started with hybrid. I'm sure next year it will be fully no hybrid, it will be fully physical mode. So you are progressing in a right direction. And so I will start thanks to Professor Datta, Professor Dwivedi, Professor Dr. Vinay, and our chief guest Basant Maheshwari. I think we met, we have one meeting with ISET on critical emerging technology. I think he joined from online, I think. So it's a great pleasure that you are all here, and I welcome you all who are coming out, not from Guwahati, from IIT Guwahati, and you're all welcome at IIT Guwahati. And in IIT Guwahati, you can see that we don't have big river, but we have one small river also. So you have a lake and you have a river also, and we have a mountain also. So you can get everything in IIT Guwahati, and IIT Guwahati should be a role model for other IITs also, or whatever research we are carrying out, it should have an implication in all other 23 IITs. So when I got a chance to come to Guwahati, and coming all the way from north to Guwahati, it's a big challenge actually. Coming from Ropar to Guwahati is a big challenge. So I'm trying to be here, and I'm enjoying my stay here. Whenever I come here, and I always learn more. And I also like to emphasize that for me, India is also new. You can say why India is so, because I'm not living in India for last 32 years. So when I came to Ropar, I came first time India after 30 years and joined as a director. So I'm learning Indian education system, although I am passed out from IIT Roorkee. So when you talk about the river, actually our home is in Haridwar. So I grown up in Haridwar, so where the Ganges come by. And 1 week back I was in Srinagar, Uttarakhand Srinagar, where all this river originates. So we have seen that how clean the river is there in Srinagar, and what's happening when it comes down. So we have to work for the rivers, and when you're talking about river corridor, I remember in Sweden is in our city Uppsala, we have a very small river, and I will not say that's not a river even. Like it's like a small stream, and they are so proud. And there's this river linked to the sea in Baltic Sea. So in the winter time, it's this river is frozen, so you can do skiing up to the Baltic Sea. So it's Baltic Sea started in Stockholm, so you can. This is around 40 kilometers. You can ski, and so rivers are of course important part of our life. And we always say that the Ganga is part of our life. It is a lifeline of Indian civilization. Without Ganga, we cannot think anything. So, so now you are all experts coming here and talking about this river corridor and how we can link this river corridor all over India. So this is the idea that how we can link the rivers in all India. And we can really use, not only we have to clean them, but also we should use for the transportation also. And now in the future, the most of the shipment will be done by ocean. So we have to connect our rivers with the oceans. So in domestic too, we are going to international. So Guwahati, especially the Assam, has a very good location for that. And we have the ecosystem also. We have that kind of support in terms of the faculty, and we have many departments. We're working on the multidisciplinary area in civil engineering or other related department. So it's good to see that you are all here, and this is a 3-day meeting. You are going to learn from each other. And as in the beginning, Professor Datta said that they are going to publish this in Springer Natures, and they have got many papers and they have selected. So we have to always worried about the quality of research. So this is very important, I can tell you that. And this is the way we have to work in India, and we have to learn how to work in a collaboration, how to work in a team. We cannot be individual and we can achieve the goals. So we have to learn, and we have to try to take a PhD student with a joint supervision. And we have to put always our PhD student in front. I don't want to see our faculty member should come in front and it start the collaboration. So our PhD student should come forward, and they should be involved directly in collaborations and with the different groups within India or within department or within institute or in anywhere. I can give you example that I was managed to publish in last 30 years in Uppsala more than 1,200 publications with H index of more than 100. So this is all because of my student and all my collaborators. So I have collaborators in all over the world. So that's I say very proudly, because we learn there how to work in a team. I never use the word I will do it. We always say that we will do it. This is what I learned in Sweden. And you should also do that the same way. Try to interact with other PhD students. Don't worry about your supervisors. If they say don't talk to that because he belongs to other supervisor. Don't listen to your supervisors. And you are the young people, and you have to take this country to the next level. So you should collaborate. I get most of my collaboration through my students. They go around and they talk to the internationally or in the department also, and they bring the collaboration. When they talk to the students, then they say that, sir, I talked to them. Can we work together? I say yes. So then the supervisor come in the picture. So we should encourage our students what they want to do. We should not impose our thinking on, because they are young, they know more than us, and we have to accept that my student know more than me. I know that yesterday I asked him why IIT Jammu, right? What you told me that because you have one of your students is faculty there. I say in between Jammu, Robotics is also before Jammu. And then he told, see that if you have a good student, now he become your collaborator. So why not when they are doing a PhD, why we don't think they are our collaborator? Once they finish PhD, next day they are in the same position like you. So we have to give them a chance, and we have to put them in the front. Otherwise, India cannot grow in research. When we are talking about research, we are also talking about translational research. So otherwise, we are just publishing a paper and without making any impact. So I want to see that India is making impact, and I want to see people should say, okay, this is the area where India is strong, and this is coming from IIT Guwahati. So when they talk anything, when we are sitting 23 directors, then we should know that, okay, I remember there was because we have a 7 director empowered committee. IIT Guwahati is not part of that one. There are 6 directors from IIT and 1 from ISC Bangalore. So we don't have any, but when they say distribute, we have 6 or 7 vertical. One is a deep ocean. I think it should be led by IIT Guwahati. But they could not find. They ask one IIT to do that. And that IIT is saying, sir, this is not my expert, you have to do that. But they never think that this kind of expertise can be exist in other IITs also, because they have some number of IIT in the mind. So we have to break that one. And I try to break that. I bring many places IIT Guwahati, because I am part of this empowered committee. I say IIT Guwahati can do this one, especially when for healthcare. So I try to put IIT Guwahati will be the part of the healthcare in this empowered committee. So we have to work hard, and we have to put pressure on the system that they should not avoid IIT Guwahati. So when they take the name, they say, okay, IIT Guwahati will do this. So we have to work for that. We have to work jointly as an institution, and we have to grow as an institution. I cannot grow without neglecting Dwivedi ji. So I have to take Dwivedi ji also with me. So Dwivedi ji is very powerful person now. He is leading this TIH hub, and I am very happy to know that TIH is sponsoring this event also, and we have now many events which TIH is sponsoring, and it fits very well the mandate of their TIH when they were talk about underwater or robotics. So try to take advantage of this center, and you connect with the rivers, and I'm sure that you will be the best performing hub in India. With that, I will stop here, and I again welcome all of you who came from outside to IIT Guwahati, and take this opportunity to start a new collaboration, interact with the other people, and after this conference, write a lot of paper, a joint paper. Don't write an individual paper. I don't like that one. So with that, I stop here, and I'm sure this 3-day event will be very successful event, and you will learn a lot from this 3-day meeting. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Professor Rajiv Ahuja sir. Now I would like to invite Professor Basant Maheshwari sir to address our participants and the dignitaries. Before this, I would like to brief about him very short. He is a distinguished professor in water and environment discipline from Western Sydney University. He is also the founder and director of the Australia India Water Centre, and also the one of the key member from the lead partner university of this IIT Guwahati from University of Western Sydney. So I would like to invite him to address our participants and the dignitaries. Thank you.
Acknowledge Professor Rajiv Ahuja ji. Great to see you here, and also thankful to Doctors Subhashish Datta ji and Suresh. And the topic of this conference about river and the river corridor is very close to my heart as well. We have worked in Australia on river health. they have their own life, and they are living things. And country like India, we consider rivers as a goddess, Ganga Mata. Oh, lifestyle. And if you think of a country like New Zealand, they have introduced the idea of river as the rivers are also stakeholders in the water we have. They about river health and river corridors and how do we manage. And if we can manage rivers properly, we have a better future because the rivers are important. Are going to mess up with the river. And rivers, without rivers, the landscape look barren. Our life will be very different. And I would like to emphasize that water is no longer a physical resource. If you think back 50 years or 60 years ago, built so many dams. So India has got now nearly 6,000 large dams, and there are numerous. And also it has improved livelihood of farmers and so on. But now water is no longer a physical resource. It has got many other dimensions, and to manage water more effectively, what is important now is the transdisciplinary approach. So you have heard multidisciplinary means different disciplines look at the problem. And then you probably will hear or heard about interdisciplinary. And interdisciplinary is really working different disciplines. So it is about rising above your discipline. That's a transdisciplinary approach. So we focus. And so we don't have a solution. That's what is happening with many of the water challenges. Changing some technical aspects, but it needs to look into different aspects, social, economic, policy, governance, and so on. So for any complex problem, remember we have to develop a solution or approach that is simple. If you have a complex approach and complex solution, that will be unlikely to. So climate change. And to really work with and as Dr. Professor Ahuja said, it's good to work. So these are the important aspects. So you may have a good solution. You may not technically very well something, but if you don't know how to lead, how to think critically, and how to work in a team, then you won't be able to achieve the full potential. And also we need to think holistic. So we don't want to solve one problem and create 3 other problems. And so I give an example. So for example, for cleaning water, drinking water, improving drinking water quality, we in the last come up, and that was a good technical solution to remove the impurities in water. But what it has done is it removed some good things as well. And then to clean 1 liter of water, you need 5 to 10 liter of extra water, and that goes waste. And how do you deal with this? So solving one problem and creating few other problems is not really a long-term sustainable solution. And so we need to think all these aspects. So we need to, any solution, any change in the situation or any intervention, we should think from different perspectives. How is it going to impact and will benefit? So we need to think, is it affordable? Is it socially acceptable? Or is it environmentally sound? Is it going to last in a longer term? If we don't have those questions or those aspects explored properly, we may not reach to a good outcome. And I just want to share with you some work we have done in Rajasthan and Gujarat over last 12 years. A project called MARVI, Managing Aquifer Recharge and Sustaining Groundwater Use Through Village Level Intervention. So this is basically working with farmers to train them as a scientist, citizen scientist. And so we supported them to how to monitor rainfall, how to monitor groundwater levels, water quality, water levels in check dams. And what that led to is they started understanding what is happening to groundwater. What can they do together? And yesterday, we had a launch of the Village Groundwater Cooperative in Rajasthan, which was supported by ICICI Foundation. And now the National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development, NABARD, is going to take this idea of village groundwater cooperatives and MARVI approach to different states in India. And also the Australian government is funding how this approach can be expanded in countries in Southeast Asia. So we are working in Indonesia, Laos, Timor-Leste, and some other countries. So my point here is that we need to really develop something that involves people, that we work from the people's point of view, the people who we are going to benefit, and whether whatever intervention, whatever change we want to bring is sustainable, will not have negative impacts, and longer term for next generation, future generations, we are not impacting them. And this is what has happened with climate change, water quality degradation, river health, because we didn't look into those things. So please consider transdisciplinary approach. So you need to, if you are an engineer, so you need to think from social point of view, economic point of view, cultural point of view. So, and those things will be very critical if you really want to bring some change, make a difference. And technical skills are very important, but at the same time, to get all the full potential, we need to think all other things as well. So this is my sort of message to you, that you learn everything, but try to think how to work together, how to lead something along with your technical skills, critical thinking. Those will be the important things in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your kind address. Now I would like to invite Professor S.K. Dwivedi, sir, the Project Director of TIDF IIT Guwahati, to address our participants and the dignitaries. Thank you.
Okay, so good morning to everyone. So respected Director Sir, Professor Maheshwari, Professor Datta, and Professor Panda. So here we have actually faculty member from 12 IITs and 15 NITs present in this hall actually. So they are mostly participant for these TIHs. So we have sponsored around 100 projects in this TIH. So 57 projects papers will be presented actually in this 3 days conference. So as Professor Datta already pointed out, so this time we have added this robotics things in this underwater exploration or in this river corridor. So particularly this dam safety and also this water quality monitoring and river bed monitoring. So all those works have been done by several faculty members. So they will present their work in this conference, and I hope all of you will enjoy this thing. Regarding this TIH, so TIH, there are 25 TIH actually in our country. So in this TIH we are working for this underwater exploration. So this is a 135 crore project. So already 4 years are over, and we have one. So they have given us some mandate actually. So in this mandate, so we have to develop around or sponsor around 20 or 50 startups. So till now we have sponsored around 20 startups. So there is a scope of sponsoring another 30 startups also. So those of you are interested and working in this field of underwater exploration, they may explore of taking some startups or do some startups with us or get funded from us. Also there are things like this internship, student internship are there. So we are now giving two interns to our PI, those who are working with us. Around 100 PI are working in this project. So they have got two interns. So these interns we are giving 5,000 per month for 10 months. Similarly, we have developed a MTech program here, Robotics and Artificial Intelligence, where the students are doing work particularly in this field of underwater exploration. So around 40 students already did their master, and this year around 20 students we are also going to take. Similarly, 28 PhD students, so they are working in this field. And with the PI, another 100 JRF are working in this area of underwater exploration. And we have 20 postdoctoral fellow are working also with us. So this actually this is the first physical meeting among the project investigators is going to be held here in IIT Guwahati. So we did this physical meeting because so now the project investigator, they are working alone, and as our director has already told, so we have to work in a group. Now we have to learn. The purpose of this conference is, so we have to learn from each other and collaboratively actually will work. So for example, many faculty members are working on this ROV, remotely operated vehicles. So they are developing different types of underwater vehicles, and they are developing also several sensors. So how they will integrate, so those things we'll think of in this conference. How we'll collaborate among ourselves and develop a integrated system. So those things we'll discuss in this conference. So now I have to give a vote of thanks. So So, okay, so Vinay can give this vote of thanks. So I thank all of you. So particularly many faculty members from different IITs and NITs are here. So they have, in spite of their busy schedule, actually they have come here. So I thank all of them. I hope you will enjoy the stay here in our beautiful campus. So we have a beautiful campus here. In the morning walk, I hope all of you can do this morning walk here and evening walk also. So also Professor Datta has arranged this ropeway, so you can visit in the ropeway to Guwahati, and also we have this Dol Gobind temple nearby, so those things you can visit. So and Sunday if you are here, then you can visit the nearby places like Kaziranga, Shillong, those places you can visit also. I hope you will have a beautiful stay here. So thank you everyone.
Maybe I can add one thing about Divediji has said. Divediji has rightly said that we have the funding. Please come forward and take this opportunity for this to work as a team, and he can fund 30 more startups. Yes. So please think about this. And when he said that is a 5-year funding, if we will do good, I think this will be extended also. So we have to work hard and take this opportunity and talk to Divediji, and even you are from other IITs, it doesn't matter that you have to be only IIT. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Vinay Chembolu is currently an assistant professor in IIT Jammu. As the co-convener of this conference, may I kindly request you to deliver the thanking note.
Thank you. On behalf of IIT Jammu and the organizing committee, I'm happy to welcome you all to the 4th International Conference on River Corridor Research and Management. My thanks and sincere greetings for all the distinguished dignitaries for gracing the inaugural session. RCRM has started with a thought to provide a common platform for river scientists and academicians to discuss ongoing and future needs of the river science. Because if we try to look at it, there is a growing necessity to protect and manage the river corridors due to anthropogenic changes, climate change, and natural disasters that are actually affecting the river health. Especially in the Himalayan regions, which are very sensitive and rich in natural resources, water availability, ecology, biodiversity of the rivers are going to be disturbed because of these anthropogenic changes. We are happy that this conference has been addressing all such important aspects through various researchers on how we manage our river systems and how we manage the natural water resources, and how is the response of the river to the anthropogenic changes, and how the river restoration practices are basically followed in India and abroad. We are happy many of the speakers, they are throwing light on various knowledge systems of the river corridor research and management. We have arrived to the 4th International Conference on River Corridor Research and Management. I'm happy for that, and I'm extremely happy to see the growth and reachability of this conference in the past 4 years. I thank Professor Basanta Maheshwari, Chief Guest of the today's inaugural session, Professor Rajiv Ahuja, Director IIT Guwahati, and Professor S.K. Dwivedi for joining this inaugural session. I wish this conference a great success. All my best wishes to participants and organizers. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So now, on the behalf of Center for Sustainable Water Research, IIT Guwahati, it is our proud privilege to welcome you all to this conference. We hope your zest for excellence in the scientific and technical advancement will get satisfied during this conference. So now we will have a very short tea break for 20 minutes, and after that we will again get together here for our first keynote technical session. So I request all the online participants to join 5 minutes before the technical session starts. So we will have a short tea break from that.
The present saying the previous thing is
just go on. We will have certain.
I'll come sometime to Tirupati. Definitely. Balaji, not calling us, I think.
Okay. So I will maybe try to invite. Oh,
Bye.
Yeah. we are meeting very often. Good, good. Project உங்களுக்கு இருக்குங்களா? Oh, super, super. So, எப்படி இருக்கீங்க? இல்ல நான் காலையில
कैसा चल रहा है आपका?
रिमोट सेंसिंग
से जो पता कोई ये लगे ट्रांसपोर्टर लगे ताको हेल्थ एयरपोर्ट बस्तु होला आउ आईआईटी डॉक्टर नंदा जो एआई लैब
आईआईटी पुटी
भुवनेश्वर
तुम्हारा लिंक नहीं बेसी मोर पीएचडी सब करते काटी यूके करते सेटल के लिए तापर एटी मो सीनियर प्रोफेसर अछि रोबोटिक्स रे एनआईटी प्रोफेसर दयाल पाणी
आपण केबे आसिले एनआईटी
एनआईटी को आसिले 2000 मसिया मो पीएचडी साली 2000 मसिया
मोर पीएचडी 2003 में सरला एटी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट चाकरी करथि देन मास्टर्स करिया बोली एटा एआईटी रे तीन तो कंपनी बाटे मो सॉल्व करछि माने अच्छा चित्रपटा आ कला
आपण एबे अछंती आर्कान्सास
नो आर्कान्सास रे पोस्ट डॉक करथि एबे अछि जॉर्जिया अटलांटा
जॉर्जिया टेक पाकर के दूर
एबे ट्रायंगल अछि जॉर्जिया टेक एठी এটা হচ্ছে ইউজি এন্ড মো হচ্ছে ইউনিভার্সিটি নর্থ জর্জিয়া সেটা একটা ইউনিক প্রোগ্রাম ইউএনজি রে আছে উই আর কাইন্ড অফ one of the best one in the country undergraduate level रे we teach geospatial technology for environmental management
मो पोडी पढुचे एसयू रे
ओइ
अरिजिनल स्टेट यूनिवर्सिटी बीटेक करू
I know bunch of faculty केबे से जान
से एबे सेकंड ईयर अछि
आपण गोटे काम करिए मते तार ता कहिबे म दे दिबे फोन नंबर ही शुड कांटेक्ट बिकॉज़
आरटीओ ए आरटीओ अच्छा ताका काम करियो जे इंटर्नशिप करियो ए तो जाय पेपर
no I can help you if you're really interested in like research and I have so many grants now and you'll end up the same eco-stress grants I'm talking. One of my postdoc I hired when I was at Idaho State University. She is now in University of Idaho, just close by. Remote sensing mentor, Dr. Thenkavan. He is also affiliated to Arizona State University. He's in Flagstaff, but he works. He's a scientist in USGS, but he's affiliated faculty to Arizona State. One of the top remote sensing.
astronomy ये बोलना
हाँ नहीं यदि वो really interested then he can work and we can publish quality paper as well.
फोन नंबर देता है
67+1
सेटा अपन व्हाट्सएप नो
+1 कर दो ना व्हाट्सएप लोड कर दो ना देख लियो जो एक्स्ट्रा हार्ड ड्राइव ये stairs जो है ना
দাদা ঠিক হলে দেখুন
এটা আকৌ হৈছে নলে
কলাপ কলাইছিল হলে দেখুন কাউন্ট করুন নিচে 6 আকৌ হৈছে না
এবাৰ দেখোন বেছি হ'ল দেখা নাই
এতিয়া খুলি কিনে চাওঁচোন
নহয় খুলি চাই বল লাভ নাই ওয়াইফাই পাই থবলা দেখুন দেখুন ৰবটৰ আৰু কোড কিটা আৰু কিটা চেঞ্জ কৰিছ টাইম আছে না
এতে নালাগে নেকি
টাইম আছে আৰু ওয়াইফাই কানেক্ট বেছি নালাগে ন
ওয়াইফাইটো অলৰেডি কানেক্ট থাকিবই তো এতিয়া চাওঁ ইয়াত প্ৰব্লেম দিয়া নাই এতিয়াতো দিব নালাগে ৰিফ্ৰেছ টাইম
নাই লাষ্ট টাইম কৰিলো ৰাইটো
লাষ্ট টাইম এতিয়া
এটা ডিসেবল
অটোমেটিক কানেকশন হৈ যাব না
নাই এইটো তো
আগতে হেতু ওয়াইফাই অন কৰি
কানেক্ট কৰি এইটো
রোবটের এই কিবা আমি তো কিবা দি থৈছে ইউটিউব লাইভ কৰিছে
হ্যাঁ ইউটিউব লাইভৰ স্ক্ৰীনখন আছে
আছে না
চাব পাৰে এতিয়া এইকেইটা ৰিলোড কৰিব লাগিব নেকি নাই এইকেইটা আহি দিব ন
জয়েন মাৰিব
অঁ
জয়েন মাৰিব
অঁ
এই মাইকটো দি দিয়া পাহাৰতে থাকে
না মানে আমি কথা পাতিছো তুমি বাহিৰত যাব এই কারণে
আচ্ছা
এতিয়াতো ওলাই যাব নহয় এইটো এনেই পোৱা নাই ভিডিঅ'টো এনেই পোৱা নাই
পাইছে না এইটো পেলে এটা কথা আমার ভিডিওটো ইয়াত
ঠিক আছে
ল্যান্ডস্কেপের প্রবলেম
মাইকটো সঙ্গে ফোন ৰাখিবা হে
ঘুমে বাবু যাচ্ছে তারপর আহে পড়াশোনা খুবই আমাদের বলতে
कॉपी कर दीजिए लास्ट फाइल है क्या बड़ा फाइल चाहिए
এটা ধীরে বলতে
এটা কপি করে দিব লাগে
করে দে
লাস্ট ফাইল এটা টেস্ট করুন
RCRM David Sato review niche random variable niche ये वो RCRM to just protection में
ये नहीं ऊपर वाला RC
तो एक नाम पर इसका
बाहर ही रखना itu full delete ಮಾಡಿ ದಿವಸ RCRM ನಾಳೆ ಹಿಡಿದು ಬಿಟ್ಟು itu টান থাকে
খেলি মেলি
next task ये तो
এতিয়া আকৌ আৰম্ভ হোৱাৰ আগে আগে হেৰি কৰিব লাগিব
ओके
এইটো কাটি দিম যে CMD
থাকক থাকতে ভাল মানে তেতিয়া গম পাই যাম মানে ক'ৰবাত এতিয়া মানে পুৰা পাই আছে মানে মানে ইয়াত যদি ব্ৰেক হয় গম পাই যাম নেটৱৰ্ক কানেকশ্যন ব্ৰেক
सर इसमें एक फाइल है
इसमें ठीक है ये कॉपी हो जाना इसके बाद ज़्यादा 55% होगा अबाउट 1 मिनट टेस्ट करना जरूरी है ओके पीपीटी में वीडियोस है ना
বিকাশ দা তেখেতৰ পিপিটি ভিডিঅ' এটা আছে প্লে কৰিব আমি অডিঅ'টো চাই ল'ব লাগিব
দাদা সেই হেৰি কি কয় ইউটিউবত আহি যাব টিমটো দুটা এবাৰ চাই লওক বিকজ দ্য টিমত টিমটো সেইটো চাওঁ দাদা জাষ্ট 20 seconds open it only. Yes, sir. Open it only. Oh, full screen on this video.
প্লে হইল प्ले प्ले प्ले
ऑडियो है क्या साउंड है क्या वो साउंड नहीं है क्योंकि यहाँ पे वो है ये म्यूट किया हुआ है
वॉल्यूम बताना
वो फुल है यहाँ पे ये अच्छा ठीक है वाला ये हेडफोन क्या है अभी अनम्यूट करके प्ले करते हैं इधर दादा आपको डाटा मीटिंग होता है एक मिनट वो मीटिंग में ओके सर
तुम्हें प्ले कर दिया
ओके सर
और एक लाइट भी चला दो
to the 4th International Conference on River Corridor Research and Management. This RCRM conference have 6 keynote lectures, 3 lead presentations and 74 participant presentations. We have divided this presentation based on 8 themes: flood modeling and monitoring, numerical and physical modeling for rivers, river morphology, geospatial technology for river basin management, climate change studies, river modeling and management, river corridor issues and challenges, and river ecology. The participant presentations will be of 10 minutes and 5 minutes, which I will be mentioning subsequently. So let's begin our first session. We have with us 2 keynote lectures for this session by Professor Sudhanshu Panda sir and Professor Santosh Kumar Dwivedi sir. We are glad to have Professor Sudhanshu Panda sir, Professor University of North Georgia with us to have our first keynote lecture for the 4th RCRM conference. Before he graces us, I would like to introduce him to in front to all of you. So Professor Sudhanshu Panda sir is an expert in soil and water engineering, precision agriculture and geospatial technology. He currently serves as a professor of GIS and environmental science at the University of North Georgia. With a PhD in engineering, MS in environmental remote sensing and BS in agriculture engineering, Professor Panda has a unique career spanning field engineering in India, water resource engineering in Thailand and academic research in US. His extensive expertise include teaching geospatial technology, environmental science, information technology and engineering courses. Professor Panda is a prolific modeler, software developer and expert in sustainable water resource management. He has successfully secured grants from various funding sources including federal, regional, local, university and private entities, and has contributed and published to numerous peer-reviewed journals, conferences and book chapters. Teaching is his greatest passion and he is a dedicated researcher with a focus on environmental sustainability. I would request Professor Sudhanshu Panda sir to kindly present his keynote lecture and motivate our participants. Thank you, sir.
Can I get the mouse to move myself? It's not working, Ketan. Okay, good morning everybody. I think everybody got settled now. You got good like breakfast. So now let's listen, and it would be heavy in technology, guys. So be ready for it. And at any point you don't get it, just do not think about it. So I'll try my level best to speak in layman's language. But to be honest, it is really heavily laden with high-end technology, and I will be understanding exactly how we could be a comprehensive geospatial modeler, so that way we can really proactively manage so that we'll be able to proactively manage our watershed. And in the morning I was talking about river is just an entity of a watershed from where water comes, and water comes through different things. So that means the water it is coming to the river may be good or may be bad or maybe something else. So we need to understand the nature of the watershed first. That way we can understand the water in the river. Once the water comes to the river, then we will be thinking about the other aspect of it, maybe to use as drinking water or use that river as for transportation or that water after that will be not useful at all. So let's talk about it. And we know watershed management is a very vast task and cannot be done really by scouting. Scouting means we are talking, almost all of us engineers, we always love to be in the field. But how much area you could manage by just walking or by driving or even by flying? You cannot do it. So that's the reason remote sensing is the best approach to really help us understand every nook and corner of the watershed. And that way you get information from it and put them together through your AI or ML approach, machine learning approach or artificial intelligence approach. So put them together to come up with a better solution. And the DSS we talk about in the your title, that is decision support system. So which we already talked about since morning, because as engineers or scientists, we have a knack of doing really crazy good research and putting them into our external hard drive. That time it was not there. Into our CPU, it is just sitting there, or publish a paper, nobody reads it. So that is the reason that whenever we do something as an engineer or a scientist, we must make sure that it reaches the people. The DSS component has one of the biggest approach to it is involving stakeholders. So even if stakeholders does not have a scientific bent of mind, which we are wrong completely thinking that way, because a farmer knows more about his field than as a scientist reading from a book or doing some research. So don't think that they do not know anything. They know much more. So we must involve those stakeholders in any part of research we do. So that we will be talking today. And in today's time, your watershed management is become little bit cumbersome. Even research, the world researchers are not really good to use. Why? Because climate change is changing everything. So I have a joke always in the class. When we are kids, we are talking, it is raining cats and dogs. Means it is raining too much. The storm is really big. Nowadays that cats and dogs are replaced by elephants and lions. Now it is raining elephants and lions, guys. So what does it mean? It is now raining like crazy. The storm events are much, much bigger than the civil engineers or watershed engineers use for designing a discharge. Like if you are designing a bridge, how much water will pass through the bridge, that is our main concern, okay? So we use equation that's Q is equal to CIA. So I, your coefficient we use, or I, that's a fixed one based on the land cover and your soil and your slope. But the I value is changing drastically. Generally, when I was a soil conservation engineer in Odisha, I do my design, I do construction, there was no contractor. I have done really, big structures, like water harvesting structures or diversion weirs. So we use around 4 inches per 24 hours of storm event data. Nowadays, if you see in USA, we are seeing almost every year 2 or 3 more than 18, 19 inches of your 24 hours storm event is happening. So that's like triple, 4 times. And almost all the bridges and culverts are really useless because they might get defunct someday. So that is the reason we need to figure out how climate change based impact will be incorporated or should be incorporated in watershed management. And we are seeing much more those geohazards, guys, flooding, your drought, and stream bank erosion, water quality deterioration. It is happening much faster rate and more frequently. So India is getting the brunt of flooding really crazy. And you might be thinking, why? Because the Himalayan snow is melting much faster than it was supposed to be. So when the snow melts faster, then water actually, more water is available in the stream, and lot more time the watershed gets saturated and your percolation happens almost nil. and almost all melted water just flow as runoff and goes to the stream, and then you got flooding. And we are having almost flooding every year. There is another nice thing I always talk to my student. In India, when there is a flood, like particularly in Odisha, where I'm from, we feel it's good, because people do not really have big houses or costly houses. They will be rather losing the house, but they will get good soil for 10 years, guys. But if you get the flooding every year, there is no fun. You build another house, next year it is gone. And the silt amount is coming, you will really slow down. So that's not really fun anymore, having the flooding. So almost all kind of, even avalanche I wrote, due to climate change, it is happening a lot. The essential for watershed managers and stakeholders, that is the emphasis here. Every person living on that watershed should have a say in our planning. Remember that. Only science will not really hold good if it is not being really applied in the field and works good for somebody. So that science is useless. You spend money, do nothing, that is at the end. Geospatial engineering technology, lucky for us, it's evolving like crazy. 1990s, I got lucky to be part of this GIS remote sensing, and that time it was completely nascent stage. So we have to digitize every data possible. Remote sensing was just not that big, and GIS technology was not evolved. I still remember the entire master's I study completely by coding. And amazing thing, you will be astonished, I never touched a computer before even getting to master's, because computer was not there. At OUAT I was studying, fourth year they have a bunch of computers. I didn't have a project in computer, so my friend has, who is now vice chancellor there. So when I go, I have to take my shoe. He will not let me touch the computer. I'll just stand and see what he's doing. Database development he was doing. So that time, think about how hard, but in next 30 plus years, geospatial technology, I mean, leap and bounds progress have been done. And we are, just earlier I was explaining, remote sensing satellites nowadays, NASA or whoever is sending, they are not sending to give you only raw data. They processed it for you to give you environmental features, spatial basis, pixel basis you can get, okay, it is this much here, soil moisture is this much here, your one of the GEDI is a really good one, that is actually a 3D satellite. It will give you the LiDAR based information, and they are calculating for you the amount of biomass you have in your field. You cannot get crazier data than that. They will tell you total biomass happens in your watershed pixel wise. And I'm using that one in my research, guys. And hydrologic model development, that is the mainstay of any of the watershed management we are doing. And in this area, we have progressed a lot, because most of the engineers in the water resource engineering or soil and water engineering are smart your algorithm developers. Like we are good at math. If you are not good at math, you won't be engineer, guys. So if you are good at math, then you can create your y is equal to mx plus c, okay? So, and that y is equal to mx plus c is the way we have empirical models available. But now the point comes. Empirical models are not the way watershed management should be done, or river management should be done. Then what should be the way? We need to find out how to do a holistic or comprehensive model. And geospatial technology is helping us to go with a comprehensive model. Means you can bring in every environmental features that is dealing with watershed management, and you can convert them to geospatial data and then put them together. That put them together is getting easier nowadays. That's the model we'll be talking. That model, another thing also I told my student, guys, you guys really hardcore modeler, but you do not know how to, what is syntax. Do you understand, guys? When you code it, like initial coders, you need to understand what is a loop, or how you need to write syntax, what is variables, how to use them. so that if then things you can work with. So nowadays you don't need it. You just drag, drop, somebody developed for you. Those things are available in the library. You have a model builder platform. Drag these tools, only know how to connect it. How to bring your data as variable to connect to that tool. And run the tool, it will give you at the end the final result. That is amazing. So we need to learn those kind of newer things being developed. We cannot stay behind thinking somebody wrote a book for me and I'll just follow the book and go with it. That's not the way at all. And a nice thing, like director told, we need to really think out of the box thing, guys. Everybody work collaboratively and think holistically. So that way we'll get stuff done. And here I'm just putting comprehensive model involves only 10 things. There are so many. I didn't put everything. And I'll give just briefly talk about all these models. Then if we put together, that would be really a good watershed management decision support system that we can develop. So number one is a stream health assessment model. Dr. Datta asked me earlier, can remote sensing predict when some disease will happen or how could we treat? In that aspect, we got cut off when director come. In 2 sentences I'm telling, I just worked with 2 big grants from USD and IFA. There's the AI-based animal health management decision support system. So what we are doing in rural areas, so the goat and sheep will wear collar, those called transponders, and those are RFID based. Data will be streaming to now Oracle server. We are working, Oracle give us free in US. So data will be from South Africa, now Odisha is involved. From Odisha will be directly go to Oracle server. I have the software written already. So it will analyze when the goat sleeps or goat moves or goat runs. So different signal will come. So that signal will directly converted to ASCII numbers. Those ASCII numbers will be like relayed to the server. In the server, that software will analyze the AI machine learning approaches. The goat's sleeping time is this to this. They are not human. You can watch movie and stay longer. Huh? So they just sleep. This is the time they sleep. This is the time they wake up. This is the time go to field. So we have a like a signal if they sleep. Then this is the level of your movement-based signal. If they graze, then it will be little higher. If they run, then little higher. So based on that, if we see this is the sleeping period, that goat should be in the field to graze, now the signal is coming low. If it is 3-4 hours signal is low, which is like a sleeping signal, that means the goat is sick and kind of dozing off in the field. And it would automatically kind of, we have a, we are developing a cell phone app. So cell phone app will pick the information and then shoot a text message to the farmer. We know which farmer owns that goat. That go and check that the goat might be sick. So what that person will do? That person will take the color of the eye, like take a photo of the eye, that's the remote sensing. And he will send the load the photo to the app. The app will come back again, the information come to the server. We are developing now the color analysis. So color analysis will tell exactly what disease that goat has. And the medicine automatically will shoot to that as a message to that farmer will go. Farmer will buy the medicine. We don't need veterinary doctor. Veterinary doctors are not there. I just gave example of my mom. My mom could be saved if the doctor really was there. We don't need the doctor. So this is the one we are doing. We got first phase grant and they loved our work. And they again offered another grant, 750,000. We involved Odisha into it. So that is exactly same thing, stream health assessment. We don't need to really go check the water quality. We have to go later, but we have a TMDL total maximum daily load. TMDL system there in USA. So what they do, water scientists, they go randomly take samples, test it. If anything is impaired, like level of nitrogen, phosphorus, nitrate is higher, then they will automatically tell that, okay, this from this location they take, that location they take. Here nitrogen level is higher than the limit, here nitrogen level is higher than the limit. They will say the entire stream length is impaired for nitrogen. You follow, guys? Whatever. It may be wrong. Maybe in this location water might be good. So that is the reason this SHI model we are talking, it will use all kind of land cover, road, everything information you will be seeing and put together. The model will tell this is the segment of the river based on the analysis, pixel by pixel. This is not good quality. It will get a score. And then you go test it in the field and get that. Then the next model is wet-based subwatershed pollution vulnerability model. So we'll be finding out which subwatershed is more polluted. Based on the land cover, based on the slope, based on the soil, it would analyze. All environmental factors you bring in, and then it will tell you. Third model is the fecal coliform model. So this is a good one. This is exactly the work was Dr. Madman's student developed, like how much poop comes out from different animals. And the poop is analyzed, how much fecal coliform is there in goose poop, then the cow poop or other things. This kind of very high-end study done in different places. We need to do that way. Then you bring all those information. We already know in one watershed how many goats are there, how many sheep are there, count is there. There is a model I'll show you. Then you put those together and make your model. It will tell you exact this much amount of fecal coliform will come from each pixel. That's really crazy good work. Then there is also a BSLC model. This is not my model at all. This is developed by Virginia Tech. 15 years they took to develop based on the forest cover, grass cover, and also animals, different type of animals, wild and pet animals. That way you can know in your watershed how much your fecal coliform is generated. So you can use that. Then soil and SWOT model, almost all of us know. I don't need to talk about much. It can give you water quality, water quantity information in numerical format. So your HRUS, like bunch of pixels together as HRU. And then MRUSLE, USLE model is the very fast model of any hydrologist here, guys. Some of you mechanical engineer must be knowing water related something. So USLE model is a very fast empirical algorithm developed as a hydrologist, by a hydrologist for a hydrologist. But this M part is, so I'll be telling what modification I did. That's the innovation there, because nowadays rainfall is completely changing due to climate change. So how to bring geospatial technology to make USLE model better, so that we need to do. Then land use change analysis. That is a very simple model, but very really important model, because we are changing land cover just like that. Yesterday, Dr. Datta was explaining how this area where 700 acres your IIT Guwahati is, it was like nothing anymore. It is completely mountainous. Now they cut the hills, they converted all the wetlands to something uplands, and the buildings and everything. And we are like, land cover is changing like crazy almost every day. And I course, there was a guy in Brazil, he was president earlier, Bolsonaro, perhaps the worst environmental terrorist world has, guys. He just became the president, immediately he gave the rainforest to private entities, cut them and make agriculture there, guys. So there are a lot of bad people exist in this world. So we need to understand where, how much changing. Then number 8, that is the new model, innovative model, that actually USLE does not take care of stream bank erosion. So this is a model developed with geospatial technology. It will tell you like stream bank, which portion of the bank is more vulnerable for erosion or caving in or something, which portion is less vulnerable. And reservoir silt analysis, the one is very close to the robotics. You guys are underwater robotics you are talking about. So we had, our robot was a ponor grabber, guys. It's a joke, but it is truth. Like you have the robots moving underneath in the sea. We have actually ponor grabber. You take a boat and drop it, and you like pick bunch of soil. You bring it and to the lab and test it. That is the old school robotics. Just joke. So that was there. Now this is one of the top thing we need to really work on, make models and find out how silt is correlating to the watershed. Like silt actually moves in the river, but sometimes you can get information from silt here, how it is connected to a watershed. And the last model is a drastic model. That is the groundwater model. So this is really, I got a recent grant from, it's a huge grant, 2.3 million. So we are actually developing, the other folks are really working on the 240 groundwater wells are being dug. So they are creating the geologic profile, then aquifer study we are doing. Mine is to use drastic model to find out which location is more vulnerable for groundwater contamination. And the number 2 is sinkhole formation. This is a very proven model, and we have seen exactly where sinkholes should be. And we have seen sinkholes are happening. Like there is a coincidence. I was to present my paper, and it found out in North Georgia, where it is the foothill of the Appalachian. It's a mountain. You don't expect a sinkhole will happen in a mountain. But my model told that this area is highly vulnerable for sinkhole. 7 days before the presentation, there was a sinkhole happens just on the other side of the road, like where my school is. A truck went inside, like a semi-truck, like huge one. And that particular pixel or bunch of pixel around, it was the highly vulnerable for sinkhole. And what else I can have to prove that the model is worthwhile and working. So let's go quick. Now, few more models also, environmentally friendly reservoir design. Like reservoir design is not kind of the civil engineering way we think we should not. We must do it because we want a dam, how it would be, how much core I need, how much slope I have, how much base I have, that must. But before that, I need to think where the water is coming. So how to design is environmental friendly way. So I don't have to explain, I will not explain everything, but we can do that. And lake bottom soil analysis, the ponor rubber thing, spores and anicots, which is really good for India. When I was a soil construction engineer, I was moving around. Always I seen those a lot in Madhya Pradesh at that time, Chhattisgarh. So they have lot of spores created. Spores are very economic, and those are like beaver dam. Beaver, you guys know beaver animal. Beaver is called engineer of the animal community. So they can cut big trees and just to drag those trees and put on the stream. And they put it, then bring soil and put it back dams, guys. These are crazy. All dam engineers, you should know how beaver makes dams. Just beaver dam is equivalent to spores. Beaver dam can create like crazy big your wetlands. So think about it. And linking rivers is a cost-effective canal system. Through canal system, that is also GIS way we can analyze. We do not have to go spend a lot of money on pure surveying. You can use remote sensing and surveying together. Quickly you can figure out which way I should link, make the canal, one river to another river I can join. We are actually, I'm showing you those examples through a 8-digit hawk watershed. That is Lake Lanier, which is behind my school. And my program is exactly to really study the lake. And here is a big thing I was explaining. Generally is a norm, your watershed size should be 100 times the size of your impounding area. But unfortunately, the lake I am talking behind my school or my home is only 14 times. So that means if there is no rain this year, the entire huge lake will be 25 or 30 feet down water. So we should be thinking about how to get more runoff coming or something else. This is the watershed. That's Georgia state in US. And I live a little bit down that blue area. Stream health, I told we are using 12 different attributes. Land use along the stream, average width of riparian belt, riparian canopy continuity, like if the canopy is continuous or there is a break in between.
So then presence of wetland, if it is closer to a river, then it's a higher scale, higher grade it will get. Then forest or brush along the stream, upstream, right? If you are studying this river, then upstream, if it is forest there, then you give higher score. Then watershed land gradient, point source pollution, point source like who is rich. In US, we have a number for it. Somebody sending water, some factory or something, or some your county government is sending, so we know that. Then presence of road. This is a big deal thing, guys. Why? If there is a road close to a river, very good chance it will be polluted easily. Why? Maybe not here in India, but in US, people drink or soda or something. They have a tendency to throw when there is a bridge. I have no idea. So that is the reason, think that we put that as a layer, guys. Because we think social, cultural aspect of people, how they behave. If you just clean up the river, you will find almost like 90% of your garbage under the stream. Because people just throw there. And also conservation activity. So this is the model. I'm not really dwelling on it. It will take really a long time to explain. And these are the score. You check that category 1 to category 12. And we can have as much category you bring in. Based on that, you give score. And this is the process to be automated also. Some of you really smart IT folks, you guys can take this as a big project and completely automate it. Code it so that based on reading this pixel, it will give you a score on its own. If this, then score is this. So that way. And once you put them together, then you see that the stream, like red color, green color way, segment wise, it will telling what is the health. And what advantage? I don't need to scout every part of the river. I already know this is bad. Go there and confirm that is bad. It saves you money and make you efficient. And also we know the watershed, how that is. Then this one is wet-based pollution volumetric analysis. These are also 12 different words. You can add as many words. Water body impairment multiplied by the summation of all the values you give pixel-wise. Then it will give you your total, like how much, which watershed is polluted or not polluted, okay? So you can see that based on that we found out these are the 12-digit hog watersheds. So how they are polluted or impaired or not impaired. So then next one is our non-point source based fecal coliform. So here this algorithm is L is equal to Q multiplied by C. The C factor is calculated through geospatial way. Q also does that way. We are not, because we are good at geospatial technology, engineering technology, so that way, instead of just multiplying one number to another number, we just do it pixel-based calculation, okay? So you will be seeing that. And our algorithm is there to the right. Like this is the one Zune actually developed, a student of Dr. Madman developed. She found out low intensity residential area, around 22,000 fecal coliform colony per 100 milliliter of water is there. So we just took their data, but we can do our own analysis also. Like how much fecal coliform there, water coming from only urban area, only forest area. So these are the numbers used. Then we converted that to a geospatial layer. Yeah, I'll go faster. Now this is the entire model, and the model result, this one, I told you how to develop that Q discharge. Q is analyzed through your land use land cover, the curve number method. So curve number is land use land cover and your hydrology group. So you can get the soil hydrology group and get the land use land cover, then combine them together. It sounds easy, it's not really that easy to be honest, but we can do it. The tool is there. So then it will create a your GIS file, raster file for pixel-wise curve numbers. Then pixel-wise curve number mathematically can be converted to your S factor. S factor could be mathematically converted to IA factor. So you saw the algorithm earlier. you just use that same algorithm to find out your Q raster. And you got the Q raster, and we already got the your C raster. Then multiply them, it will give you every pixel how much fecal coliform is coming. So this is the analysis. So this one is your I think hydrology group, and this one is a land cover group. So you put them together, then it will give you equal to, that's your curve number value pixel wise. Can mathematical analysis can do it? I don't think so. Within half an hour, 1 hour, every pixel wise I can get the curve number for you. Same algorithm I'm using, but we need to be skilled at geospatial engineering technology. Pixel wise you can get the curve number, guys. Then from that we got the S, no, that one is the precipitation. And you use precipitation and curve number based S and IA, then you can get your, this is the one showing how to get the S raster. And from that multiply by 2, how to get the IA raster. Then using everything we created your fecal coliform coming from each. There's the Q raster you got, and multiply and then get it. This one is the Virginia Tech one, guys. That one they have developed, they took 15 years. That is the hardcore research, guys. They took, if you go to that software, you will see they have weight of cow. If 55 pounds above a pig, how much poop that will generate. That poop is analyzed to how much fecal coliform comes out of it. The cows have also different. They have 3 different cows. One is heifer. Heifer is not childbearing yet. One is milking cow. One is a beef cow. Milking cow poops differently, have fecal coliform differently than your beef cow. So think about it. That is the high-end hardcore research they do, and they put it together, and you can just plug in numbers. This is a Excel-based model. Plug in number, you will get it. And that one I was talking, nowadays, even this is a funded project by USDA. They already watershed-wise calculated how many chickens, how many goats, how many sheep. So all these are there. And you just get it. Only thing you need to know where to get the data. In India, we do not have it, guys. I'm sorry. When I'm working with project, we always struggle, Dr. Datta and I, how to get the data. We figure out a way to do it. But we need to really work on to get good quality geospatial data to have our model work nicely. This is BSS, you check that Excel based, you plug in numbers, then it will create for you, and watershed wise I found out which is vulnerable. I'm going faster. So Q-SWAT model, I generally use Q-SWAT because ArcSWAT in my school, ArcGIS, they go, we are the hardcore GIS program. So anything new version comes, they will bring in. And all those add-in softwares are not really catching up with them. So QGIS is open source, so they will be catching up. So that's the reason Q-SWAT, the same thing, guys. So use that, you can get nitrogen, phosphorus load, nitrate, nitrite. 6th model is modified RUSLE. So we know that RKLSCP is A. The R factor, K factor, C factor and P factor, that I modified. You will see how I modified the R factor. So this is the model. The R factor, we know that algorithm, kinetic energy multiplied by 30 minutes storm event data. So we took the I-30 data from this NOAA site. Science has improved a lot in US compared to other places in the world. NOAA actually, hydrologists in NOAA, they took recent storm event data and they created a raster file for entire country. Only the northeast part is missing. They have 100 year, 200 year, 500 year, 6 hours, 5 hours, like rainfall storm event data. And pixel wise they have it, 900 meter, 800 meter pixel. So you take that, and we took the latest one, like until 2020. So that way all these climate change based extreme events are part of it. Then taking that, you can see in Georgia state I developed this one, the final, you can see the left one is your annual average precipitation data. Then R factor we developed from there using algorithm. As I told, I cannot give detailed, only 30 minutes. Then the contour map is developed. So that contour line you are seeing, that's the iso irradiant lines, guys. And you can compare that iso-oriented line to this, almost 3 times the R factor is. 3 times. 3 times. Because the rainfall amount is crazy now. I-30 almost like 4 or 5 times than the earlier I-30.
Whatever drainage we are designing, no value.
No values. That I'm saying, no values. That is the crazy part, because in my paper, that's a paper published now, a chapter published in a book. So there I explained that the iso-oriented map we are R factor we are using, that was developed in 1960s. They modified it in 1980s. After that, they have not done anything. And mostly climate change based extreme prediction happened after 1990s. And think about how wrong our design is. By the way, good news, I'm not lucky, really very honored. Your US DOT, Department of Transport, actually funded me a grant to find out the culvert vulnerability. I'll be just touching base with that. And they will be using my model for entire United States. They have a $1.9 trillion. $1.9 trillion they already sanctioned for development of infrastructure. So my model will be used to find out which culvert is more vulnerable, which is less vulnerable. So that way they will be putting money which is more vulnerable, and don't throw all kind of this analysis. This is the MRSLE model, slope, K factor, then your C factor, then putting that together, this is our pixel by pixel erosion amount. Land cover change analysis, I told it is easy. Nowadays it is getting easy because of the tools already developed. You just take year 1 data, classify it, reclassify it to different land covers, and year 2 data, classify it, reclassify it to the same your land cover types. Then there is a plus tool you put, and plus tool will add 10 plus 1, 11, 10 plus 2, 12. 10 means water, 1 means water. So if it is 11 in the final analysis, that means water is water still. If it is 10 plus 2, 12, means water is urban. Somebody put soil on the water and make a building, just like we did here. Just kidding. This is the example here. Then the next one is stream bank erosion vulnerability. This is the one I'm actually using for that US DOT and USDA Forest Service funded project. So it will tell you pixel wise how your stream bank is vulnerable. So you already saw some stream analysis, and this one is reservoir siltation analysis, and this one is a stream bank analysis model, SPEVA model. You can see we have like several attributes we use together, and some of the soil attributes, and some of the topography, land cover, precipitation parameters, and the earlier one has the weather parameters. So 6 weather parameters, 5 of the soil parameters, and 5 of the other parameters put together. Then we found out in stream bank color coded wise, you can tell exactly where stream bank is very vulnerable to scouring or something. And by the way, I got 100%. You won't agree, but I got 9 locations I took. Those are the highest vulnerability. I found caving like crazy. They are already put down. This is the project we did to find out which watershed based on stream bank erosion is vulnerable or not. And groundwater vulnerability, this is the drastic model. So you can see we have drastic, actually initial idea is not mine, but how to create the data is mine. Then we put these 7 parameters, D for depth of water, like groundwater table depth, R for net recharge. Net recharge is very difficult to calculate, so we took the total amount of runoff coming minus the evaporation, so that we found out how much recharge might be there. And aquifer media, and soil media, then your topography, and your impact of the Vadose zone, and lastly hydraulic conductivity. So all these, nothing we are missing. We have the empirical information there, but we are creating them into geospatial format, so that putting them together is the novelty here. We use mathematical plus minus whatever, but put them together, which we cannot do mathematically, that we can do geospatial wise. That is the beauty of geospatial models. And all these models are there for you. And you can see they are done here. And now comprehensively combined together. And then you can see that's zonal statistics is a tool available in GIS. So that would bring in every pixel's information, put them together and give you a final thing. So that way we find out what sub-adjusted wise, which one is bad, which one is good. Why we are doing it? Because government cannot have enough money to really change everything in the watershed. Whatever little money is there, you go to the worst location. Even $1.9 trillion is not enough to change every infrastructure in US. US is a rich country, guys. That's the reason the model they fund me, and that fund is very honorable. IRC, it is not funded like you have to apply and they choose you as your proposal. They asked me to write a proposal. They saw my initial work, very tiny work, $6,000 I got from USDA Forest Service, did the model, and the guy gave $194,000 to NC State. Whatever they did, it was not useful because my work is practical. So he presented that to every avenue he has. Engineers saw it, DOT, Department of Transport engineers saw it. They have a program called Innovation and Research Council, and those leaders, they ask us to, can you write a proposal? And they work with me to develop the one proposal to make better. I'm done, yeah. So, and
the participants, please put the questionnaire queries in the chat box. Okay. So
yeah,
we'll
please do. And I'm finished, guys. These are the examples, like suggested examples how you can make your DSS work well or watershed management work well. This is suggested best management practice. Lot of figures are there, guys. You can go with different crops, climate smart crops. And this is the one I was talking about, the DOT funded. You can see design discharge model, modified RUSLE. Those are quantitative models. SPEVA and debris flow model, which is new one they ask us to develop and we are working on. Like nowadays, more rain is kind of storms are uprooting, trees are coming out. When they come to the culvert, they will close the culvert mouth. So putting them together, we can find out. And some of the other information, climate change impact vulnerability model, geohazard mitigation. And this is your like wetland is burning, like we'll figure out where wildfire is vulnerable, then you need to do something. Then this one is a landslide risk management model, so we can find out where landslide is feasible, so we need to do something, and you can get the information from there. And this one is geospatial modeling to determine potential sinkholes, so you know that. And this one is your design for finding out environmental friendly where the reservoir should be built. And this is your lake bottom one, and yeah, I'm finished. So yeah, this one is like finding out with sonar, like the engineering team is working on the robot. So this one is like a fish finder sonar we use so that we can find out how much depth is the silt is. So using that, we created a your bathymetry profile. I'm the cheap one. I always take pride, like we call it poor man's system develop. This is the poor man's approach to develop bathymetry. And you can see how the bathymetry got developed, and we found out how much silt is there. You can, this is really awesome work. DM comparison Longwood Cove. And this one is just recently I presented in the AGU Chapman conference, specialty conference. So here we are seeing in US a lot like evapotranspiration is changing due to permafrost melting and all these, even rainfall is happening more. So how to do machine learning to find out how much evaporation pixel wise happening or not. And the next one is your probabilistic effects of hurricanes. So we make models for hurricane and find out where how much impact will happen. And other suggested approach, river linking through, we can use DEM, land cover, road data along with population centers to find out the best low cost approach to link it. And some of the spores and anicots, the vegetative spores you can see, this is like the beaver dam. Beaver makes that, like a tiny animal this size. So one animal can make this one. Yeah.
Oh, this is nature. Nature makes the things.
And
Okay.
that's the engineer of animal community. And in my campus, I teach wetland studies. The wetland is created by beaver. Unfortunately, we even track the river is alive or not dead. The river was crossing the road, got run over by a truck, and beaver dam got broken. Our wetlands shrunk almost like 1/5. Seriously. And in a conference, there was a USGS scientist. Her entire life job is beaver study about beaver dams. So serious study. And anechote, we have Jobra anechote. Anechote is a low-cost approach. Like if you do not want a dam, make an anechote. So that you can, whenever you have extra water, you release it. Whenever you need water, you can just use it through a canal. And it is cheaper too, because dam is kind of a fixed one. So anechote, older time, engineers are good really. So they thought. And these are my works I did, huge works. And one of them I'm sitting with the black sat on the top, 120 feet diversion weir, 2,000 acre. We built it in 1990, still irrigating 2,000 acres of land. And it was costing at that time, I think it was 8 lakhs rupees or something. 8 lakh, nothing compared to whatever dam, mini irrigation dam or something cost. And this is some approach like how to develop more your wetlands. So think about it. We do not have land, but more wetland is needed on this earth. We need, in US now there is a process called rechargeable pond. If you construct more urban areas, you need to have all the water, extra water getting out should be recharged. They have to have a pond. And grow vertically. In US, a lot of folks are just having single family house and 1 acre, half acre land. They do not talk to each other. Life is very crazy. You are so selfish there. So that's the reason if you grow vertically like Singapore, they don't have space, they are forced to do it. So you have something kind of, you talk to someone. So, and that way you save environment also. You save land. If you save land, you do great. Watershed management cannot be better than that. So this is all about you, guys.
Thank you, sir. I think maybe many not from the civil engineering, I don't, or many not from geographies and all. You look at the energy of the Professor Panda and the vast experience what he had. Few days, I think 2 or 3 years back, we had a fantastically online GAN programs on spatial data science. He used to really, I saw his energy, okay. If you look at that, he having the problems with a time lag, okay. In USA now it's a night time, okay. It's maybe around 12 midnight, okay. So he used to really sit in a midnight to deliver the lectures at these points. I will be, definitely I'll take a Professor Panda, again I will bring Professor Panda to this new campus, we'll have not only 30 minutes lectures, we'll have a full-fledged, maybe 1 week programs for the Northeast or whoever comes in. It doesn't matter for us. So please, if you have a few questions, we can take it. We are a bit delayed, doesn't matter for us. Okay. But
you guys are delayed not by me, by other.
It's okay. This is what it happens. So any questions, please? I think just to put it, I think Professor Panda, can you see cool? What is the problem? Just tell it to them. Just tell it what is a sinkhole, because they don't know it. What is a sinkhole?
Sinkhole, yes. Sinkhole is one of the biggest now. The top end research for water resource engineers and soil engineers is sinkhole formation. So what it is happening, or in the another way, it is called soil subsidence. When I teach my students about, I think we developed the course on geohazards management. So one of the worst geohazards on this earth we are facing is soil erosion. We do not know it. Soil erosion is like your slow poison. So
soil is only 6 inches or maximum 8 inches. If it goes away, you grow nothing. You grow nothing. So similarly, the soil subsidence is the slow poisoning approach of geohazard. So what is happening? You might even do not fathom. Soil already here has gone down inch by inch, and almost a meter already gone down. Not here exactly. In coastal areas, I am studying. Everywhere soil has gone almost close to a meter. Why it is happening? Any thought, guys? As a teacher now I am speaking. Any thought why soil is sinking? Just why?
I think I'll tell it that you will sleep today, tomorrow you will not be there. You inside
that is
that means like सीताजी चले गए नीचे, उसी तरह का situation होता है, तो रात को सुबह नहीं है.
Right. So what the point is, like we are drawing groundwater a lot, and groundwater is like a closed lake. It is not like an open lake. Surface water coming, river is feeding water to it. This year no water, next year water will come and fill it up. But this year no water to your closed lake underneath. Next year it cannot really replenish that much. And worldwide we are really drawing much amount of water for agriculture, for urban. That is the reason India government kind of, not government, people throw away those Coca-Cola companies and other things.
Yeah.
They took out too much groundwater.
Yes.
So once groundwater is gone, you have vacuum created, guys. Okay? There is nothing to fill it. Once vacuum is there, gravity is pulling down the soil, which we do not know. It is pulling down millimeter by millimeter every day. And time comes when there is no support, your entire big chunk just fall down.
Household should go inside. So whole family will go inside. Okay, nothing to do. Okay. So these are the issue. If you look at the USA, what is facing today, after 20 years, sir, we'll face a similar problem.
No, we are already facing. Like groundwater depletion in South India is much more higher than anywhere else in the world. Because it doesn't rain much in Tamil Nadu, guys. Tamil Nadu is one of the number 2 agricultural state in the country after Punjab. So when you have a really tremendous amount of agriculture, it doesn't rain, where you get the water? Groundwater. You cannot use ocean water because it is salty. So, and it costs more to desalinate it. So that is the reason groundwater is used. And they are drawing so much groundwater, almost nothing is there. And any time it just can fall down. And soil must be sinking. They should test. We are using now LiDAR data to see that 1 meter already in the coastal Georgia we are seeing gone down. We use older DEM, digital elevation model, and now latest LiDAR based DEM. Then we found out how much already gone down. And I tested it on the highways, because the highway is never nobody made any changes to it. So highway has already gone down 0.5 meter to 1 meter. So this sinkhole is a huge problem.
Thank you, sir. Any questions, please?
Any question, guys, please?
Please, he has a lot of vast experience, starting from Odisha, doing the groundwork, in Koraput or Kalahandi districts. Then IIT Bangkok, so having, as he said it, first time seeing these computers. Okay, now I think by the time you have a 1 year kid, they know what is computers. Okay, so we were, I think after 25, 30 years, we used to see the computers. Okay, so that's the gap we have. But what I believe it with Professor Pandit's lecture says that this is the time we can cope up our knowledge at par with USA. This is the time our young generation really can cope up with. If we will jointly collaborate and all the things, Professor Pandit really have a open hand, hearts. Okay, you can really contact him, try to find out the solutions. As he said it, he doesn't believe on only mathematics. He believes on that the data is rich in the knowledge, and that's the reason they're developing a smaller models helps us to really fantastic things like a culvert point. Because in India, if a culvert collapse, the first casualty is the engineers got suspended. But he doesn't know it, how it collapsed.
That is true. That is true.
Okay, because we tell other stories to that, because if bridge collapse or the culvert collapse, we blame only the engineers.
I will add one to this, guys. There are two actually many approaches for management. We do what Dr. Datta is saying. This is called reactive management.
Yes.
Means something happened, we need to go find out fault, first suspend some guy,
yes.
then mend it and go home and sleep.
Yes.
Then next year, that exactly same culvert will go off next year. Because you just patch it up.
Yes.
You do not know what is the real issue of it. The other one is what I told entirely is called proactive decision support system. Means we will be figuring out what is the problem there would happen after some time.
Yes.
That way I go early and change things so that that problem never happens. So who saves money? Proactive decision support system. So proactive management, almost all of us should take a place as a scientist. Our goal should be proactive management decision support, not like reactive. Reactive is politicians.
Yes, politicians, media, they can play it.
There might be some politician here, but I have the D word, dumb word, because they might be smart, but they act dumb when they become politician. So we are not dumb people, we are smart people. Our goal is to help everybody. So proactive management decision support system we need to do.
Thank you, sir. Thank you a lot. So, I think we don't have a questions, but anyway, they will interact with you. You are here in next 3 days.
No, not 3 days, anytime. Talk to Dr. Datta, you can talk to me. I am just a helping guy. I never know how to say no. So
that's a
whenever
good.
you need anything, and I'm a prodigious guy, but I screwed up my career. Seriously.
No, sir. No, sir.
When I was studying, I never studied. Only use my brain to get by. Even engineering 4 years.
Sir, the students are there. Don't tell it that things to them. Okay. Anyway, nowadays they don't study it.
No. Don't tell me that I'm saying I didn't study, I screw up. I should be somewhere else. I even, like civil engineers, I could be a mechanical engineer or electrical engineer. I could not, but because I didn't study. So please study.
Yes.
You guys have really good brain. Do not waste it. I'm a full-time teacher. Like my profession is, research is just I do for fun. You saw how much research I do. This is all by fun. Because I'm good, my brain is still there. I just didn't use it for 7-8 years. But when I went to AIT, I thought, that's a story also. Because I didn't touch a computer. In the computer lab, there will be people. So we just do not sleep at all. 1 hour I sleep. This is Dr. Datta, this is actual thing.
Yes.
1 hour for 3 months. We'll just clicking on this, clicking on that. If I cannot figure out, I ask the right side guy. If he cannot say, left side guy. If we three don't know, other guy. Somewhere we'll figure out the issue. 3 months we become smart, like Lotus 1, 2, 3. That's the Excel at that time. Word perfect, everything. And all my GIS remote sensing software is by coding. All learned hard way. That is the reason until today I do not care about any coding or anything. Any software I can just take some time to understand. So you guys have better brain, guys. Do not waste it. Use smartly. Always think. Always think. And only thing you might be lacking, practical knowledge. Lot of you guys are from village. Please think about your parents. I have nothing wrong to say about city people, like from the people from cities. But if we are village people, we know real practical stuff what happens. We go to field. So take that knowledge into perspective when you develop something, guys. Seriously. Agriculture engineers were here. So we know exactly how field work make you one of the best like scientists. If you do not apply practical stuff into your whatever you do, then it is useless. It is useless. Do something, use stakeholders, and that will be best. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. We are a bit late. It's okay. So next lectures by Professor Dwivedi. I don't think you need to introduce people. Let's start it. Let us not waste the time to introduce the Professor Dwivedi here. Okay. And this is a switch over from hardcore civil engineering or GIS to robotics. Okay. I learned many things robotics from him.
Yeah. So already you have very good, interesting lecture by Professor Panda. So as the other schedules are there, so I'll quickly finish. So most of you are from TIH and you know the work what we are doing. And so you can start. So regarding this river corridor, so what are the works we are doing in TIH? Actually in TIH you can find the engineers from all the backgrounds, starting from civil, mechanical, electrical, electronics, computer science. So we are doing this integrated approach actually, we are taking integrated approach to study all the things. And let us see this how we can use this robotics field or this idea to do this river ecology monitoring and management using ROV and IoT devices. So quickly in 5-10 minutes I will finish this thing so that we can start the next program actually. So this is delayed by half an hour, so we will do it. Next. Next slide, next slide. Next. Okay. So we have developed several ROVs actually. So you go straight to the video so that we can show that one. So here I am showing 3 examples. One, this use of these ROV remotely operated vehicles. So this is low cost vehicles ROV actually we have developed, very low cost. Within actually with all accessories, all sensors actually it cost less than 2 lakhs. Yeah. So we have tested it in, so he can show this thing. So we have tested it in. So these things you skip. So fabrication things, this design and modeling those parts, let us skip it. So these are the sensors put actually. You go to the next slide. So we did several field tests. So inside our lake, in Brahmaputra river, in Kameng river, and also in this Rathwang glacier. So in all these places we did our testing. So one, either in video, one video you can show at least. Is it there? So near the Saraigat lake actually you can see we have tested this one. So you can see this is the Saraigat bridge. So all of you have crossed this Saraigat bridge to come to IIT Guwahati. And near that Saraigat bridge we have tested this one in 2021 actually. And this is our lake. So the same ROV is used for cleaning the lake also in the right hand side. You can see. So yeah. Next. So here we are putting this temperature sensor, pressure sensor, then depth, and this IMU sensor also are there. And also we have the sonar. So using all these things, so we can do this bathymetric test, all these things we can do. And the same thing can be used for multi-purpose actually. Other purposes it can be used. So next, go to the next slide. Yeah. So you can see this. Okay. So this is tested. Just it is so rigid that you just throw also it will not, nothing will happen. And you can test it for cleaning purpose. It is used actually in our lake. And you can see we have put the camera also. So this fish population you can easily visualize. So yeah. So this bed, river bed also you can show the sonar, you can see the river bed. So from this thing, the siltation and other property you can easily you can understand. And based on that thing, for example, in reservoir if you are doing these things, so you can know the sedimentation and you can remove the siltation part. And also we are putting a lot of other sensors like this DO sensor and other sensors so it can be useful for other purposes also. And so here we did one testing in this Kanpur, near this IIT Kanpur, Nahar. We did this thing and we integrated that thing with our this software for vision software actually. So you can see this uncleaned part and the cleaned one. In uncleaned these pieces are not visible, but in cleaned one you can easily see that pieces there in that Ganga river actually. So previously they told that there is no piece in this part, but we have shown them that yes, pieces are there and colorful pieces are also there in that part. So this is Nahar Point, IIT Kanpur. Okay, so the sonar video near that, so that one also it is on. Next. Yeah, so this part you skip, no problem. So we can study the variation of temperature with depth variation. So all those variations we can test. So this ROV deployment in Tista River also we did that thing. So there also we have shown the size of the fish and they were very happy. So this is another ROV we have made. So two different ROV actually we made. So previous one was the open structure and this is the closed structure. Both are very less cost actually. So here tested in the river and the software interface, the ground station, those things have been made, so that one can visualize all the things in a graphical way easily. Next. Yeah. So in addition to that, this river corridor monitoring also can be drawn by using the drones also. So in drones also we can put several sensors to have the river corridor monitoring. So now we are getting, or we are going to involve ourselves in the dam reservoir monitoring. So there are lots of dams which are very older dams are there, and they need actually this repairing and maintenance. So for that purpose, so we are developing some softwares, and these sensor development also we are doing, so that it can be useful, low cost sensor development, so that it will be useful there. So this is this IoT based fraud and weather monitoring systems we have already developed, and at least one or two we have already deployed actually. So one is deployed in this Brahmaputra river nearby our this KV gate. So we are getting regularly we are getting the data, so that we know the height of the river actually. So how much flood is changing. So we have tested this thing in this Professor Datta lab also, and continuously we are getting that data, and we can monitor the. So in the lake also, so nearby lake we have put this one. So continuous data we are getting, and we know. So this thing can be easily used for this flash flood monitoring. And now we are working with this Sony International Group to develop further on this thing, so that we are putting it in river near the Arunachal Pradesh actually, so to monitor the flash flood, so that if you are getting the data near Arunachal Pradesh, then you can tell after 2-3 hours actually it will reach this Assam Valley. So we can have 2-3 hours, so that we can warn the people to evacuate it, so that way it can be, so we can monitor that thing. So these are the also water quality monitoring, IoT devices for water quality monitoring. Nowadays in each village of our country, so there is water supply, drinking water supply is there. So we have a plan to deploy all these things there, so that the water quality can be monitored easily. And also they can know, so this IoT device if you are putting, then it can be known that whether there is drinking water supply in that village or not. So those things also can be known in a better way. So this device actually we are already developed, and it is in a stage of deployment. Okay. So this flood monitoring already we have did some testing at different places in Arunachal Pradesh actually. So this is one. Next. And successfully we have tested actually at several places, and we are successful in transferring the data. Particularly the difficulty is the transferring the data actually. So in flood situation, so we are putting actually 3 things. One, camera, this ultrasonic sensor camera, and also this sound system also we are putting, so that the flood sound you can listen and you can tell. So these data actually transferring this data is very difficult from a remote place. So many places this internet is not there. So for that thing, so we are developing some easy access system and doing some experiments to do that thing. So already we have successful in doing that thing. So this thing we are actually doing with this Sony International Group. So also we have developing some this for bathymetric study, a simpler rather than using this ROV, the surface board can be also used, where we can put the sonar system only, and it can on the surface of this, and we can get all the data. So we have deployed actually this IoT device in the fish wells. Also we have developed actually through a startup, we have developed the we are transferring the live fish actually through smart transport system. So where it can be shown, or the driver will know that whether the fish is dying or not, so whether the steering is required or not. So all those things he will know, and then he can change the water, or by also we are putting this ammonia sensor and other type of sensors. So through that study also the driver will get a idea that what is happening to these fish, so that he can change the water and it can be saved. So we have developed some devices for this type of this cage fishing also. So where this IoT based device can be used for monitoring the health of the fish. So we have collaboration with this fishery group also. So this is a lake cleaning device also it is developed. Okay. Next. So it is tested in the lake and Brahmaputra river. Okay. So this is water quality already I have shown. Okay. So this is a small video. This video is working. So regarding the activities of our TIH, so it will take 2 minutes only. So yeah. Not running. Already some of them already we have seen. And in our TIH actually there are one COE, Center for Excellence in Manufacturing. So all the manufacturing devices are there. So there are 9 labs are there. So we'll show you all those during these 3 days. Next. So we have developed this snake type robot also for hall cleaning purpose. So for the large glass wall also it can clean. So this is dolphin sound. So some group is working on this dolphin, monitoring of dolphin. So digital holographic things already developed actually. So this is jellyfish. So Professor Palani is there. So he has developed this jellyfish. So this is splashing of the. So for example, we are doing some bomb blast in this sea. So it should not be the surface should not. It should not affect the surface. So the controlled way how we can do it. So this is underwater 3D printing. So Professor Ponda is working on this thing. Yeah. So we have a underwater this repairing and maintenance group. So this is underwater welding going on. So now we are giving the training of also. Underwater training. So in Kochi we have a center. There we are doing the diving and underwater training. So this is rock drilling process. Underwater laser through laser. So we have a very good 3D printer. So this is additive manufacturing process of developing the structure. In addition to these things, so we have metallic 3D printer also. All type of 3D printers are there. So this is developed through this welding process. So this is vision based, computer vision based, this modifying enhancement, deep learning enhancement type of thing. So this is for inflatable wearable floating device, so that can be useful by the divers. So in addition to that, we are conducting lot of short-term courses and so these army people we are helping. Many things we have developed. They have many old weapons, so we are retrofitting those things using our 3D printers and other things. We are changing some parts. So during COVID time, actually that mobile robot we have given to hospital. So the robot hospital we have given. So that time Chief Minister actually handed over that to the principal of that college. Okay. So okay, thank you very much. So for your patient listening. Yeah. Okay, so after this thing, this TIH review meeting will be in this mechanical engineering department seminar room. So those are having this review meeting. So please come to mechanical department seminar room. Others will continue it here. Okay, thank you. If you have any questions,
Sir, I have a question. We are working actually Army Corps of Engineers and Department of Fish and Wildlife and your DNR, Natural Resources. We have a 3-day seminar discussing in one topic, like below the dam until the next dam is 55 miles. There are 2 hatcheries. With just 1 or 2 degree, with 1 or 2 degree change in temperature of the water, the fish are dying like those crazy. Then how, like which parameter you think we should study so that we can know why the temperature is going down or how we can increase the temperature in the water? Like in your opinion. Just.
Some places temperature is suddenly changing.
Yeah, just like 1 degree or 2 degree changing where the hatchery is. So that's the reason the small fish like dying like crazy. So we kind of come up with idea, because it's a dam, so the sluice gate is there. We will force send the water downstream, so that the water will be injected and it can churn the water and increase the temperature.
So aerator you have to use
Some suggested big fan you can use, and the fan can blow and heated fan. So any other like sensor thing you think?
Sensors we can check the
right.
By being on ROV we can check what is happening at different depth, what is the temperature
Right.
variation, and why it is, and also by checking the water quality also we can see that why it is happening.
I'll talk to you. Yeah, I'll talk to you because we are now working on. My idea is maybe nitrogen phosphorus load coming from the water, so it is changing the water quality. So that might be an issue.
Ammonia content you can check.
There you go. Yeah, ammonia I never thought, but yeah, ammonia we can check. So that may reduce.
Ammonia is being dry.
Now you know. Now I know a new thing. Yeah.
So this while transferring this from one place to another place,
Right.
changing ammonia actually.
Yeah. Thank you. No, this is really good.
This dissolved oxygen also decreases, increase in ammonia, dissolved oxygen will decrease.
Okay.
And so the emission will
This is great. This is really good information I'm taking home now. So we are working on a small project to really see any changes. So the ammonia thing I didn't think that would be a good one too.
So we are developing this smart tank actually for transportation.
Right.
So there we are putting this ammonia sensor and dissolved oxygen sensor.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I think we have to disperse the TIH groups so they can go to the mechanical department conference hall. Okay. Hopefully by 1:30 we'll start from the lunch. 1:30. So you have a 40 minutes with you. So how many lectures? That is presentation. 1:30 you finish it. So now we are going for participant presentations. Okay, this is for 1 hour presentations we have. With us, a professor, he's there already. Who are there, chair and co-chair? Tapas sir, why you are confusing? Schedule. Then. You start. Don't take much time.
No.
Brief it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, please come forward again. Okay, so those are pure river corridor research. Okay.
We will now proceed to our technical presentations. The presentations are categorized into 2 categories, 10 minutes and 5 minutes. 10 minutes categories, presenters will have 8 minutes for presentation and 2 minutes for discussion. For 5-minute category, presenters will have 4 minutes for presentation and 1 minute for discussion. Best paper will be awarded for each session, evaluated based on 3 criteria: content, presentation skills and subject matter. I kindly request all the participants to follow to the specified time limits during their presentations. So let's begin our first presentation session for the theme flood modeling and flood monitoring. I would request Dr. Tapas Karmakar sir to chair and Dr. Laveti NV Satish sir to co-chair the session. So both of them will be joining online for the session.
Hello,
sir.
Hello, please unmute.
Yes, I am already there.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. Thank you.
Yes, Sir,
We
should I-
start. Let them start.
Okay.
The first presentation is start.
Okay, sir. Sir, have you received my
Evaluation sheet.
evaluation sheet? Tapas sir and
Yes,
Satish
yes,
sir.
yes, yes, it is all.
Sir. So
Yeah, we received.
yes, I
Yes, it is
request
all.
our first participant, Dr. Pramod Kumar Kapati, to start the presentation. Sir, you are given 8 minutes to present and 2 minutes for discussion. Sir, you can start your presentation. Pramod Kumar Kapati, sir.
All are there, or few drop will be there.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I'm audible.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
You're
yes,
audible.
you are audible. You are.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Pramod Kumar Kapadi, Assistant Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, Dayanand Sagar College of Engineering, Bengaluru. So my topic is on flood inundated mapping using hydrodynamic modeling in Netravati River basin. So these are the contents of my presentation. So it is moving. Okay, thank you. Introduction. The river system needs improved hydraulic model in order to better simulate river conditions at different points in time. In a natural channel such as a river and stream, the hydraulic characteristics such as the flow velocity, direction, depth, bed slope, and the material changes from place to place. Consequently, a series modification of the parameter in the river regime may lead to a drastic change in the river flow. The flood is the one of the changes in the flow characteristics of the river. Also, a channel roughness coefficient is found to be a critical factor that the dynamic in the natural influencing the flow characteristics of the river. The flood inundated model plays a most important role in the both floodplain mapping and the real-time flood forecasting. The several mathematical models having developed for the floodplain delineation, and the flood modeling, which can be used as a method for delineating floodplains and bordering the rivers and the estimating the associated peak, taking into account for extended flood of different return periods. Particularly, the flood inundated map must be estimated accurately to minimize the damages as well as the propagate the information of the inundated area to authorities responsible for the flood operation. So various research simulated flood in a floodplain using hydrodynamic model. In the present study, the hydraulic model is used to simulate the flood analysis, unsteady flow analysis and the flood inundated map for the Netravati basin in Karnataka, India. The model was calibrated and validated, and the flood inundated was simulated using RAS mapper. So the study area is focused on the regime of Netravati River, a significant west flowing river of the India Western Ghat of the Karnataka state. The latitude varies approximately in the range of 0 to 1686 meter from mean sea level. The total length of the river is 106 kilometer, out of which the downstream 45 kilometers considered for the study area. The catchment is 3,315 kilometers square. The annual rainfall over a area varies between 1,500 to 1,500 mm to 8,000 mm. Almost every year, flood of various magnitude occurs in the study area, resulting huge loss of properties in the study area. Methodology. Here, this figure shows the flow chart of the overall methodology. Here, ArcGIS and HexGIS used to extract the geometric data of the river, and the depth and discharge of the flow is used in a HECRAS model to simulate and to calibrate and validate the model. And HECRAS mapper is used to delineate flood inundated map. Resultant discussion. The flow hydrograph for the monsoon month June to October of the year 2008 has been used for the calibration and validation. The model has calibrated by assigning roughness factors, expansion and contraction coefficients, and varying the Manning's roughness coefficients in the river reach. It is noted that the measured and the calculated discharge are in good agreement. Based on the calibrated model, the discharge end stage can be predicted separately with the implementation of this hydraulic model method at any cross section along the river width. This table shows the model performance, and this table shows the good agreement between calibration, good agreement between the predicted and observed data. This figure shows the model simulation of water depth, velocity, and water surface elevation in the river channel and floodplain in the year 2008. So generally, while calibrating and validating the model, I have used 2016 to 2012 data. Here I'm presenting only the peak discharge or a peak flood happened in 2008. So I'm presenting that. That's it. Okay. In the the maximum water depth along the river reach is 14.98 meter, which is in the stream channel. The water depth range from 0.01 meter to 14.98 meter. The main channel and the floodplain flow velocity varies from 0.01 meter to 7.43 meter per second. In the overland flow, the floodplain maximum velocity is 0.3 meter per second. However, at the some location close to the channels, the value is found to be higher than 2 meter per second. Here, the flood map shows the flood spatial variability in the Nedravati river basin and floodplains. The maximum depth of flow in the channel and the floodplain is 7.75 meter and the 3.37 meter respectively. The maximum velocity in the channel is 1.71 meter per second and 0.28 meter per second in floodplain. The simulated flood in Indonesia is noted at the peak discharge occurred on 14th August 2008. From the simulated test, it is observed from the that the first flooding happened in the confluence of the Netravati and Kumaradhara near the Uppinangadi. Near Uppinangadi, upstream gauge station of Uppinangadi, the flood water flows over the river bank. Later, about 6 kilometers from the downstream of the confluence, near the Mandarin section, it is observed flooding noticed at the Mandarin section. In the next section, about 10 kilometers away from the confluence, it is observed the downstream channel here. This one, it shows the downstream channel width is smaller than the upstream, due to which upstream section was flooded.
Sir, you have 2 minutes to go. You have 2 minutes to complete.
Okay. Flood near the Bantwal is caused by a flooding and continuous flow of flood water through the channel in the upstream floodplain. These are the conclusions. The across 1D model allowed for the simulation of the Nedravati region flow events. The flood unit map shows the spatial variation of the flood in the floodplain on the Nedravati basin. The flood water flows over the river bank in the upstream of the Uppinangadi gauging station near the Netravati Kumardhara river confluence and at the Mandarin section in the upstream of the Bantwal station. The study shows that the HECROS is the key tool to monitor and understand the flood events. These all are the selected reference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now it's open for discussions. If anyone has
any question, ask. Okay, Dr. Pramod Kumar, I have one question. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So you are talking about the calibrating your model by varying the Manning's roughness.
Yes.
So how you vary that roughness? What parameters you have considered, whether you are varying the roughness throughout the whole section or you are taking piecewise?
Sir, from the visualization, I am selecting the selecting the roughness values and varying. I'm varying the based on the vintage chow terms and condition. I am changing based on the stream condition. I am changing the values and I'm assigning the values particular
That means manually. Manually, you are
manually.
doing those things.
Yes, sir.
And whether you have considered, you have told that you have validated your model based on the peak data, right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
So during the peak flow, whatever the Manning's roughness you will get, and during the moderate flow or low flow, you will get different Manning's roughness. So how
Yes,
you
sir.
encountered that thing?
So that will give model will only give the value that I am substituting that value. That is the model will only give the particular Manning's value for the particular peak, and just I am using that value for the peak values. I have validated for yes, sir.
Okay. So if anyone does not have any question, we can move to forward to the next speaker.
Thank you, sir.
Any questions from online session? Yeah, continue.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Our next participant is Nishant B. You are also given 8 minutes to present and 2 minutes for discussion. You can present your presentation. Nishant B.
Yes, ma'am.
Please present. Please share your screen.
The screen is available, ma'am.
No, it's not visible. Yes, we can see now.
Mr. Nishant, can you just switch on your video so that we can also able to see you?
Is it correct, sir?
We can't see you.
Ma'am, can I start?
Yes, you start.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Nishant B, final year MTech student hydraulics from the National Institute of Engineering, Mysore, and internship student, National Institute of Technology, Karnataka, Surutkal, Mangalore. And I am here to present my research work entitled with performance analysis of different machine learning algorithms in flood predictions. Coming to an introduction part, we all know that floods are nothing but an overflow of water which submerges the land, and we can see the figure here, a Gota flood. And it has been caused by many reasons. So we can see the some causes mentioned in the flowchart here, like meteorological, vegetation, catchment shape, land use, and there are many. And coming to its effects, it has more number of effects, but in this presentation I have shown only one effect, that is poverty, through a flowchart diagram. How poverty is interrelated with all these flood and how it has been caused. And coming to a major part, that is flood predictions. Flood prediction is a process of estimating the likelihood of flood occurring in a specific location, usually using a historical data or some models to predict the flood. This is a flood prediction, so it's a major part of my research work. An introduction to machine learning and its application. Machine learning algorithms has many applications. It can be used in any of the field, but I have pointed out major applications in water resource management. That is water quality monitoring and flood prediction, water demand forecasting, groundwater management, and drought monitoring and mitigation, water resource allocation and planning. And in this research work, I have concentrated on flood predictions. And coming to its type, they can be classified into supervised learning, unsupervised learning, and reinforcement learning. For this research work, I have used supervised learning algorithms for predicting the flood. Objectives are to design the different machine learning models to predict the flood. Performance analysis of machine learning models and to know which best model has an higher based on accuracy, which model is good for predicting the floods for future floods. I have done a performance analysis of ML models. Coming to study area, Arkansas River Basin, a major tributary of Mississippi River. I have chosen Arkansas River Basin as a study area, which is a major tributary of Mississippi River Basin in USA. Arkansas River stretches 1469 miles and it stands as 6th longest river in USA, and it ranks as second among tributaries within a Mississippi River. This is a shapefile of an Arkansas River, and it lies in humid subtropical zone, and it joins the Mississippi River. Confluence of Arkansas and Mississippi River figure we can see here. The reason behind why I have chosen Arkansas River as a study area, because ML algorithms need a good quantity of data for a good results. So as USA catchments have good quantity of data were available, since I have done this research work during my internship in a very short period, I took data from this and I have done my research work. Coming to literature survey, recognizing a background research. So these are the literature papers which have been used for my research work. System architecture, there is methodology, data collection, that is then data preparation, and I have pre-processed the data. Next, model selection and splitting the data, as known as we all know that is data splitting, and classification of ML models and model evaluation. Next, I have done the performance analysis of different machine learning models. Coming to brief in system architecture, I have downloaded the dataset of 34 years of streamflow data from Camel datasets, and then I have downloaded from Camel datasets as I said. So the data was downloaded in a daily data format, then I have converted into yearly data in a monthly wise. Yearly streamflow data. If the yearly streamflow data is lesser than the average annual streamflow data, I have predicted as no. And if the yearly streamflow data is more than average annual streamflow data of 34 years, then I have predicted as yes. And yes and no has been replaced as 1 and 0 in the ML or pre-processing, in the data pre-processing step. Next, I have used logistic regression, random forest classifier, support vector machine, and k-nearest neighbor, which is a supervised machine learning algorithms for my flood prediction. And for data splitting, I have used 60% of training data and 40% of testing data. And model has been evaluated based on accuracy, recall score, and ROC score. Next, I have done the performance analysis of all the supervised machine learning models which I have used. Coming to results, you can see the Arkansas River streamflow record of 34 years, which has a peak in April, May, June, and July. Since it is in a humid subtropical zone, there will be anytime rainfall or some snow, but it is in a peak of April to July as per the data. Comparison table of all the machine has 92% accuracy, and k-nearest neighbor has 85% of accuracy, and logistic regression has 78% of accuracy, and random forest has 71% of accuracy. I have shown in a bar graph here. Coming to performance analysis based on accuracy, recall score, and ROC score. You see the graph here, that is accuracy score has been mentioned in blue, and ROC score as orange, and then recall score as orange, and ROC score as violet in color. So you can see the performance analysis. So through the result says that machine is best ML. I have evaluated the efficiency of various machine learning techniques. I have explored the feasibility of building a good flood prediction model by taking Arkansas River, which is a major tributary of Mississippi River Basin. I have used a 4 major algorithm it's compared with basis of accuracy, recall, and ROC score. And support vector machine demonstrably outperformed and all the methods in 3 evaluation metrics, which has 92.86% of accuracy rate. So this research says that by providing a strong evidence, selection of support vector machine is an effective model for the flood prediction. So this research says support vector machine is a good
Nishant, you
model
have
for
2 minutes
that
left.
climatic zone. Coming to selected references, these are the references, and end of my presentation. Thank you.
You have not shown any conclusion from your presentation.
Sir?
There was a network issue.
Nishant, can you show your conclusion slide?
Yeah. Whether it's Can be seen, ma'am?
Yes. Yes, it's correct. We can go for a next presentation because we.
Sir, discussion part, sir.
Okay.
Now it's open for discussion. Whosoever has any query, you can ask.
From the student side, any query? Put it 1 or 2 queries. Okay. He's presenting from I think from Bangalore. Okay, it's beautiful city. Okay.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Why
Yes,
SVM outperformed over RF, LR and all? Why?
So because it has a good working factor that compared to all the algorithms it worked because it uses hyperplane to distribute the data. So when I give 40% of training and testing data, it has worked so best. So I have chosen it as a best model.
Thank you. Tapas, you have a question or we can go for next? Satish, do you have any questions or we can go for next?
Yeah,
Yes.
one question. Hello.
Yes, please put the question.
Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yes, audible.
Yeah. Vishal, can you please explain why you have chosen the supervised machine learning? Why not unsupervised machine learning?
Sir, as per my literature review, supervised machine learning algorithms are good in predicting the floods. They are used for prediction. But coming to unsupervised algorithms, they are only good in for clustering, as per my readings. So, coming to as per my literature, the supervised machines are good in prediction. So, I choose 4 types of supervised algorithms itself, sir.
Okay, based on the literature you have chosen. Okay.
I have one question, Nishant.
Yes.
Just one.
Yes, sir.
You told that your topic is something like that. It is related to flood with the poverty. So can you just explain how actually you have related these two things?
Sir, it was a slide that is to show effects of flood, because if there is a dump or damaged collapsed house, it may cause injury, it may get death or disease or loss of income. Like that, it may get correlated with all the factors. So I choose that poverty is also an effect caused by flood, like that.
Okay, thank you.
Nishant, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the random forest model actually have a better way to explain the superiority of parameters, like sensitivity analysis you can do. So that way you need to know which parameter is really contributing more towards the model efficiency enhancement.
Yes, sir.
I don't think you have done it. If you find time, can you do that and check that whether your poverty or vegetation or anything really contributing more towards your model like efficiency?
Sure, sir.
Yeah, because the random forest has a very easy approach to do it, and other NNs have the sensitivity analysis tool available to you. So that way you can really make a good research. Okay.
Definitely, sir.
Go for it. Okay.
Thank you. Our next participant is Nisarg Shah. Nisarg?
Yes. Am I audible?
Yes. You can present your...
Yes, you are.
You can share your screen.
I am requesting all the participants, please switch on your video.
Yeah, sure. I will do that too. Is my screen visible? And am I visible as opposed from the camera side as well?
You are visible, but your screen is not visible.
I think I have shared the whole screen, so just a second, I will share it again then. Can you confirm it now?
Open
Your
your slide.
presentation is not visible.
Yeah, correct. I have shifted to the
Yes,
presentation now. Yeah,
yes,
thank you so
yes.
much.
Now it's visible.
Yeah, so my name is Nisarg Shah, and I'm a Charusat University student, and I'm currently doing my bachelor's in computer engineering. And I would like to take the opportunity to present my title, that were development of flow forecasting model. It is a deep learning model which I've used to predict or forecast the discharge for the Brahmaputra River basin. So start with the introduction. So in introduction, there has been frequent experiences of flood events annually in the Brahmaputra River basin, which leads to the need that we should have a flood forecasting model that can forecast the discharge flow, which then leads to the flood. So we are able to mitigate and safeguard the region and the people around that region of the river basin. So now the current operational physics-based forecasting model are basically thriving on real-time data. But many a times the absence of real-time data causes a problem. Even the satellite data has a 3 days lag. So and we have gone through the study to explore the deep learning models to build a bridge between this gap, and we can complement the already existing model using the forecast discharges. So I would introduce the study area. The study area would be the Brahmaputra River Basin. So it is on the northeast side of India, and it has frequent annual flood events, which has motivated me to find a solution to this effect. So now I will spotlight on the data side. So our objective first would be to compare model, and by forecasting 3 days lead, and using the best model to deploy an approach that is incorporating different time lags and forecast 1 day time lead discharge. 1 day time lead has been selected because it gives the maximum prediction accuracy or least error. So that's why I have taken this parameters. And in terms of data description, so the duration of data which I have taken is 2015 to 2021. 2015 to 2019 has been selected for training and validation purpose, and 2020 monsoon data and 2021 monsoon data has been specifically selected for testing purpose. I have taken monsoon data because these are the durations or the period when the river tends to have the maximum discharge flow and tends to have the maximum possibility of flood. The performance matrix which I have selected are root mean square error and the Nash-Sutcliffe efficiency. These two are selected. Root mean square error gives the uh, loss or the error which has been predicted over the target value and the predicted value. And this is the description and the sources of our data. The river discharge is from a WRF hydrological model, which is calibrated using gauge discharges. It is the temporal resolution would be daily, and the spatial resolution would be 500 meters. The rainfall has been sourced from JAXA rainfall, and it has the same temporal resolution of daily and the spatial resolution of 10 kilometers. Soil moisture is derived from the source of NASA's SMAP, and the temporal resolution would be alternate days, and the spatial resolution would be 10 kilometers. The soil moisture, as it is alternate day data, so I have interpolated it so to match it with the daily temporal resolution of river discharge and rainfall. So now I would like to talk about the workflow or the flow of how the whole study goes through. So first, there is a gathering and analysis of the data. Then we shifted to pre-processing. Pre-processing includes the interpolation of the soil data and also scaling the data to the range of 0 and 1. 0 and 1 scaling is necessary in deep learning model training because it gives the model less complex data and we are able to predict in less time with less complexity. So then I have shifted my focus to model training. In model training, I have used two models, the traditional LSTM and bidirectional LSTM, compared the results of both two. And in our study, we have found that bidirectional LSTM tends to perform better than traditional LSTM. And then using that bidirectional LSTM, we predicted discharges in different time lags from T minus T minus 7. During the prediction of different time lag, we have also added soil moisture data, which was not initially present. So now I would like to highlight how LSTM and model works. So basically, LSTM works on recurrent neural network. It is a type of deep learning model which is used for sequential data. LSTM proves to be improved version of recurrent neural network as it has memory cell which stores selective information. So the memory cells tend to have three functions. They store the data, they forget the data, or they give the data to the output. So these are the three main functions of the memory cell. So
Nisarg, you
each
have 2
time,
minutes left.
okay. So each time the data goes input, previous data is also given to the next time step, and this helps to build a relation between different time steps. Bidirectional LSTM is similar to the traditional LSTM in every other way, but it is a combination of two LSTM approaches in an opposite direction. So that helps in recognition of cyclic patterns and trends and understand the historical trend as well as the future trend, how they are both intercorrelated. So this is the model training and validation scores. So both the models are trained on the same epoch number, batch size remains same, and the loss function which I've calculated is mean square error. The comparison results are when I predicted for LSTM and bidirectional LSTM for 3-day time lead, I found that in every other case, bidirectional LSTM tends to perform better over the regular LSTM model because of its architecture beneficiation. And to predict that, I have used discharge and rainfall and predicted it for 3 days time lead. So I hope you are able to see the numbering and numerical statistics. And now I will show, this is the graph or the scatter plots of my results. So this is for only bidirectional, which has tend to be proven better. The T is the next days, T plus 1 is the day after that, and T plus 2 is the third day. So these are the graph. We are able to see that in both the testing cases, T for the next day performs to be the best case with the maximum accuracy or the minimum error score. And the scatter plot even shows the line which is the best case, that is y is equal to x in this case, and which has the least scattering of points. And as we go down, we are able to see that is sum of the scatter is generated. Even for the monsoon season of 2021, the trend remains similar. The T for the next day prediction is the best case, and which is having the least error and the maximum accuracy. And as we go to the day after that and the day after that, we tend to lose some accuracy. So at the end of the study, we were able to find that bidirectional LSTM is the best. And using that bidirectional LSTM, we have tried to predict for different time lags from T minus 1 to T minus 7. And we have found that T minus 2 and T minus 3 tends to have the best results overall, apart from any of the other time lags. Here in this study, we have added one more element, that is for soil moisture, and reduced the forecasting delay to 1 as a stated reason. So we have found bidirectional LSTM not just performs well and add some more beneficial trend exploration over the traditional LSTM. And because of this reason, we also propose that if we tend to increase the data even longer, we can see even more distinguished results and even a better prediction accuracy over the LSTM model. So for the future works, we also intend to leverage these correction models to correct the biases of WRF model, which is the operational model, and to increase the pipeline to deploy and develop an indentation model so we can predict the future indentations and implement the same model or similar architecture over the Ganga River Basin, incorporating more features for the forecasting. and at the end, we deploy the model over the Vedas. I would like to end my presentation with an acknowledgement that I express my gratitude to IWAI and CWC for providing data for model calibration and validation of WRF. I would also like to thank the conference committee for giving me the opportunity to present my work, and to Space Application Center ISRO for providing me the opportunity to work on this project. Thank you so much. I'm open for any questions.
Yes, anyone please ask question.
Hi Nisarg. I have one question. Like you gave the forecast for which station?
So this discharge and other parameters are generalized for Brahmaputra River basin, because the main idea behind the study was to explore the aspects of machine learning and deep learning rather than aspects of
No, like
hydrology as a single
which
thing.
gazing station did you give the forecast for it? Is it for the entire the entire Brahmaputra basin, or?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it's
your
for the entire
outlet
Brahmaputra
point
basin.
is what? I mean, the gauging station for which you gave the forecast.
I would like to highlight that I'm not aware of the specific specification of the data point. And as I gathered it from the
Yeah. So any other questions from Tapas? Can you have a question so that we are a bit late?
Yes. Yes. Just one simple question I am asking you, that what type of data you have collected from IWAI, and can you just elaborate?
Yeah, I would highlight that part. So as I initially stated that the WRF model has some biases, the physics-based model. So the IWAI and CWC's data were used to by the previous authors to calibrate and validate the physics model. So I have used that same physics model's prediction to compare my results with the deep learning model. So I have used that.
My question is whether you are getting the depth from that IWI or discharge you are trying to calibrate. Just that thing.
Discharge I am trying to calibrate. So the discharge which is taken in WRF model is taken from that two sources.
So discharge in which form actually, whether this is directly raw data discharge they are getting, or they have given some data and you are just making this into discharge?
They have given, I have been given with the discharge in the form of a tabular data, which was on the daily basis. So that was like the end discharge values of overall Brahmaputra River.
Okay, thank you.
Satish, do you have a question? Okay, so we can go for next present.
Thank you. Our next participant is Sonu Kumar. He will be presenting offline. He is with us.
Okay, sorry. But वहाँ copy किया है? Okay, हाँ. सोनू है. हाँ. Yeah.
You can see.
It's visible, na? YouTube and both MS Teams are. हाँ, please. You can use the slide sensors, you know. Okay, start. That laptop is not connected. It's not connected.
Okay. From the web, I can see.
Yes. So, Mr. Sonu Kumar, please don't waste time in the introductions and all, because we know the plots more. Okay.
Good afternoon,
than
all.
any other in the world. Okay. We are the most sufferer of the plots. Okay.
Good afternoon, all.
My name is Sonu Kumar. I am MTech student from Civil Engineering Department in IIT Guwahati. I am going to present the flood susceptibility mapping of Balia district, Uttar Pradesh, using remote sensing. These are the intro part. We will continue in less time. India is the most flood affected country. Sorry. India is the world flood affected country after Bangladesh, accounting for 1/5 of the global death count due to floods.
Yes, it's coming. There is no problem.
As per National Commission flood, there are 23% floods prone area in India concentrated in Uttar Pradesh. Out of this, 60% concentrated in eastern part of UP, that is Balia, Gorakhpur, and other parts of Bihar like Chapra and Siwan. Due to such losses every year, the development of the eastern part is defeated. The estimated annual economic loss from flood is around 40 to 55 million USD dollars. The selected study area in Balia district, UP, India, which falls in the central part of Ganga, low-lying area. This is our study area map. The objective of this presentation is using the remote sensing technique to identify the areas prone to the flooding and aid in disaster risk management, and classify the Balia region in different flood risk zones. The study area map shows the Balia is bounded by two major rivers, the Ghagra in eastern part, which comes from the Nepal, and the Ganga in southern part. These regions are low-lying areas. As per the study, from 2005 to 2020, in these 15 years, there are 185 floods came, and out of these, 85 major floods counted. These are the methodologies that I have used. We take these 7 parameters: rainfall, land use, land cover, slope, and elevation, topographic wetness index, and distance from river, and NDVI. After that, we collect this data from the satellite data, living atlas, SRTM, soil texture, and proximity. After that, you apply the multiple criteria analysis using the analytical hierarchy process, and then classify into 5 zones, from very high to high, moderate, low, and very low. These data were collected from here as is shown in PPT. The first parameter I have shown the annual rainfall data, which is shows from lower to higher range. The rainfall data varies from 1020 from 20 mm to 1044 mm. We classify the susceptibility class from very low to low, and moderate, and high, and very high. And then we classify the in susceptibility classes 1 to 5, and the weightage given after the analytical hierarchy process. Rainfall is the most dependable factor of the flood. Flood occurs due to the huge volume of the runoff flows over banking as a result of excessively heavy rainfall or prolonged area. And then second part, we use the second parameter is land use, land cover. It is indirectly or directly affected by the surface runoff, evapotranspiration, permeability, and penetration rate. We also classify in susceptible class from very high to very low. The next parameter are elevation map and then slope map. Elevation is, as you show the map, elevation is less in the bank of a river, and in plain river is high. In low part, the flood chances are more in this region. The slope is a slope parameter is control the flowing water's speed. The higher the slope angle and the lower the chances of the water stagnation, a lower rate of the infiltration, and the higher the flow velocity. The next parameter is distance from the river, and then topographic wetness index. And then the NDVI parameter. NDVI is developed mainly for the separating the green vegetation from the other surfaces, and it also the preference well and recognition of the surface water. After all these parameters, we overlying using the ArcGIS is plot the final map. Then after that, we use the analytical hierarchy process using GIS. In ASP, we give the weightage for all the parameters as per role. We put all the reclassified values for the different parameters. We compare the specific parameter with other remaining parts. Sorry. Remaining part parameters and provide the weight to which one is more important, and then it in Excel sheet. Weight will be automatically calculated by the ASP process, and now we give the weight to each parameter. For the checking in sum of all the weightage should become 100%. For check, we will see the CI value is 6.5.
So you can conclude. Okay.
6.5. That is so, which is the for the correction value it should be less than 10%. So we can say we give the weightage for this process. It may be right. These are the final result after overlaying all the maps using GIS and reclassify factor weighted and scales. Now we will get the flood substitute map and analyze the flood risk zone. These are the results we have classified into from low risk to high zone. We see the map, red part shows the very high, then upper high, yellow is moderate, and green is very low to low. The risk zone are classified in an affected area. In very high risk area are the Chanddiara, Gopalnagar, Bhuara and Haldiram.
Yes, it's not necessary to highlight it. Okay. So the Tapas, can you put the questions? Because we are a bit delayed. Okay. Any questions from student sides? Any questions? Okay. Tapas, can you hear us?
Okay. So Mr. Sanu, I have one question.
Yes,
that you have put some weights in your parameters.
Yes, sir.
So how you have decided that weights?
Sir?
How you have decided that weights? For each and every parameter you have put some weights.
Yes, sir.
So how you have decided that?
So generally it should be done in the ground in the study area field physically, but we have weightage compared to the which one is more important in this parameter.
That is the question. Like,
yes,
just 1 minute. That NDVI you have put 6% weight.
Yes, sir.
So how you have decided that whether it will be 6% or 10% or 15%? What I
Sir,
see?
in NDVI map, if you see the NDVI map, sir, if we see the red color showing area is the flat terrain. That side there is no more chances to flood come in, but we come in the lower part near to the river, then there is more chances to floods come.
Okay. I think Tapas. Okay. So we can go for the next presentation.
Okay.
Satish, we can go for next presentation because we have a 3 more presentation, and we wish that we should not have a too delay for next after lunch. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Our next presenter.
We can reduce that time.
You can have a, okay. Let them present it.
Yes.
We don't have
8 minute presentation.
Our next presenter is Akshay Kadu. You have 8 minutes to present. So please share your screen.
Please share the screen and start it. Please don't put lot of emphasis on the introductions. Commit to the methodology and the resultant discussion.
Yeah, sure. A very good afternoon to all the esteemed professors.
No, you have not shared the. You have not shared the.
Actually, I had shared the screen.
Once again, please do it.
Is it visible?
No.
No.
Or we can shift it to the next afternoon slot also. No problem. It's not visible. You might have the network problem from your side. if it that, I think we can go for next presentation. Say your presentation will take it the last sessions.
No,
Okay, no
sir,
problem.
just a minute. Sir, have you shared your presentation earlier to us?
No, don't prepare.
Yes, yes.
Okay, okay.
It is there.
So is it
We should maintain the time.
Actually, from my side, it is showing that I have shared, but I think because of the internet connectivity,
Maybe the network issue. Okay, it has come it now. Okay, you can start it.
Okay, is it now? Okay.
You please tell when to change. We will change accordingly. The slides.
It's already on lunch time, so I will try to keep it very short and my name is Akshay Kadu, and I'm working under Professor Aswad Biswal. I hope my voice is clear.
Yes, screen is clear, so you can
And
start.
I'm working on interpretation of scaling relationship between discharge and the basin area using a geomorphological perspective. So, then in 18th century and 19th century, the computers were not available, so most the engineers and scientists relied on using empirical methods, and they found an empirical relationship between the peak discharge and the basin area for design flood estimations. So we know that the rational method was very commonly used for the peak flow estimation in the basins. Also in the central and northern India, Dickens formula was commonly used, and in the southern India, the Revis formula was used. Whereas in the Western Ghats, the English formula was very common. So through this formula, what has been found that the peak discharge scales with the basin area in a power law fashion, as you can see here in the equation, and the scaling exponent was lying between 0.5 to 1. However, the physical interpretation to the scaling exponent, that is theta, was missing during the early times. Later, scientists found that although this relationship is empirically derived, we need to have a physical basis to the scaling exponent, so that during the unforeseen climatic scenario, we should be able to predict the scaling exponent so that we can get an accurate prediction in under the unforeseen scenarios. So after a pioneering work by Professor Kirby, he related basically the basin's runoff response to the basin's geomorphology. So particularly a width function which represents the geomorphological properties of the basin, actually the channel network topology, has been used to establish the scaling relationship between discharge and the basin area. So I will quickly tell about what is the width function. So width function is basically the number of channel links at a given distance x from the outlet of the basin, and it is measured along the river network. And if we divide the distance axis, that is x here, as you can see in the figure at the right, by the velocity of flow in the river channel, we can transform this width function into geomorphological unit hydrographs. So this theory was later used to find the physical basis for the scaling exponent using the function using the concept of width function. So here I have shown a nested basin, major basin and its sub basins. So at the right I have shown a schematic diagrams of width function for different sub basins, and it has been found that WP1 here represents the width function of the first basin, the peak of the width function. So it has been found that the peak of the width function scales with the basin area in a power law fashion, and thereby it gives us a physical basis to the scaling exponent during peak discharge and the basin area. However, most of the studies in the past, they try to establish or they mostly focus on the peak discharge and the basin area scaling relationship. However, in our study, we take it a way forward. We try to analyze the variation in the scaling exponent, particularly during the recession period. So most of the models developed in the previous studies, they are based on a Dupuit-Bosnius aquifer system, which assumes that a stream channel at a given point of time receives water or stream flow only from its nearest or the adjacent hill slope. So therefore, it only considers a local subsurface flow from the adjacent hill slope into the stream channel. However, in reality, there can be intermediate as well as the regional subsurface flow component which may dominate the recession flow or the subsurface flow. So therefore, the models which are based on this Dupuit-Bosnius assumption, we find that using this model, we can only relate the recession flow to the basin area using a linear relationship. As I have shown here in the equation 6, the recession flow will be linearly related to the basin area. In our proposed model framework, so it has been basically proposed by Professor Biswal and Singh in 2017, which I am using for my study. So the novelty of this model framework is that it considers the regional subsurface flow, as you can see in the figure at the left, the figure A. So I have shown here the local subsurface flow path as well as the regional subsurface flow path by the dotted lines. So the model framework takes into account both the local subsurface component of the groundwater flow as well as the regional subsurface component. And the total flow at the basin outlet is simulated as the sum of pure surface flow as well as the mixed surface subsurface flow. So the mixed surface subsurface flow, that is MSSF, we refer it to the flow which infiltrates into the ground, travels or covers the local or the regional subsurface flow path and ultimately meets the river channel at the outlet. So that we refer to it as mixed surface subsurface flow.
YouTube में आ रहा है.
So in this model framework, we formulated pure surface flow instantaneous unit hydrograph as well as the mixed surface subsurface flow instantaneous unit hydrograph. The PSF IUH was formulated based on the concept of width function, which I have already discussed, whereas the mixed surface subsurface flow or MSSF instantaneous unit hydrograph is derived from the concept of the progressive desaturation of the channel network in the downstream direction of the basin. So it basically takes into account the desaturation of the channel network in the downstream direction, as I am representing here. So the MSSF IUH ordinate at any point of time can be derived as the active channel length at a given point of time divided by the total contributing area, as you can see here. Yeah.
Yes,
So
come to
next slide.
Come to the results
so
part.
we selected, So we selected 4 nested basins in the US as well as the Godavari River basin in India. And this is the model framework that we use. So we use a dynamic Budiko model to estimate the effective rainfall, and we route it using our geomorphological framework. And we also compare the results with a well-known conceptual model, that is HBV model, which is based on a lump storage routing, which does not take into account the channel network morphology of the basin. So this plot is for basically, can you please go to the next slide? Yeah. So this plot represents the variation of the scaling exponent during the recession time for the observed stream flow. So as we can see here, that for the peak flow, that is on the 0th day of recession, the scaling exponent lies between 0.8 to 1.1, whereas as the recession progresses, the scaling exponent tries to stabilize and it flattens out at 1, which says that the scaling between the discharge and the basin area during recession period is mostly linear. However, after the 10th day onward, if the recession persists for a longer period of time, then the exponent starts to increase beyond the value 1. So this suggests that the higher order basin, they basically tend to receive more subsurface groundwater flow because of the deeper groundwater flow contribution, and they have a higher discharge during the low flow period compared to the lower order basin. As intuitively, we can say that the lower order stream channel during the dry period will try to dry out very faster, whereas since the higher order stream network or the larger basin will have a significant groundwater flow contribution, the discharge in the streams will be higher. So since we cannot observe the recession discharge consistent across a uniform time period for a sufficiently longer period of time, here I have used a percentile to plot the scaling exponent. So here I have plotted the scaling exponent versus the discharge percentile. And here we can see that during the peak, as I have already mentioned, the scaling exponent was lying between 0.8 to or 0.5 to 1. During the mid-recession period or the mid-discharge percentile, it flattens out near 1. And during
You
the
have
late
2
recession
minutes to
period,
go.
very,
Please conclude.
yes, I am aware. Yeah. And during very low flow period, the scaling exponent, as you can see for the 20th percentile onward, it starts to increase, meaning the higher order basin, because of the regional groundwater flow contribution, is receiving a higher water. So that's the major finding from our study.
Quite interesting work. Okay. Tapas, you have any questions?
No, I don't have any question. It's a good work.
It's a good work. Okay. And can I have a clap for him? It's okay. It's a very good work. Talking beyond the modeling, I just have a fascinated to, because you should not use model blindly and try to look it, and that's what Professor Panda can encourage, that please try to develop your one model, even if it doesn't work, even if you have a R square is 0.8 or 0.4, doesn't matter it, because you bring the knowledge to that system. Instead of you use any of the models, I'm not talking about SWOT or this thing, but you should understand the things, and this is a quite interesting work done by Dr. Basudhar Biswal group in IIT Bombay. I think that's what, I had a lot of interactions with them whenever I go to Mumbai. Okay, so you have a next. Okay, please don't delay it.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot.
Yes.
Our next participant is Bhadra Devdas. Please, she will be presenting offline. So your time starts.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Bhadra Devdas.
Okay, you are from IT Chennai. Okay, it's okay. Start.
Yeah, today I will be presenting on performance of Bagjola Urban Drainage Canal in Kolkata city, India. Okay. We know that coastal cities are mainly affected by flood. When we look at the recent floods that happened in the recent history, we have taken Kolkata as the study area here. Kolkata is top ranked. Kolkata has many problems. One of the problem is population. Kolkata is having a population of 14.1 million, and it is having a population density of 7,600 persons per square kilometer. That is making Kolkata as third in the most populous city in India, and it is ranked in top 20 in world's most populous city. The second problem is, in every year, when southwest monsoon comes, it will get flooded in Kolkata. The topography of Kolkata is such that it is having a lower elevation in the central area, making it as a social topography. And 90% of the topography is flat. This means water is not able to flow through gravity. We need to use pump to drain water from the central area. Out of the many urban drainage canals, Bagjola Urban Drainage Canal is one of the main drainage canal in Calcutta city. So we have taken Bagjola catchment only for this study. The Bagjola Canal starts from BT Road Bridge to Kulti Outfall which is the point where Bagjola Canal meets Vidyadhari River. The slope is very less for that whole catchment. It is less than 2 degrees. So water is not able to flow from the upstream area to downstream area. This is making the whole area flooded when very less. If at all the rain is very less, the water is not able to come from the upstream area to the downstream area. So they have installed pump in 2006 at the outfall area, which is having a capacity of 1,650 cusics, which is having 14 number of 100 cusic pumps and 5 number of 50 cusic pumps.
The slide is not visible online, so just okay. वो है ना, वो ये ऑनलाइन ऑफलाइन हो गया, नेट नहीं है, नेट कनेक्ट नहीं है.
You need to select that checkbox.
Yeah.
If it goes away, it goes.
अभी देखिए टीम्स में देखिए है ना, अभी आ गया ना,
Connected.
टीम्स में आ गया ना. टीम्स लॉगिन है नहीं है.
Should I start from first?
I think so. Let's start first.
Sir, should I start from first?
Maybe you are okay. You are just talking about.
It's not audible.
Should I start from first, sir?
No, it's okay. You continue.
Okay. And the Vidyadhari river is one of a tidal river. It is having a fluctuation of about 4.5 meters.
It is not working.
The mouse is not working.
Share. कोने में entire screen. नहीं ये कर इसको
Okay.
Yes, it's visible now.
Okay. So the Bagjola Canal, it is draining into Bidyadari River. This Bidyadari River is having a tidal fluctuation of about 4.5 meters. So to avoid the backwaters to come into the canal, they have installed flap gates, and also there are pumps so that water is drained into the Bidyadari River both by pumping and by gravity. But the problem is, like, by gravity, most of the water is not able to go to the river. Most of the time, we have to use pump only, and this capacity is not enough for the whole catchment to be less flood. The objective is to set up a 1D, 2D coupled hydraulic model, and to calibrate and validate the model, and to assess the effect of pump operation. We are assessing different pump capacities, and we are coming to a conclusion after that. For methodology, we have created the digital elevation model of the whole catchment from the spot elevation and cross-sectional data we have got from Irrigation and Waterways Department of West Bengal, and from the land use land cover map and soil map we have created infiltration layer using SES curve number method, and from all the data we have created a rain on grid model in HECRAS, and from that we have generated the stage hydrograph which we will be calibrated and validated using the observed water level, and we have taken design storm cases and change in pump capacity cases. We have taken so the digital elevation model and land use land cover map is shown. We have 3 observation points: VIP Road, Gaptola and Sonapur. And this is the 1D, 2D hydraulic model we have created in HECRAS. So we have used Manning's coefficient to calibrate the whole data. We have 5 type of land uses, and for all land use we have taken different Manning's N, and for reaches, for upstream reaches we have taken less Manning's N, and when we reach downstream we have increased the Manning's N values. So we are getting this Gaptola and VIP Road is used for calibration, and Sonapur station is used for validating data. We have used 2018 rainfall data for calibrating and validating the model. And then we have taken a design storm case. This, from IDF curve, we have generated a 10-year return period hydrograph, and using this hydrograph is given as a precipitation, and maximum tidal value, tidal fluctuating is happening on 25th July 2017. So we have taken that as, we have used that as the downstream boundary condition, and we have generated this flood map for design storm case. Then we have increased the pump capacity. Now we have only 1650 cubic pump capacity. So we have increased it to 2250 cubic pump capacity. That is, we have increased we have given 6 new 100 cubic pumps. But we have taken 3 cases that we have in HECRAS we have an option to give water surface elevation on and off stage. Like we have to give the stage at which it should be on and off. So if we have given as same as we are increasing as same as the existing pumps, then there is no difference. Then there is no difference. As we can say, D0 and D1 is having no difference. And D2, which is a case that we have given the water surface elevation on case with the last 6 pump elevation, then there is a decrease in the peak value. If we have given the first 6 pumps as the water surface elevation of first 6 pumps, then we can see that there is a decrease of 32% in the peak. And for first location, that is a downstream location, 0.95 meter we will get a peak stage when in the design case, and it is reduced to 0.65 in the D3 case, which is the most efficient case in our study. And the 0.7 is the FDL at location 1. So the whole simulation period we can get the value stage values below 0.7. And when we go to upstream, there is no effect in the pump, and you can see that there is no decrease in the extent of area flooded from the even if we increase the pump capacity. So these are the two problems even after we have increased the pump capacity in the location. So like upstream pumps have no effect even if we increase the pump capacity. So like for conclusion we can.
Yeah, so conclusions they can read it. Okay. So Tapas, you have the questions because you are from West Bengal and Calcutta. Okay. Even if you are in Tharpur.
Questions, but due to
yeah, please.
I had questions, but due to the time constraint, I am not asking. So it's really a good one, and the Calcutta is really suffering lots due to this flooding frequently. So it's a good one.
It's a good study. Thank you, thank you. So we can have a more interactions with my students. Next one, we have a last one. Yeah, online or offline? Okay. Just tell the name. This is the last presentation, so will be is it 5 minutes or 10 minutes? Yes.
This is the last presentation of this session. I invite Navneet.
5 minutes.
Yes, sir. I invite Navneet ji to present. Navneet, please share your screen. You have only 4 minutes to present and 1 minute for discussion.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Please share the screen. व्हीकल रेडी है ना? पूछ लो बजल को व्हीकल रेडी होना चाहिए. By the time you
Navneet, please share your screen.
Visible, ma'am?
No, it's not visible.
We have a PPT.
No, sir, he did not send.
Or we can take this into the next session. Okay, no problems.
I have done, sir.
Okay.
No, 1 minute.
Please share please share. Otherwise, we can take it to the next sessions, which will start at the 3:15 around.
Sharing. Sir, is it visible now?
It's a coming. It's a good. Yes. You are from NIT Calicut, so please go to directly to the methodology.
Please put it in full slide mode.
Okay. Now it's in full slide. Is it visible now?
No.
I have put it in full, sir.
Then there is a network.
Maybe it will not scroll.
You go to the study area.
Yes, you can continue like that. No problem. It's visible.
No, it's slide change will not happen.
No, it will not scroll. It will not scroll.
Yes.
Hello.
उसने click किया है उसने.
You have a network issue. You have a network. Or reshare.
Your screen.
No. Yes. Yes. Click on that. उसने click किया.
No. Actually, it comes. If the network is low, in his side it will show the full screen.
Yes, sir.
Click
that one, but it's not.
No. That his side it will show the full screen.
You guys have a presentation.
No.
You have not shared your presentation with us, na? Navneet?
Yes, I have shared now.
Okay.
Okay.
I am visible now.
Go to your study area.
Go to the study area.
Okay.
Next slide.
Yes, sir. Yes. Please start.
Yes.
Okay, my study area is the Charia River Basin, and my study is based on predicting the flood forecast for this basin using NWB precipitation ensembles. Generally, in deterministic forecasting, we use observed data, station data. In this study, I am trying to flood forecast using NWP precipitation data obtained from ECMWF website, which is provided by ECMWF itself.
It provides several ensembled numerical weather prediction precipitation data by different agencies. I have preferred ECMWF because it provides the most number of ensemble of this precipitation forecast. So first I have done is that I have calibrated and validated. This is my methodology. My methodology is that first I have to calibrate and validate a hydrological model. Here I have preferred HMS, and by using the observed data that I have obtained from IMD and IDRB Kerala, and after getting that, I have downloaded the NWP precipitation forecast from ECMWF, and I have done the error assessment and both qualitative and quantitative assessment of the data. And after assessing the errors, I have used that as forcing inputs to this HMS model and obtained the streamflow forecast. The study is done to check whether these NWP forecast of different lead times. I have used 2-day and 5-day lead time data, and to check whether it is possible to generate a much informed flood forecasting, so that we can take informed decision about the possible floods using these NWP precipitation ensembles. So the first one, I have done the calibration and validation of the model. So and the calibration and validation of the model during 2018 to 15 for calibration and 2015 to 19 for validation, and the R-square, NSE and RMSE values are good. So I have kept set up this model for further forecasting using NWP ensembles as forecasting and hosting inputs. So next is the quantitative and qualitative analysis of this NWP precipitation forecast obtained from ECMWF. The results of what the different lead times of 2-day, 5-day, and 10-day for RMSE, PSN correlation, and P-bias, which are the qualitative assessment, and the probability of detection, false alarm ratio, frequency bias, and threat score, which are the quantitative scores, are being displayed here. From this, the result shows us that the RMSE values are gradually increasing with increase in lead times, which means that lower lead time data are giving better results, is in better compliance with the observed data that we have obtained. The correlation is also reducing with increasing lead times of the forecast, as well as the percentage bias is increasing. When it comes to quantitative analysis, the probability of detection values are high for the lower lead time data, and the threshold fixed for all these four quantitative analysis are 2.5 mm, 5 mm, and 10 mm as prescribed by IMD for these numerical ensemble verifications. So from these graphs, we can be concluded that the forecasting, the model has given better detection of the peaks.
Please come to the
lower
conclusions.
lead time data.
Come to the conclusions.
So once I have done the assessment, I have used it for forecasting. From the forecasting simulation of hydrograph using this NWP forecast, it is we can conclude that the results are not much able to detect the peaks when I have done it with observed data. So the probability of detection values are 0.16 and 0.21 for 2-day and 5-day lead time data respectively, whereas the false alarm ratios are quite high for these 2-day and 5-day lead time.
It's a good. It's a good.
So we can
it's a good. Okay. Tapas, you have a questions?
No, it's okay.
Satish, you have a questions because we started from early morning. Okay. So it's a bit. Thank you. Thank you. What is it? So thank you, Tapas,
Yes.
Satish.
Thank
Okay.
you all the
Okay.
participants.
Anyway, we have missed
Thank you,
it.
sir.
Okay. Otherwise, I could have invited it to the campus. Okay. Because of less funding
yes.
from different source. But today morning I got a 20 lakhs money. I don't know how I can spend in the 20 days. Okay. So these 20 lakh money could have been come in a 1 week before. I can call my student groups to enjoy their life here. But anyway, that is unfortunate. So just now I get a 20 lakhs rupees. So I have to spend within a NMS grant by 31st March. Otherwise Modi will take out. Okay. So hopefully, I don't know whether we can spend or not. Okay. So thank you a lot. So thank you a lot. And Tapas.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, SL, please proceed for the lunch.
Thank you very much everyone for attending the session today. I request Satish sir and Tapas sir to send me the evaluation report so that we can present the awardees in our valedictory session. I would request everyone to proceed for lunch. Next session will commence at 2:45 p.m.
Okay, Arpita, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
We can leave now.
Yes.
We can leave now.
Yes. सेकंड वाला सेशन तो सबका प्रेजेंटेशन है मेरे पास, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। सेकंड वाला जो प्रेजेंटेशन है
लॉग इन कर सकते हैं ना, तुम्हारे अकाउंट बोल दो। ये अकाउंट कौन साइकिल खुला था ना?
Forgot my password कर दो. After 3 times maybe it will lock you up.
This is created by Saikat, no?
This is Outlook.
ये Saikat ही ये ओपन किया था ना? तुम्हारा लॉगिन में कैसे खुलेगा?
No.
No sir, I am opening my.
So his email actually.
My.
तुम्हारा पासवर्ड भूल गया?
नहीं सर, पासवर्ड यही है सर, मैं तो रोज लॉग इन.
Forgot my password, just check it. So it will come, send an email to you or text to you or whatever. He's checking.
वो ब्लॉक हो जाएगा। कहाँ है और दूसरे कहाँ है? Yes, you. मैं लॉगिन कर सकता हूँ ना?
Yes sir.
लेकिन ये तो सैकत ही खुला था ना? सैकत हुए नहीं। You can log in. You can. Saikat supposed to log in. You open now. You have password, no?
Wait, मैं फॉरवर्ड कर दूँ.
इनको फॉरवर्ड कर दीजिए.
अरे सैकत ही ओपन किया था, सैकत ही खुल सकता है. वो दिया है ना लॉगिन पासवर्ड. ओके, ओपन हो.
No sir, I am opening my own Outlook account because Vimlesh sir has shared PPT.
Vimlesh sir doesn't have can you not use his phone to go to web app?
That I can do. Why you are creating?
No. Go to WhatsApp web and just download from there. Use his phone and record. So go to WhatsApp app and then.
सैकत का पासवर्ड पता नहीं.
You can forward to him.
Use
It's
another.
okay, but they are forwarding me. So yeah.
सैकत को उसको बुला गया था ना पासवर्ड शेयर करने के लिए.
I operate my mail every day.
No. Use WhatsApp web. WhatsApp web.
Okay, to scan.
Or connect your phone there and WhatsApp web.
Now it has opened.
Open? Yes, this is.
The first one.
So tomorrow there is no lunch for you guys. So because lunch time if you guys spend more time eating, so nobody coming in time. So all the mess happens due to lunch. Or pita dragged the donga.
Downloaded? इसमें ओपन कर फुल स्लाइड व्यू तो है इसमें. और वो पेन ड्राइव इज अटैच्ड ना आफ्टर दिस रिकॉर्ड वी हैव ना पार्टिसिपेंट्स.
Saikat, you just eating too much seems like. So they are waiting for you and just kidding. When you signed up, they could not even get it.
Settings to more.
Hey, start it. Who is that? Start.
Presentation concept.
This. What is the full view? Share the screen. Share screen. Open the presentation. Where is the presentation?
Close screen is
No, not this.
Yeah, just test it. Is it coming? Okay. Don't waste it. Okay, already 30 minutes.
Done. So, good afternoon to all the participants. So now we are having a lead presentation by Professor Bimlesh Kumar sir. So before I invite him for his lead presentation, I would like to give a very brief introduction about him. Professor Bimlesh Kumar holds PhD degree from IISc Bangalore. He rejoined as a senior lecturer in the Department of Civil Engineering, IIT Guwahati in 2009. Currently, he is working as a professor in the Department of Civil Engineering, IIT Guwahati. He has total academic and research experience of 15 years. His key research interests are sediment transport and river hydraulics, mixing and computational fluid dynamics, and turbulent flow pump pipeline surge analysis. He has published more than 350 research papers in various peer-reviewed journals, conferences, and book chapters. He is the recipient of the academic and research awards like Professor R.J. Gardner Research Award and many more. He is the member of editorial advisory board in the Journal of Earth's Surface Processes and Landforms and academic editorial PLOS Water and associate editor in Frontiers in Environmental Engineering. He is also a review editor for the Sustainable and Intelligent Phytoprotection Frontiers in Plant Science. He is also the principal investigator in many research and consultancy projects. So with this, I would like to invite Professor Bimlesh Kumar sir to give his lead presentation on topic development of flow resistant equation for alluvial channel. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ajit. Yeah, this one. Yeah, thank you, Ajit, and good afternoon, everyone. That topic, the pointer. Acha, pointer. Okay. So how to do that? Okay, that. No, you give it to me. Yeah. Now the topic of my presentation is the flow resistance, development of flow resistance equation for alluvial channel. If you see alluvial channel resistance, if you think that viscous or turbulent shear stress are responsible for the drag force or the shear resistance force, this is not true. Basically, that all the viscous or turbulent shear stress, they strike the solid body, and in turn they generate the velocity gradient, which gives the drag force. Therefore, flow resistance, it depends on the solid surface and the turbulent part, some part of the turbulent which strikes the solid body. If you come to the general practice of resistance determination, what we use the Manning's equation, which is developed in 1890. If you go to the original Manning's publication, the first equation, this equation is not given by the Manning's. The first part, that if you go and read the discussion of this paper, you will find that somewhere it is written that this equation is given by Flamant. That is for the general. This is the equation given by the Manning's, the first one. It's not given by the the equation what we are today using, it's not given by the Mannings. Now just see what we do when we use the Manning's equation for the resistance calculation or velocity calculation. We assume n is a constant. This is not the way of doing the velocity estimation or resistance prediction in alluvial channel. These are the general practice we use like Sichling and the Chow formula and the other formula to calculate the Manning's coefficient. But if you go to the Manning's original publication, and if we assume it's a totally, purely for the open channel or the alluvial channel, the inertia, which is the potential energy as a inertia or input to the system, and the roughness parameter as the output. And this term has been taken from the Manning's original publication, where GS is equal to V square by R. The equivalent relationship we can take that GS, the gravitational force, can be equivalent to the V square by R, and the inertial part, which is the resistance part, it can be equated to the flow depth or the hydraulic radius. Now, if you see the take the definition of fluid number, the fluid number definition basically it's inertial by viscous. That's a very macro definition. Basically, what it says that fluid number, that it is a ratio of inertia, whatever input we are giving to the system and whatever the resistance we are getting from the system. So, fluid number we can define the inertial, the resistance part, or the basically the sediment part, and the potential energy part, which is the flow depth part, and it is a function of inertia smaller. It's a resistance of the sediment part or divided by the potential energy part, which is the flow depth. And this function we can assume. There are several way of assuming this function, but one such if we assume that this function is equal to k into r by r to the power alpha, and now if you go to the original Manning's calculation, which is GS equal to V square by r, and then that equivalence relationship, if we substitute that equivalence relationship with this fluid number definition and relate with the Manning's original equation or filament original equation, what we are getting is the n is basically function of k, which is the unknown quantity, the sediment part, and the gravitational part. So the general practice what we are using to calculate the Manning's, which is the only D50 or only some other parameter like hydraulic slope, that is not correct. The main, if you take the functional form of Manning's, it consists several parameter, and one such parameter k is basically the relationship between the inertia versus potential energy, the input and output of the system, that we don't know. So in order to eliminate or in order to accurately calculate the Manning's coefficient or the velocity projection in the alluvial channel, what we have to do, we have to find the alternative. So one such alternative is we can take from the Prandtl's mixing length theory, that we all know that if you take the assume the mixing length theory, U by U star is equal to A is the inverse of the kappa, one common constant, and ln y plus some constant. This is the general equation. It works for everything, the smooth part, the rough part. And if you think alluvial channel, it's a purely turbulent and generally falls into the rough transition to rough turbulent flow. Okay, if you see this equation, the only thing missing in this equation, if you take the LHS part, that is a non-dimensional, kappa is constant. If we take the single phase analysis, another B is constant. So what we need some parameter which will non-dimensionalize the flow depth. That's why I always tell that that open channel or pipe flow is the length problem. So we need some length parameter which will go into this equation and non-dimensionalize the flow depth. So if we take the smooth part, I will not go into the what is the smooth, no, we all know that. If you take the smooth turbulent flow, so what we require? In the smooth turbulent flow, the viscous effect is more dominant rather than the inertial effect. So that's why if you take nu by u star as a length parameter, if you check nu by u star, it becomes the length parameter. So if you use those things and to non-dimensionalize the length or the flow depth of the pipe, so this equation is for the, and by using the Nicolas experimental data for the smooth pipe flow, we can develop this equation, which is u by u star a ln y into u star by nu plus it's a 5.5 if you take the original Prandtl's mixing length theory. Now next is the rough turbulent flow, which is the inertial part, the resistance part. So in this case we can use the roughness parameter, which in the case of alluvial channel it is equal to d50. So u by u star, if we use the Nicolas original experimental data, it will become 1 by kappa ln y by epsilon plus 8.5. That is the equation we can find in the book, but this will work in the rough region. Now just see, we are having one length which is nu by u star for a smooth region, and the second length parameter epsilon or k, small k, for the rough region. But if you see the turbulent flow is divided into three distinct regions: smooth flow, transition, and then the rough flow. So if we use some kind of length parameter, which is function of nu by u star plus small k, which is the roughness or the d50 for the alluvial channel, and with certain manipulation, this is the roughness part. So what we can do, we can take the length parameter of smooth flow and the length parameter of rough flow, and with some correction factor which is phi r star, and this correction factor, if you take the r star, the shear Reynolds number, if tends to 0 equal to 1, if it tends to infinity also equal to 1. So that this equation, we can hypothesize that this equation will act for everything: smooth, transition, and the rough. Okay. So our general equation will be, which will act, which will be basically used for all the rough, smooth, transition, and rough regime. And if we use the Nicolas original experimental data, we can get the value of A, B, and phi r star. Now this is the algebraic manipulation how to get the phi r star. But if you see, it's exponential and asymptotic function. If we r star tends to 0, it becomes 1, and r star tends to infinity, it becomes the 1. So this equation we can take, which will be applicable throughout the turbulent flow: u by u star a ln y by l plus some constant quantity. And if we take the original Nicolas experimental data, this is the original Nicolas experimental data, and if you plot the friction factor based on that equation, we can see that each and every data from smooth to rough, it falls on the same line. So we can take with certain that this equation we can use for the turbulent pipe flow, not the open channel flow. Correct? If you remember, this equation is like a Moody's diagram. Now, what we have done, we have developed the equation for the pipe flow, and now that equation we have to use for the open channel flow. So what we will do, if you neglect the outer layer, top of the basically the velocity profile, and if we neglect the deep level in the open channel and only the inner layer if we talk, we can say that the whatever equation we have developed with certain modification, we can use for the open channel or alluvial channel also. So the average, the point of application of average velocity, if we calculate, and based on the similarity principle, we can get a new correction factor which we will use for the original instead of this L function, the length parameter, there we will multiply with this correction factor. And with this correction factor, this equation we can use for the velocity prediction in open channel or alluvial channel. And if we can say that if you see the open channel or alluvial channel, it's a purely turbulent flow. So with certain certainty, we can say that this equation holds for every turbulent regime. Correct? This is just the algebraic modification, and we can also convert this equation in terms of Manning's coefficient or Manning's original resistance equation, and the Manning's coefficient again we can calculate from this equation, and we can see that again the Manning's coefficient is not simple, it's not uniquely related to the D50. There are several other parameters which affects the Manning's coefficient. This is the one way of developing the velocity prediction. Another way of developing a resistance equation or any other equation is by the dimensional analysis. So in this what we do, we calculate, we take all the component of physical, geometric variable, kinematic variable, and the dynamic variable which will affect the friction factor in open channel flow or alluvial channel. So where everything is there, geometric parameter is there, bed forms are there, the ascent parameter is there. By using the Buckingham pi theorem, we can see that where everything is defined. You can check that. Correct. The last one is the bed forms, cross-sectional shape parameter. Now, if we use the Buckingham pi theorem, that equation we can convert into this non-dimensional group, which is fluid number, Reynolds number, d50 by RH, which is the roughness parameter, rho s by rho. G, anyway, it's a constant, slope is constant, and the cross-sectional parameter is the constant parameter. So we can eliminate those things. The sediment, assuming that homogeneous sediment, G is anyway constant, assuming the S is almost nearly constant, the bed slope. Cross-sectional we can assume it's and there is only distinct cross-sectional. We are not going into the rectangular or trapezoidal kind of thing. So the final parameter is, final analysis, the friction factor basically depends on fluid number, Reynolds number, and the roughness parameter. Correct? Based on several experimental data of field observation, what we have to do, we have to find some kind of function which will give us the friction factor. So there are several other ways of finding the function. One such way we can say that this can be used also. And based on this function, we see, if you see this graph resembles the well-known graph, which is the Moody's diagram, where the changes are, if you take the Reynolds number very, very high, changes is only in the roughness parameter, other things are constant. So the lambda, so this graph we can use instead of, this graph we can use for the alluvial channel. From this, if we know the fluid number, if we know the Reynolds number, we can go into the graph, and based on hydraulic roughness parameter, we can determine the correct friction factor. Okay. So this is the, if you have any question, no? Yeah.
So any questions? So any questions from audience or any questions? Okay. Anyway, we are a bit late. Okay, we are a bit late, and so we will go for questions. Okay, you will chairing the session.
Yes.
If we come.
Yeah,
Thank you. Please have a clap. Okay, please have a clap.
Thank you, sir. I would like to request Professor Bimlesh sir to chair the session. We are having a participant presentation session. I would also like to invite Dr. Chandan Pradhan sir, from NIT Suratkal. So before that, I would like to give a very brief introduction about him. Dr. Chandan Pradhan holds PhD degree from IIT Guwahati. So he is currently working as an assistant professor in the Department of Water Resources and Ocean Engineering, NIT Suratkal. He was a postdoctoral fellow in TIDF IIT Guwahati under Directorate of Science and Technology. His other professional experiences include as a graduate trainee engineer in General Steels. He has published more than 18 research papers in several peer-reviewed journals, conferences and book chapters. He has received Lanco Foundation Merit Award for Excellence Performance in Department of Civil Engineering, Indira Gandhi Institute of Technology, Odisha, India in 2012. So I welcome Dr. Chandan Pradhan, sir, for co-chairing this session. And all the participants of this particular session are requested to stick with their time. So all the presenters who have been allotted 10 minutes are requested to finish their presentation within 8 minutes, and all the 5-minute presenters are requested to finish their presentations in 4 minutes. So our first participant.
Yes.
First participant, Mr. Preetam Kumar, investigation of hydrodynamic behavior in a flume.
It's okay. It's okay. He will take care.
Okay.
We don't have a time. We are a bit late. Mr. Preetam can just share the screen.
Yes.
He's
Yes,
there,
sir.
no?
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes. Please share the screen.
Yeah. Shared, sir?
No, it's not coming. You have already unshared, no? तुम्हारा share नहीं बनी. Yeah, it's a coming. It's a coming now.
Okay.
Your
Now visible,
WhatsApp is coming. Yeah. Please open the presentation.
Now.
Please open the presentation. Yes,
Yes,
it
sir.
has come. Full screen mode. Put in a full screen mode. Full screen.
Yes, sir.
Full screen mode.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Preetam Kumar. I am going to present investigation of hydrodynamics behavior in a flume with emergent vegetation. Overview, introduction, methodology, results and discussion and conclusion in this presentation. Introduction, vegetated channel. Vegetation.
Be cool down. Don't worry. Don't worry. Okay, we are here to hear. We are here to hear you.
Okay, sir.
Please cool down it. Start it now. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Take 2 minutes rest. Okay, no problems.
Yes,
Yes, start.
Vegetation naturally grow in river channel, floodplains, canals, etc. Vegetation are different types. Natural and artificial vegetation grow in rivers or floodplains naturally or artificially. Different types of vegetations like emergent vegetation, flexible vegetation, submerged vegetations. Submerged vegetation, etc. The aim of this research is to study the three-dimensional turbulent flow properties in the channel with emergent vegetation. Experimental setup. In this experimental setup, a straight rectangular channel whose dimension is 13 meter length, 90 centimeter width, and 70 centimeter height. Bed material of channel is made of concrete, and bed slope whose bed slope is 0.002. Height of vegetation taken in this experiment is 25 centimeter, and diameter of vegetation taken 8 mm. Spacing of vegetation is 18 centimeter in a staggered pattern, and length of vegetated section is 7 meter. Figure A shows a plan view of experimental setup, and figure B shows channel view in laboratory. Figure shows a test sections. NV is the non-vegetated sections, and V shows vegetated section. Here two sections is taken, non-vegetated and vegetated sections. Experimental condition: flow discharge is taken 0.06148 meter cube per second, and flow depth is taken 20 centimeter. Reynolds number is 50194. Vegetation is emergent and rigid. Emergent rigid vegetation distributed staggered pattern. Solid volume fraction is 0.15514. Results and time average velocity. Figure A shows stream-wise velocity. Here blue color it shows vegetated sections, and black color shows non. We in this figure we observe that stream-wise velocity is stronger in non-vegetated sections, and when flow goes in vegetated zone, then velocity decreases by 30 to 35%. In figure B shows is transverse velocity. Here transverse velocity is higher with positive magnitude in inner layer, but in the vegetated sections, transverse velocity in with negative strength. Figure C shows vertical velocities. Vertical velocities are higher in non-vegetated zone and lower. Approximately whose strength is negligible. The bed roughness provides a sharper inflection point, which likely triggered more vigorous instability associated coherent structure, evidenced by the vorticity augmentation near the bed due to the flow separations. Turbulence intensity. Figure A shows stream-wise turbulent intensity. Figure B shows transverse turbulence intensity, and figure C shows vertical turbulence intensity. In figure A, we clearly observe that stream-wise turbulent intensity is higher in the vegetated zone than non-vegetated zone. Figure B, which is increases by 20%. But in and transverse turbulence intensity is high. Transverse turbulence intensity also higher in the vegetated zone than non-vegetated zone, which is increases by 20 to 30%, and transverse vertical turbulence intensity is higher in the outer layer. And outer layer for non-vegetated zone, but in the inner layer higher in vegetated zone. Turbulence intensity depends upon the vegetative drag, and it is negligible for a vegetative density. Near the bed region dominates shear generated turbulence. Turbulent kinetic energy. Turbulent kinetic energy is the turbulent kinetic in the vegetated zone is higher than the non-vegetated zone, which is increases by 10 to 30% in the vegetated region. Turbulent kinetic energy distribution is the pronounced bulges near the bed surface due to the flow separations. It is higher over entire depth of flow, indicated that effect of boundary layer due to vegetation play an important role in turbulent.
Please conclude.
Reynolds series. The longitudinal velocity decreases. Transverse velocity towards center of back, and vertical velocity move in upward direction in vegetated region. Longitudinal and transverse turbulent intensity increases while vertical turbulent intensity decreases in the vegetated region. Turbulent kinetic energy increases in vegetated region immediately behind.
Please conclude it. So we can read your PPT, so please conclude.
Yes.
Please conclude. Come to conclusion slides.
Yes. The RSS growth representative having the inflexible distribution due to the flow separations and voltage sharing. This study provides a three-dimensional turbulent flow structure in a channel with emergent
Can you hear us?
vegetation which have
Can you hear us?
Hello?
Your screen is not ruling it. You just check it. Maybe you have an internet problem, so the screen is not ruling. Is it correct? No? Screen is not ruling it. Please conclude. Please, within 2 minutes, you just conclude. What is your major finding?
Hello?
Yes,
I am audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible.
Hello?
And your conclusion, we can read it. So I'm just asking you, do you have any questions? Okay. Questions?
Pritam? Hello?
Yes, sir?
It's audible, no?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. Did
Yes,
you
sir.
do the convergence analysis, whatever turbulent kinetic energy or shear stress you are calculating?
Yes, sir.
Convergence analysis of your turbulent time
Sir?
series. Have you done the turbulent convergence analysis of your time? It's not audible.
Yes, sir. 3 minutes, sir.
Yeah, we don't have much time. Okay. Chandan, can you put the questions? Chandan.
Pritam, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, with this, please unshare the things. Please unshare it. We are going for the next presentations. Okay, please unshare.
So we have next presentation by Mr. Dhyanesh Borse. Dhyanesh Borse, are you online? Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, please share your screen. Yeah.
Yeah, I have shared my screen and it
You have just 8 minutes, huh? Please conclude within that.
Yeah, sure. I will stick to my time. Okay. Let me know if my screen is visible. I will start.
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. Good afternoon to all esteemed chairs, professors, and my friends. My name is Dhyanesh Borse, and I'm working with Professor Basudev Biswal in IIT Bombay. And we are studying river networks, and today I will be showing you an explanation for the energy minimization tendency of river networks. So we see these hierarchical tree patterns all around us, including our blood vessels, or if you see a leaf or everywhere, we see these tree networks. The most popular theory is that these networks forms to efficient the transportation systems, basically to make the transportation easier. So similarly, in case of river networks, the popular theory says that river networks are optimal channel networks, and this theory was even get validation when these networks, optimal channel networks statistical properties were found to be as same as the real river networks, namely Heck's law, distribution of contributing areas or upstream lengths. So there are also various other optimization principles like most probable geometry or minimum stream power or maximum entropy, etc. But currently, what processes leads to this emergence of optimal networks is not very clear. Also, currently most widely accepted optimality hypothesis is about minimum energy expenditure, which is given by summation of stream length and discharge raised to gamma. Currently, gamma is given as a 0.5, and this expression we can obtain from writing a complex expression of shear stress, etc., and then using some simple scaling law analysis. Then we get this expression, and here we propose that energy minimization happens as a consequence of few thumb rules. For example, if you look at the real networks, the bigger streams or higher order networks, they will be less probable to change their flow directions in the evolutionary processes as compared to the low order streams. So there should be more randomness in lower order streams, means they are more probable to change their flow directions. So we are using this concept, and we have proposed a probabilistic model for drainage network evolution. So, we start here from the outlets first. That evolution will start from outlets. Then neighboring to the outlets are the potential pixels. We will choose each potential pixel in each step and update its flow direction. Now the choice of potential pixel will be made such that its probability will be area raised to eta. Area is contributing area. in my presentation. So wherever there is more contributing area, that's the higher order stream, its probability will be more to be chosen first. And if area eta is less, for example, if eta is 0, then almost all pixels are equally probable. So once I choose a pixel, I will update its flow direction. Updation of the flow direction, it will be happen in such a way that I will scan the surrounding pixels already evolved, and wherever there is already more contributing area, I will assign my flow direction to that pixel. So I can in this way assign flow direction to all the pixel and update it iteratively. Now, here are the results of this iterative probabilistic network evolution model. If you see this A figure, which is eta equal to 0, if we give any flow direction as an input, any initial network, the randomness will dominate when eta is 0, and we will get the network as shown in figure A. Now, let's say we are giving this random network as the input, and let's see how it will evolve with different eta values. So ABC shows the evolution with eta equal to 0.5. So you can see the networks evolving to the optimal patterns. And if eta is low, basically idea is, if eta is low, then randomness will dominate and networks will be more random. If eta is higher, then, there will not be more flexibility for networks to evolve. So if you see A and F, that is eta 0 and eta 2, there are a lot of similarities. Although eta is very high, network didn't change a lot. Okay, so now we wanted to calculate the energy expenditure of these different networks. So for that, we have find a new delta E, that's excess energy. So what we are doing with the same grid, we will run an optimization algorithm, OCN net, to generate optimal networks within that grid. And as compared to that, we will, for our model networks, we will calculate delta E. So we can see as for all positive etas, delta E decreases as the network evolves. And for eta equal to 0.5, it's minimum. For these networks, if we use different initial conditions, we can get different results. I have 3 different initial conditions here, and I have shown the eta 1 and eta 0.5 emergent values. So you can see whenever initial network is not optimal, the network optimizes to minimal energy, and you can see like eta equal to 1 networks carries the footprints of the initial network, whereas when it's 0.5, it just goes away. The drainage areas organizes completely differently. But if we give initial network as an optimal network itself, then we can see that energy increases first and then decreases for eta equal to 0.5. This suggests that our model is working very differently from the optimization algorithm. But interestingly, when eta, that's the randomness parameter, it's less than 0.5, then in long term, only randomness dominates, and in terms of delta E, the networks goes to the same random state. However, when eta is more than 0.5, the initial conditions comes into the picture, and initial the network evolves differently, as seen in this figure. But in all the cases, whenever eta is 0.5, there is limited randomness in the system. We will get the most optimal networks always. So we wanted to see, are the real landscape really optimal channel networks? So here I have shown the 3 islands with very different energy expenditure values, and also the modeled ones. And actually in real landscapes, we did analysis of 30 islands, but we did not find any one fully optimal. Actually, what should be happening in real life scale, networks tend to become optimal just locally, but they don't go to global optimum. This must be because of the initial conditions playing the role. Because drainage cannot reorganize to completely that it will go to the most optimal state. And also we show this, there is also role of randomness, so we cannot exactly predict the the evolutionary trajectory of these landscapes evolving. So what could be the future applications of this thing? Definitely, the model is giving us optimal channel network without using optimization algorithms. So, in any tree-like network, whenever we find such organization, we can use this framework, and we can explain those phenomena as well. Currently, we are
thank you. It's a good work. Oh, it's a good work, and
Yes.
really please have a good clap for him. and Professor Basudha
Thank you,
Biswal
thank you.
also, and have a good work. And we could like to have more presentation from you. Professor Panda from North Georgia University, he wants to put some queries.
Hey, Dhanesh, we know that
Yes,
8-direction 4-point method generally is used for delineating the stream flow direction. So,
Yes.
and we kind of take some kind of assumption, even if in all 8 direction the value of the elevation is lower than the original value from water will flow, and we consider assumed it that it will go to the lowest value pixel.
Yes.
So
Yes,
it could have gone to any 7 pixels instead of the lowest one. So did you try through your algorithm how to find out whether it should not go to the lowest one, it may go to the next lowest, or something kind of correlating
Yes.
with the next 64
yes.
next 64 pixels? Can you try that or no?
Yes, sir. I would like to actually tell you that, we had one more parameter. When assigning the flow direction, we can assign probability there. That there will be more probability to go toward the highest area pixel, that's the head sloping pixel, but there can be also other probabilities as well. But for the simplifying the model, we removed that part and only highlighted the value of eta here. But yes, and if we consider the probabilities in that divergence also, we had observed that we get some different emergence, like little less energy expenditure when we use flowing always towards the minimum highest area, then we get most optimum. That was our observation, but actually we had tried that.
Oh, that is good then. But sometimes we have seen it might be wrong if you take another, say, 64 pixels around it. Instead of going to the lowest value, it should go to the next lowest value or something. That way the stream might be regenerating differently.
Yeah.
But your study,
Yes.
actually what you found, that is actually we are doing good. Means everybody following that thing, that to go to the lowest point. That's nice work actually.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments.
Chandan, do you have it for questions?
Yes, sir. Dennis, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear.
So very nice work. Actually, one small query I have. So how did you fix that initial network? Like when you are running your optimization model, how did you fix that initial network?
Okay. Sir, we are not fixing initial network here. In fact, like we can give any initial network as an input to this model. Just the condition is that it should be loopless. So there should not be any initial loopless flow directions as a raster given to this model. It will evolve, and that can be act as an input to this model.
Okay. And finally, you have shown one slide on this field validation, I think. You are showing.
Yeah. I think you're talking about this where I'm showing some islands.
This one. So what is the conclusion you got from here?
If you see, actually, the first A figure is Hawaii, which is, very new, geologically very new island. So its energy is very high. It's 31%. But if you see the neighboring Kauai, which is in the Hawaiian range only, but it's more evolved than Hawaii. So its energy is less. So basically, as the landscape should evolve, its energy should reduce.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Very nice work.
Thank you. So I think we can go for next. Please have a clap for him. Okay.
Now we are having next presentation by Mr. Mohsin Jamal.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Please share your screen.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Sir, my PPT is visible, no?
It's visible.
Good evening, everyone. Myself, Mohsin Jamal, from Alia University, Kolkata. I am going to present my presentation on the topic time-dependent protection effectiveness of REPREP, a physical model study. So let's start with introduction. The river bank failed due to the geotechnical and hydraulic causes. So hydraulic causes occurs due to the flowing water, and non-cohesive bank is more affected due to this. On the other hand, geotechnical failure occur due to the downward movement of soil, which is generally occur in a fine-grained river bank. So during high flood levels, the bank shows more stability, but after drawdown, it becomes less stable. For the protection of bank, a number of methods are available, and among them, reprep is also very popular method for protecting the river bank. Here you can see different type of failure. We have taken the picture from different parts of West Bengal in North 24 Pargana, and this picture is from the Malda district. And for number of design equations such as IS 14262, IRC 89, etc. are available. So all these methods consider flow velocity as a prime parameter in size and weight calculation of riprap. So inclusion of drawdown in the design of riprap for riverbank protection is also very important parameter. So site-specific physical, mathematical, and numerical studies are required. So we have done a 45 experimental, design experimental to find out the optimal size of riprap for developed binding condition in our laboratory. This is the flume, small model. It is having 90 centimeter long, 40 centimeter wide, and 25.5 centimeter deep, and having inlet and outlet capacity. A distorted scale of linear scale of 1 raised to 200 and depth scale 120 was taken for preparation of bank. Actually, here the depth scale is more important because we have considered the depth as a prime parameter here. And the site soil which we have collected from the Kaliachak district, Kaliachak region, Palarpur site, and Malda district, West Bengal. So for simulation of field density, we have taken 10% of moisture content for simulating the 1.7 gram per cc density in field. And we have tried D30 effective size by 2.3, 3.2 to 4 point up to 8.84, increasing by 1.4%. This is the length, this is the dimension of flume, and this is the physical property of soil, which we have tested in our laboratory as well. So here is the preparation of the bank. We have prepared in our laboratory nearly 80% height of the drawdown we have taken, and exposure time we have taken 15 minutes, 30 minutes, and 45 minutes. And the rate of drawdown we have considered 4.5 mm per second, which is obtained from literature. So this is the summary of experimental program. The cross-sectional area of the model bank was 192 centimeter, virgin centimeter square, virgin cross-section of the bank. The weight of different size of riprap for single layer, different water standing duration, cross-sectional area loss, and for most damage section, and the riprap loss after the trial were recorded in this tabulated form. So some result and discussion we have obtained from this our experimental work. The impact of time and size of riprap on maximum vertical settlement of the bank is shown in figure. It was observed that with increasing size of riprap, maximum vertical settlement decreases from 32.3 mm to 15.5 mm for all 15-minute water duration. So the same pattern we have observed for other cases or other water standing duration also as well. Further, the result shows that between 30 and 45-minute water standing duration, settlement increases only 4.5%. So these findings suggest that beyond a certain point of water standing duration, the vertical settlement tends to stabilize and remain constant. 6.3 mm, 6.31 mm effective size shows the optimal size for maximum protection of developed model bank, developed bonding condition in our laboratory. The result also shows that the erosion rate was not followed the same rate as the drawdown rate. It indicates that the failure of the bank has taken some time after the drawdown.
Yes, please conclude.
And further,
please conclude.
Yeah. Yes. It has been observed that result area loss, we have also observed different area loss and different riprap loss in these cases. So In conclusion, this study shows that 6.31 mm size of riprap acts as the optimum size of riprap for betterment protection of developed boundary condition. The size of riprap influences both percentage loss of riprap as well as the area loss. And pore water pressure plays an important role in bank failure. So this study emphasizes the need for a physical model study before the application of any protection work on site. The performance of any protection depends upon the types of soil, alluvial conditions such as drawdown rate, drawdown ratio, velocity flow velocity, and exposure duration and others. So thank you.
Any question?
I hope I have finished it within time.
Anyone? Any question? Yeah, thank you, Mohsin.
Mohsin, good one.
Okay, so our next presenter, Mr. Bishwajit Pradhan. Mr. Bishwajit Pradhan, can you hear us?
Hello.
Chaitanya.
Okay, sorry. Chaitanya JC.
Yes. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Yeah.
Is my presentation is visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. Good afternoon, all the chairs and professors, and as well participant present over here. Today I am here to present part of my research work, that is quadri-channel subgrid approach in hydraulic modeling. Coming to introduction, flood is one of the serious reason for the loss of life and property. In order to avoid this, we can go for the structural and non-structural measures. In case of structural measure, we can go for the reservoir release optimization in order to reduce the peak flood. In non-structural measures, we can predict the flood inundation extent as quickly as possible in order to pass the flood warning message to the society. For that, we need numerical models like 1D, 2D, coupled 1D, 2D, and 3D models. Depending on the purpose, we use these models. Today, I'm talking about 2D shallow water model. This is the theoretical background of our model. We use the shallow water equations. Those are called as Sediment equations. Those are continuity and momentum equations, where H is the flow depth, Qx and Qy are the flux at the interface in X and Y directions. Coming to the momentum equations, we have the terms like local acceleration, convective acceleration, pressure and bed gradient, and friction terms. We are using the local inertial model. Hence, we are not going to consider the convective acceleration by assuming that the spatial velocity variation is gradual. Let us consider the local inertial formulation by neglecting convective acceleration term. We have discretized the equation by using the upwind scheme and bed slope using centered scheme, and friction using semi-implicit scheme, and time differential using first order forward time margin scheme. Coming to some important literatures based on this, we have developed the model. The first raster-based model has been developed by Bates and Duro, which is also called as least spread FP, which is an explicit finite difference 1D kinematic approximation. In 2010, Bates et al. Has updated this model to diffusive wave model by adding the adaptive time step, which is a function of TFL condition, which is alpha, and cell size, which is delta X, and H max, which is effective flow depth. In 2012, Almeida and Bates have incorporated the diffusive flux component in the flux diffusive coefficient in calculation of flux component in order to take the account of neighboring cell interface fluxes. In 2020, Sridharan et al. Has developed an analytical expression for the theta, which is a function of time step and cell size and effective flow depth. These models are generally for the single resolution, either it is finer resolution or coarser resolution. If we use the finer resolution, these models takes a lot of time to simulate. If you use the coarser resolution, it may lose the information to capture the streams which are with width or less than the cell size. So to overcome that, we come to an objective that is a subgrid concept. Have been implemented in a local inertial model to capture high resolution bathymetry, and to apply this model to simulate the real problem. Coming to methodology, this is the schematic representation we have used. The black color border cells represents the coarser size cells which are in floodplain, and blue color border cells represents the finer cells which are river portion, and the red color border cells represents the finer size grid size, finer size cells which are like substreams and canals. The flux calculation in coarser to coarser, finer to finer is same as the previous studies. In the flux computation in finer to coarser and coarser to finer, we have to accumulate, we have to add it up when the flux is traversed from finer to coarser, and we have to distribute it when the flux is going from calculating from coarser to finer. Coming to the study area, we have implemented our model in Chennai, downstream region of the Chennai River, downstream region of the Adaya River Basin, which is in Chennai. The Adaya River Basin, which is having a catchment area around 840 kilometers square. And the downstream region we have selected as it is a pond to flood in 2015 and 2023. This is the right side, extreme right figure represents the study area. The blue color region represents the channel and main river. Here we have used the finer resolution grid of 10 meter resolution. The white portion represents the floodplain. Here we have used the 20 meter resolution grid. Our main aim is to capture this Buckingham Canal because we have implemented this bathymetry in the DEM. We have simulated this model for the 2015 scenario by taking the upstream condition as a inflow hydrograph, volume hydrograph. And downstream, we have given a stage hydrograph that is the tidal level where the river is discharging into Bay of Bengal. Coming to our model results, we have compared our model results with the maximum inundation depth at various locations. This is the plan of where location of the inundations spots where we have compared the maximum inundation depth. Then we plot the model, observed maximum inundation depth versus simulated maximum inundation depth by quadri channel subgrid. Then we got the R square value which is greater than 0.8. Then we have plotted the flood inundation extent map for our study area. This is left side figure shows the flood inundation extent map. And we have compared this flood inundation extent map with Sridharan et al. 2020, which has been simulated, which had simulated for the same event. We are successful in capturing the channel, Buckingham channel, which is better than the Sridharan et al. 2020. When we compare pixel-wise results, pixel to pixel, we are getting 83% of the results are matching, and 1% is over predicting, and 15% is under predicting. Coming to conclusion, the quadri-grid subgrid channel is successfully integrated with local inertial formulation. The developed model is effectively captured the Buckingham Canal and the mainstreams in our study area. The observed versus simulated results exhibit a close alignment and effectively capturing the flood inundation. For future scope, we can use this channel subgrid approach to implement in combined hydrological hydraulic modeling in order to simulate the urban flood, so that we can capture, we can enhance the precision by representing the minor streams which are contributing the major river. These are my important.
It's very good work. So please have a clap for him. So it's very good work. Chandan, do you have any questions?
Yes, very good work, Chaitanya. One small question I have. You have shown that validation points for this your study. I think you can show that slide.
Yes, sir.
here all the points are mostly this away from this coastal sea interface part. I think. So have you considered any points close to the sea so that that coastal backwater effects can be taken into the model, or you have taken it into account?
Yes, sir. Actually, we have another study for the full entire catchment. We have storm surge model. Our team is working. We came to know that the storm surge is the effect of surge will come to up to this level, this point. We have simulated and we have validated it.
Thank you.
Yes, let's have another clap for Sims from. Okay, it's a good presentation. I hope that you should continue to do very good work in near future. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes, go for next.
Next presenter, Vishwajit Pradhan. Mr. Vishwajit Pradhan.
Are you there?
Yes, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes. Please share the screen.
Sir. Am I audible?
Yes, please share the screen.
Sir, is my screen is visible?
Yeah, yes, it's visible.
So, am I audible, sir? Hello.
Yes, you are audible.
So, good afternoon, sir. I am Mr. Vishwajit Pradhan, PhD scholar, Department of Civil Engineering, National Institute of Technology, Rourkela. And my co-authors for this work is RLX Priyadashini and Professor Kisandit Kumar Khatwa. Today, I'll be going to present my presentation on three-dimensional flow analysis in a mending channel under subcritical flow conditions. So, my objective is to understand the three-dimensional flow behavior on in a simple mending channel. So, for that reason, we know that riverbank erosions are of different kind of. It may be of human cause, it may be of natural causes. So we are trying to address a particular cause of it, just because of the turbulent flow. Why it is happening? Because of turbulent flow. We have lateral and bank erosion, which I'll be explaining in my later slides. So we have taken Mahanadi River as our study area, from which we have collected the data sets. Okay, so Mahanadi is one of the major interstate flowing river from Odisha and Chhattisgarh and other parts of the states also. So these are the erosion issues of Mahanadi River. So these are the pictures of Google Earth images where different stretches of Mahanadi River are showing different braiding and mending patterns. So we have done geospatial analysis too, and from there we have observed that Kantilo and Narjamarthapur are the two major locations where bank erosions are being observed. So to address these issues, one, we cannot go to the site and directly be taken the data for the flow analysis. For that reason, we have developed a model which can replicate the exact site of the prototype to study the three-dimensional flow behavior. So for that reason, these are the hydraulic parameter data I'm saying, which we have maintained in a laboratory of Mahanadi River. We have maintained the same fraud number. We have maintained the same sinuosity. At the same time, we have transported the equivalent battery material from the site through local transport, and we have used in the our laboratory-based model for equivalent bed roughness. So these are the hydraulic parameters data. So these are the experimental setup that I have. I'm going to explain. These are this is, we can see the experimental setup, and the second figure itself is represent the entire mentoring setup, where we have in the initial strings we have left for the development line, and the second thing we have left for that the backwater effect and of tailgate, and these are the mentoring S1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. These are the 7 sections where we have maintained we have taken the velocity readings to analyze the three-dimensional flow behavior. So these are the mending channel setup. We can see these are P1, P2, and P3 are the 3 vertical points or positions we have taken the velocities during ADV. So coming to the velocity profile, we have measured the velocity profile in X, Y, and Z directions. UV, which signifies that UV and W direction. These are the formulas. I'm just explaining the profile. You can see from profile number S1, S2, S3, S4, 5, 6, 7. Those are the seven different profiles we have measured as per the figure we have shown in the earlier. So this is what the longitudinal velocity profile. Coming to the transport velocity profile. So this velocity profile describe how the flow velocity vary across the width of the channel. As I have said that the bank erosion. So these are the these Y velocity is the measure responsible for the bank erosions. So the transport velocity profile also affect the energy expenditure required to required for water to pass through the channel, influencing the flow resistance and the overall channel flow characteristics. So these are the profile of the vertical direction of flow. We can see that with some negative fluctuations has been observed in different cross section and different bend effects and crossover region. In generally, the crossover regions behaves like a straight channel, whereas the bend effects, the outer side of the bend where high velocity of the but causes the main erosion. This is the vertical as I have shown. And coming to the skewness is the statistical measure that provide insight into the coherence characteristic of which examine the time-based phenomena of velocity fluctuation. This is the formula that we have used to calculate the skewness. So I'm going to explain it later. And this is the skewness on longitudinal direction of flow. Skewness, which represent the third order correlations that is closely linked to the flow informations on a time-based appearance of velocity fluctuations. These are skewness profile in all different sections in transverse directions of flow. So the magnitude of, I'm not going to explain those magnitude, we can see it from the figure itself. So the skewness profile in vertical directions of flow. And coming to the kurtosis, so kurtosis is generally characterized by the fourth order correlation it is one of the most measured parameter which indicates the turbulence behavior of a channel. So this is what the profile of kurtosis in a longitudinal direction of flow. The concept of kurtosis turbulence effect refers to the measure of interdependency of Gaussian behavior and statistical distributions of turbulent fluctuation. It provides information about the concentration of energy in extreme events on the presence of heavy tail distributions. The fourth order correlation termed as kurtosis, as I mentioned. So this is what the kurtosis in transverse directions of flow. This is what the profile of kurtosis in vertical directions of flow in all the 7 directions. The magnitude, I'm not explaining these things, I'm skipping for the last. And coming to the Reynolds stress, it is one of the major influencing parameter which affects the bank and as well as the bed of the channel. So it is represented in all 3 U, V and W directions respectively. I'm going to explain it later. So this is what the RSS or Reynolds stress. It quantifies the moment transfer between the flowing water and the channel boundary. Higher Reynolds stress values indicates a strong shear force acting on the channel banks, leading to the bank erosions. So the erosive power of the flow directly proportional to the magnitude of the Reynolds stress. So those magnitudes are in different bend effects are high, outer part of the bend effects are high, and in this in straight channel in the crossover region it behaves like a straight channel as compared to the literatures too. These are also the profile in UV and W both directions. So by quantifying the Reynolds stress, their variation along the channel banks, the engineers can research and develop strategies and mitigate the erosion problems. This is the turbulent intensity. Turbulence flow are characterized by the chaotic fluctuations of velocity and pressure, which can lead to the increasing mixing, heat transfer, and sediment
Please
transfer.
go to your
So,
last slide, final slides. You please conclude.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. So again, one more parameter, turbulent kinetic energy. These are the profile of secondary flows, and the summary is that we can see that we have developed a particular length of river, meandering part of the river in the lab. From there, we have maintained the hydraulic parameter and experimental investigation is done, where you can see that the secondary flow develops as the depth of 0.2 to 0.4, but more turbulence occurs near the bed level, and the secondary circulation develop as Z by H is equal to 0.1 to 0.2. Those are the normalized data. These are the but fluctuations. The center line of the channel cross section has the lowest velocity in the crossover zone, and the crossover has the lowest turbulence than the free stream zone and the outer band of the band. So the most profile attributes directs exhibit the downward flow and the free stream compared to the crossover zone. So, but the center line of the channel cross section, it mitigates upward and with a gradually decreasing magnitude towards a free surface. Section near the bend apex, smaller crossover at the we can see the.
Yes, it's over. It's over. Hello, Professor. You have.
Viswajit, it's audible, no?
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes, sir, audible.
just see your Reynolds shear stress profile or turbulent kinetic energy profile. No, those profiles are not matching. Actually, it's the same thing. It should be the same thing. You just see the Reynolds shear stress profile and your turbulent kinetic energy profile. just see. Have you done that convergence here? Because the trends are not matching. If you see that near the bed.
I'll do take care of it, sir. I'll note it and I'll do take care of it.
Okay, yes.
And see it.
Yeah. Okay. Then. Anyone?
Thank you.
Chandan, do you have?
Yes, sir. I have one small question. Vishwajit, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes.
My question is from your this morphological analysis you have shown in the beginning of your presentation.
Yes,
you
sir.
Said in Mahanadi, some locations are prone to this bank erosion part. Right?
Yes, sir.
Which location you have mentioned? Can you show that slide once?
Sir, it is.
How much shifting you have noticed in this location?
Sir, exact data I could not recall it, but I think in meet I could not able to recall the exact data, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
This is the upstream of Chandar.
No, sir. Downstream of Mahanadi near to Cuttack, sir.
I think this is the upstream of Cuttack, sir, but this is mostly because of this anthropogenic changes that they have got this bank and all.
Okay.
But naturally, bank erosion is not there, I think.
Because Cuttack islands are getting more depositions, no? That's the reason they are developing outer Cuttack. So Mahanadi is giving a length to the Cuttack, so which is a really good thing. I'd say. Basically, we had one nodal point, that's Chandar. Where it is that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This Naraj location with this nodal.
Okay.
Naraj marker.
Okay.
My suggestion is soil actually plays a big role in stream bank erosion. When we replicate that in a lab, how could we make sure that it is really representing whatever in the real world they are in that thing? So we need to be really, mathematically or...
Sir, it is not audible to me, sir.
Yeah, what I meant to say that soil plays a really big role in stream bank erosion. So when we replicate that in the lab,
yes.
So we do not know exactly we got the same soil type or same soil composition there in the lab compared to whatever in the field. So I don't feel like that might really give you a correct picture if you do it in lab analysis way. Maybe mathematically algorithm development it is fine, but real world it might not be that accurate. So check it, okay?
Also, once in this map also you can cross check your legend value, because these values what we have shown, it is like very high. So just check all these result ones.
It's a good study.
Then you can go for your.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for.
Thank you.
So we can go for next presentation.
Okay. So next presenter, Beni Kiran. It's a short presentation. You are allotted 4 minutes. Please conclude within that.
इसके बाद कितने
Yes, sir.
Only one.
Okay, so you'll go for T, no?
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, but please share the screen.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You are from Itanagar.
Yes, sir.
You could
I'm
have
from
come
Itanagar.
to IIT Guwahati, no? This is a beautiful campus. Alchiringa is there. So what need you to come from Itanagar to here?
Sir, actually, I have some personal reasons, sir.
Okay, no problems. You continue it. You are Department of Civil Engineering, no? Okay, it's just please.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Sir, is it visible? Sir, continue, sir.
Yes, please continue.
Yes, sir. Good evening, everyone. My name is Beni Kiran, PhD scholar from Northeastern Regional Institute of Science and Technology, Arunachal Pradesh. Today, I'm going to present a part of my research done earlier.
You are not audible. What is the status? You are muted. Unmute it. Unmute करो. बीनी किरण. What is there? Hello, can you hear us? What is the status? YouTube and. This is problem everywhere. He has taken control over everything. It looks like that. He has. Who is checking YouTube? Hello.
Kiran is muted and he cannot unmute himself. We have to unmute him.
But it's not allowing it.
Yeah, it's some. He's not doing it. We are doing it. We might have set it up. He cannot unmute himself. Yeah, go there. Audio settings.
Yes, not.
Go to the audio setting and change the audio. He's still talking. For audio, maybe.
The naya problems. Or we can have how many presentations left? Or we'll have a break.
Sir, only one presentation is available.
The same problem will be there.
Mute thing. Universally, everybody got muted.
How? You log out and log in again. Leave.
First unmute him and check. हमको share नहीं करना है because he will share.
Hello, sir.
Yes, now you are audible.
Audible
Okay.
now, sir?
There was some problem from our side.
You share your
Yes, sir.
Can you hear us?
Yes, sir. I can hear you, sir.
Yeah. Please share the screen and just take 4 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, sir. Start it, please.
Yes, sir. So IW system is the system in which water is delivered to consumer for a fixed period, which is less than 24 hours per day. And in India, IWS is reported to be approximately 2 to 4 hours per day, whereas in some cities around the world gets water only once a week. But in CWS system, the water is available for the entire day. This is a case study of a study area. This is the location of Itanagar city. The below diagram is the simple diagram of Itanagar water distribution system, network, which is taken from the Sivakumar and Prasad 2014. It consists of 48 nodes, 48 links, 2 cleared reservoirs, 3 tanks, 2 pumps, 2 flow control valves, and it is divided into 3 zones. Well, for methodology, due to the time constraint, the algorithm for the above condition is left out. So it goes like this. Since the flow starts with the maximum flow and decrease as the available pressure decreases, therefore, for both the cases, artificial reservoir and check valves are added in order to represent the actual working scenario of Itanagar water supply system. On the left side, the layout of CWS is shown. In the CWS case, the water is provided continuously without any interruption of supply to the consumers.
Therefore, the source of water has been kept as reservoir. But in case of IWS system, the overhead tank is provided in has a source node. So resultant discussion goes like that. Initially, the velocity in both the cases remains the same throughout the system links. While the velocity is 0 in link 3 and 42 due to node 3 being the fictitious node, which is used to regulate the flow in the tanks 51, 52, 53. And the elevation of node 42 is highest among the distribution node of zone 3. Due to this reason, no flow situation occur at node 42. It is also observed that in IWS case, after certain hours of supply of water, the velocity in the pipes of zone 1 and 2 and 3 decreases to 0, which signifies that the supply of water has been cut off after certain hours of supply. But in the case of CWS, the velocity in the links does not vary with the time of supply. Here is the system flow balance graph for CWS and IWS respectively. In CWS case, it is observed that the consumption of water first increases and then remains steady throughout the supply period. Furthermore, there will be no period of zero consumption of supply interruption in the CWS case, as the water supply is continuous and uninterrupted. But in the case of IWS case, it is observed that the consumed line dropped to 0, indicating no water consumption by consumers after a certain period. Furthermore, more than 52% of the node do not meet their required demand, resulting in inequity for consumers for 4-hour supply period. So last is the conclusion. In the present study, the water distribution system of Itanagar Township.
Yes, thank you a lot. So any questions?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay, thank you. So let's go for the next presenters.
So we have the last presentation of this session, Nishank Agrawal.
Yeah.
You have been allotted 4 minutes.
Please unshare.
Sir, my screen is visible, sir.
Yes, it's visible.
Yes, sir. Good evening, everyone. My name is Nishank Agrawal.
Well, please put in a full screen mode.
Yes,
full screen mode.
Okay.
Nishant, just put.
Yes, sir.
Yes, it has come. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes. My name is Nishank Agrawal and I'm working with Dr. Alura Padi. The topic of my today's presentation is efficiency of submerged jump on corrugated rough bed for energy dissipation. I have seen both the insights, the experiment and computational insights. So these are the velocity profile along the length of the channel for the free and submerged jump on a corrugated bed. This is basically our spillway, and this is our stilling basin, corrugated stilling basin. So stilling basin is a basin-like structure in which energy dissipation occurs by means of the hydraulic jump. So here is the profile of the free jump and the submerged jump, velocity profile of free jump and submerged jump. So what is the difference between the velocity profile in hydraulic jump and the normal river flow condition? In hydraulic jump, velocity profile is velocity is more near the bed. In general velocity profile in river condition, velocity is more the free surface. Velocity is more at the free surface. So if we're talking about the bed here hydraulic jump. So here, near the bed, velocity is more. That is more dangerous to the free surface. If the velocity is more at the free surface, and the velocity, if the velocity is more near the bed, so near the bed velocity is more dangerous according to the scouring pattern. If this velocity continue, then it creates more scouring downstream of the stilling basin. So I have studied the free jump and submerged jump pattern. So here, if we talk about the smooth bed condition, this is the corrugated bed. So generally two type of jump we read. So in submerged jump, in a smooth bed condition, so near the bed velocity is more. But I have seen for the corrugated bed condition the different phenomena. here I have seen for the submerged condition, this velocity get reduced if we increase towards the length, increase towards the length. But one more drawback is here the roller length only the 30 roller length is only the 30 centimeter if we talk about the 15 liter per second discharge. But here the roller length get increased the 35 centimeter. And we can see by this analysis also. Sorry. So here I have drawn the shifting of this maximum velocity. So here we can see that SF means the smooth bed free jump, and CF means here the corrugated free jump, and CS corrugated bed and submerged jump. So here we can see that easily this shift if we're talking about this shift of the maximum velocity. So that is the maximum shift for corrugated free jump, and the less shift the corrugated submerged jump. So if we conclude that submerged jump can be effective in a rough bed condition, not the smooth bed condition. So we can provide also the submerged jump, but for the rough bed condition. For a smooth bed condition, if submerged jump is not good. So also I have applied the numerical investigation. I have done the numerical investigation also. So we got the same result. This is the smooth bed profile. So here we can see that if we increase the discharge, so roller length also increases. So this is the I have used the Flow 3D for this numerical simulation. So I applied these boundary condition, discharge, same boundary condition as we applied the experiment. So discharge at the inlet condition, pressure at the outlet condition, wall, and pressure at the free surface condition. So this is the result of the corrugated bed. Here we can also see that if we provide the roughness, so roller length get decreased. So these are our conclusions. So the main conclusion is the faster degree of the maximum velocity is the submerged jump compared to the free jump on a corrugated bed.
Thank you. Thanks. A very good, nice presentation. We could hear much more from you, but because of time constraint of 5 minutes, but you have done a good work. Please have a clap for him. And with this, we are completing these sessions. And thank you, Bimlesh ji, for chairing these sessions. And I think Chandan is there. Okay. But within 5 minutes, or we'll continue the next sessions. So those who want to have a tea, they can go and have a tea and come back here. But teas are not allowed inside these things. Okay. So please continue it. Next, who will be continue? Who are the chairing and co-chairing?
Hello. Vinay sir.
Binoy is there. Binoy and
Suresh sir.
I am available.
Yes.
Okay.
I just brief about the Binoy and then start.
Okay. Suresh sir, our session co-chair will be joining in 2 minutes. Our session chair has already joined. So all the participants are requested to not to leave because it.
Let's start it, no problems. He has joined, Suresh has joined.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. Welcome, Ilahari. Welcome you to the final session of day 1. The theme of the session is river morphology, and we have with us Dr. Vinay Chambolu as a session chair and Dr. Suresh Modalavalasa as a session co-chair. Both of them will be joining us in the online mode. Dr. Vinay Chambolu is working in IIT Jammu as an assistant professor after completing his PhD from IIT Guwahati in 2020. He also had worked as an ad hoc faculty faculty in the Department of Civil Engineering, NIT Andhra Pradesh. His areas of research interest include river dynamics, experimental hydraulics, river engineering, environmental fluid mechanics, and satellite remote sensing for river management studies. Dr. Suresh Modalavalasa received his doctorate from IIT Guwahati in fluvial hydraulics and computational fluid dynamics, and he is an assistant professor in Aditya Institute of Technology and Management, Tekali. His research interests are fluvial hydrodynamics, river hydraulics, water and environment, river ecology, and river modeling. I'd like the participants to note that the presentations are divided into two categories, 10 minutes and 5 minutes. In the 10 minutes category, presenters will have 8 minutes for their presentation and an additional 2 minutes for discussion. For the 5-minute category, presenters will have 4 minutes for their presentation and 1 minute for discussion. Best paper award will be presented for each session, and this will be evaluated based on 3 criteria, namely content, presentation skills, and subject matter. I kindly request all the participants to follow the specified time limits during their presentation. Before we begin our session, I'd like to confirm that the session chair and co-chair, Sir Vinay sir and Suresh sir, have you received the evaluation sheets?
Yes, we have received.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Myself, Suresh. Yeah, I have received.
Okay, sir. Okay.
I received it.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the confirmation. Let's start with the first presentation. It is by Abhishek Atri. Abhishek Atri, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you're audible. Please share your screen. You have 10 minutes, total 10 minutes, 8 minutes for your presentation.
Okay, ma'am.
Yes.
Is my screen showing, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay.
You may start.
Okay, ma'am. Good evening, everyone. My name is Abhishek Atri. I'm a second-year MTech student from NIT Hamirpur. Today, my topic is morphometric analysis of Chenab River Basin in J&K, a GIS-based approach. Here are the contents of my presentation. Now, one by one, we will discuss it. First is introduction. Morphometry is the measurement and the mathematical analysis of the configuration of the Earth's surface, shape, and dimensions of its landform. There are mainly 3 types of morphometric parameters that are linear, aerial, and relief, that constitute the quantitative measure of the watershed characteristics, and therefore analysis of the watershed morphometry has a significant role in understanding the relationship between the watershed parameters. These parameters, morphometric parameters, are incorporated with our remote sensing and GIS techniques. These are the objectives of my research. First is to delineate the Chenab River Basin. Next is to analyze watersheds on basis of morphometric parameters that are linear, aerial, and relief. And next is to understand the hydrological response and morphological characteristics from morphometric parameters. And fourth one is to compare the morphometric parameters with other river basins, and also for the prioritization of the subwatersheds. This is the study area. Chenab River Basin is situated in the northern part of the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. Its major tributary is Indus, and it plays a crucial role in hydrology and geography of the region. Chenab River Basin spans approximately from 32.5 degree north to 35.5 north latitude, and from 74.5 degree east to 78 degree longitude. The basin has a total, the basin delineated has a total area of 23,000 square kilometer area. This is the data and methodology which I have used. First, we have used the SRTM data, and after that we have used the terrain processing from ArcHydro tools in ArcGIS, and these are the steps which I have used, like flow direction, flow accumulation, for the extraction of the subwatersheds. From the extraction of the subwatersheds, I have done morphometric analysis, and these are the 3 linear, three parameters that are linear, aerial, and relief. And after that, after the morphologic analysis, there is also prioritization of the sub-watersheds. This work is mainly based on the evaluating the hydrological influence of the Chenab River Basin for water resource management by morphometric analysis. SRTM data that were used to extract Chenab River boundary and drainage network. Remote sensing data were obtained using USGS from USGS Earth Explorer website, and the software was used ArcGIS 10.2 software. The basin was also divided into 6 sub-watershed for the analysis. So now the results and discussion. The work is mainly divided into 2 parts, as I have discussed. First is dividing the watershed into sub-watersheds, and after that we have done the morphometric analysis. And these are the 2 maps which I have shown. I could not show all the maps because we have limited slides. Here are the flow direction, flow accumulation maps. Here is the stream order map, and you can see I have divided them into 6 sub-watersheds, and you can see the 5 order streams. Next is these are the parameters and their results. There are various parameters which I have shown here. Now I will discuss a very few of them. Let us say a form factor on 6th number. What does form factor mean? Form factor is proportion of the catchment area to the square of the catchment length. You can see the here value ranges from 0.25 to 0.76 in sub-watersheds, from watershed A to watershed 1 from watershed 6. If the value is greater than 0.76, then the form factor is circular. If the watershed, if the value is less than 0.76, then it is elongated. So here all the watersheds are elongated type. Next is circulatory ratio. Here circulatory ratio, the value ranges from 0.03 to 0.044. According to my research, if the value ranges from this 0.3 to 0.7, the watersheds are homogeneous and have porous geological materials. Another one is the texture ratio. Here texture ratio, the value ranges from 0.41 to 1.53. What is texture ratio? So first we have to know it is the ratio between the first order stream and the parameter. Generally the value lies between 1 and 0 and 1, and it shows the uniformity of the surface texture. If the value is greater than 1, then the texture is uniform in all directions. If the value is smaller, then it has a stronger texture. And now I will. These are the conclusions. The number of streams and their arrangement are inversely proportional. It indicates that the stream number reduces as the stream order increases. Here the result suggests that across the 6 sub-watersheds, the greater stream order is 5th order stream. The circulatory ratio shows that the sub-watersheds are of elongated type, and here shows the watershed have which has lower circulatory ratio values, which indicates that they have low relief as well as an impervious surface. This results in shorter watershed lag times. Also, the low length of overland values simply implies that the slopes are steep and flow paths are shorter, whereas the higher values of length of overland flow values for remaining sub-watershed implies that they have gentler slopes and flow paths that are longer. These are the references, and thank you.
Thank you, Abhishek, for the presentation. I just have one quick question. How do you use this morphometric analysis that you have carried out? I mean, what is the purpose of doing morphometric analysis of the catchment, and how do you use that data?
Sir, mainly we have used various parameters that were already in various other
Yeah,
researches. These
why
are
do you do that analysis?
sir for the prioritization, sub-watershed prioritization, for ranking them in higher priority, which is more susceptible to flooding, which are more susceptible to flooding.
Okay. So how can you use this data in the hydrological modeling? Do you have any idea of that?
Yes, sir. Sir, can you repeat the question, sir?
How can you use this morphometric analysis information in the hydrological modeling? Do you
Sir,
have
I
any
have no
idea?
idea. No, sir, no.
Thank you, Abhishek. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
And by the way, why did you choose only J&K region? Why have you not included entire Chenab from Himachal Pradesh as well?
Sir,
Because
I'm from
it's a remote sensing analysis, right? So you could have used that as well.
Sir, there is a small portion of Himachal that is also included in this portion, sir. I have not mentioned it.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Suresh, over to you. If you have any questions.
My side, there is no questions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Can we go for the next presentation, please?
Yes. Thank you, Abhishek. Our next presenter is Afsa Rauf. Afsa, are you there?
Good evening, ma'am.
Yes, good evening. Could you please share your screen?
No, just a minute. Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Okay, so should I just start?
Yes, you can start.
So very good evening. This is Afsa Rauf, and as a student of Bachelor's from the Model Institute of Engineering and Technology, Jammu, it is my pleasure to introduce you to the intriguing concepts of channel morphology and velocity fluctuations in sinus river systems. In the realm of hydrology and geomorphology, Sinus River stand as a living laboratories offering profound insights into the dynamic interplay of water and land. To begin with, meanders emerge as a result of pronounced erosion on one bank of the bend, coupled with the deposition on the other bank. These are some of the figures that I have taken from the meanders in Amazon and the meanders in North Avans. One can clearly see the looping pattern. Meander genesis is the product of delicate interaction among multiple factors encompassing sediment transport, channel morphology, and the water flow dynamics. Moving to the aim of this presentation. So basically my aim is to analyze the velocity movements and the morphological changes in the Sinus River system, exploring the correlation between the water flow and the channel morphology. So now let's go to the fundamentals of the presentation. Delving into the morphological alterations unveil an intricate correlation between the flow dynamics and morphology. So basically, my aim is to, for the morphological alterations, every river undergoes erosion at certain points, and this erosion leads to the transport of materials and deposits at some other part. So basically, now let's just go to the methodology part. We have the experimentation. The experiment was carried on a glass-sided flume of length 17.2 meters and the width of 1 meter. You can clearly see the side view of the experimental flume. We have the overhead storage tank and the inlet tank at the upstream, and we have the tailgate and the rectangular notch at the downstream. So basically, the sinus bend was created along the length of 6 meters and the experimental length was restricted to around 2 meters. Flow from the inlet tank upstream was directed into the main channel with the control valve, which is present somewhere over here to regulate the flow. Downstream of the flume is a tailgate and also a rectangular notch, which maintains the flow depth. Discharge in the main channel was gauged with the rectangular notch, which is present in the downstream. So if we talk about the instrumentation now, we collected the data using the acoustic Doppler velocimeter. 2 sets of experiments were conducted at various discharge. One was at the 4 LPS, that is liters per second, and the other was at 6 LPS. The flow depth of approximately 0.09 meters was maintained. If we talk about the ADV was strategically positioned at the second bend, capturing velocity readings at 5 distinct stations, which were 0.5 meter apart from 7 meter to 9 meter. Stream-wise velocity measurements were recorded at 5 distinct locations over a duration of 120 seconds. This is the acoustic Doppler velocimetry that we used. We approximately took 12,000 readings and obtained at a 100 Hertz sampling rate for around 120 seconds. Then going to the results. So if we talk about the results, we have the two morphological representations herein. These depict the discharge of 4 LPS and the 6 LPS respectively. In the color-coded morphological pattern, you can clearly observe these positive values and the negative values if we talk about this color scale. These bluish values indicate the erosion. As you can clearly see in this figure, this part has been eroded, and the positive values mark the deposition. So this part of the channel cross section has been deposited. Conversely, the other morphological representation signifies the places where basically the erosion has taken place and the erosion has taken away the materials from with the flow. So basically you can clearly compare the two cross sections, and you can clearly see that the meandering the morphological alterations are more in this discharge. At this discharge, the morphological alterations are more, and there's more deposition and erosion at this part. So discrepancy between the two can be distinguished by the extent of morphological changes observed. The other thing that we observed are the velocity fluctuations. So the velocity fluctuations at 5 distinct locations were amalgamated into a single graphical representation representing the relationship between the mean velocity and the flow depth. If we talk about this analysis, from this analysis, we can take two conclusions. Firstly, the graph deviates from the purely logarithmic part. So if you can see this particular figure, you can see that there's a deviation from the original logarithmic part, and there is some sort of deviation. The other second thing that you can observe is that the maximum velocity is not situated at the free surface. Rather it is around the center, like here, it is somewhere around here. So basically, this is a challenging to the to the conventional notion that velocity peaks at the free surface in straight channels only. So this indicates some sort of helical flow or the circulation in the channel. If we quickly interpret the results from the graph, we can, upon examining the graph, one can discern velocity fluctuations at different locations within the center of the single bend, suggesting the presence of circulation within the flow. The velocity distribution depicted in the graph indicates a deviation from the logarithmic law. Channel morphologies exhibit increased erosion and deposition at higher discharges. A comparable inquiry can be conducted using the field data pertinent to the various sediment particles, and flow conditions and numerical modeling can be done subsequently. Last but not the least, given the preliminary nature of my study, future endeavors will entail analyzing Reynolds stress, turbulence, kinetic energy, and conducting the quadrant analysis. So yes, this is all from my side. Thank you. I'm open to questions.
Thank you, Afza, for your presentation. Can you go back to figure 3.1?
Sir?
3.1.
3.1. Yes, sir.
Next. You know, how much is the flow depth that you have maintained in your experiments?
So 0.09 meters.
9 centimeters, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. No, I was just wondering, you know, the flow depth in your experiment that you are showing here, right? It seems to be not like that. Because the surface is clearly visible. I don't know, because ADV, it needs a minimum depth of some 5 centimeters, right?
Yes, sir.
To carry out the measurements. So,
yes,
yeah. Other than that, good work, Afza. Good work. That's fine. So, did you use the ADV for collecting the velocity data by yourself?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you process the data?
Yes, sir. Basically, we collected the raw data from the Vetrinoplast, and then we processed the data on surfers. Like this surfer. Like this is from the surfer analysis.
So, did you do any despiking analysis to the velocity data?
Sorry, sir. Can you please come up again?
Did you do any despiking analysis?
No, sir, not. I don't know, because my analysis was a little time constraint was there, so I couldn't analyze that.
Over to Suresh. Suresh, if you have any questions, you can.
Yeah. Yes. Actually, Afza, you have done a good job. Your presentation is good, but I have few queries regarding what is the salinity ratio of your experimental part?
So basically, if we talk about the slope, it was 1:30, and the 30-degree angle was maintained with the crossover.
Okay, but you need to mention it as a sinuosity ratio, like low sinus having low 1.1 and Meandering River has having more than 1.5 like that. So you need to mention that sinuosity ratio. Okay,
No,
not
his
like
point
1
is,
is to 30.
like Afza, his point is, how did you maintain the sinuosity of the channel, while you are making up your experimental bed?
So basically,
Say, for example, if you have a sinuosity of 1.1 or 1.2 or 1.3, accordingly, your construction of experimental bed is going to be there, right?
yes.
So his question is in that direction.
So you're asking about the sinuosity ratio which we maintained, and then we could just other parameters were placed on that factor, right? So
Yes, exactly. What is the ratio, sinuosity ratio?
I couldn't recall that much, but it was around 1.1, I guess.
Okay. And go to ninth slide, slide number 9.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, in this figure, the flow depth, ZBH is not same for all the experimental layouts, I think. The
yes,
flow
sir,
depths are different for each, yeah.
Yeah, so basically, these were the prominent velocity fluctuations that we got at this depth. If we talk about the the depths, the data was not that much clear, so we didn't put it in the graph. So yeah.
Okay, you have taken from ADV readings only. This plot is plotted for ADV reading only, right?
Yes, sir.
But you have not done despiking?
No, sir.
Okay.
Because
Fine.
our point to say here is, without despiking the data or the interpretation that you do it from the results, is not going to be helpful. Because ADV collected data first, you have to do the despiking analysis. Then only you can use that data. Yeah.
And just keep that in mind.
Yeah, you need to mention one formula, 2/3, 1/3 Kolmogorov. So you just use that formula and you can do it the despiking.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'll just keep that in mind.
Okay.
Can we go for the next presentation, please?
Yeah, thank you very much. Our next presenter is Biswajit Minji. Biswajit, are you present? Okay, we can move on to next presenter. That is Syed Ali Haider. Sir, are you present? Syed Ali Haider.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Syed Ali Haider.
Yes, sir. Please share your screen. You have 8 minutes to present and 2 minutes for discussion. Yes, you can share your screen.
It is visible, ma'am?
No.
Ma'am, now is visible, ma'am?
Yeah, it's visible.
But you are using the mobile.
You are sharing screen with mobile.
Yes, ma'am. Because ma'am, some technical problem in my laptop.
Okay. You can share your screen.
Just rotate करने के लिए बोला तो full screen
You can put it in landscape mode. The full slide can be visible.
Okay, ma'am. Visible now, ma'am?
Yes.
My ma'am, experimental study of the local scarper around British Pier with different shape and skew angles. Ma'am, introduction, ma'am. Local scarper is process of the lowering of the riverbed in the viscosity and hydraulic structure by erosion action of the flowing water. And extensive research has been made by the several investigators in the past on local scarper at and circular isolated pier. For safe and economically design of bridge, the scarper depth around bridge pier should be as minimum as possible. Efforts are made in these digitization to reduce and control the scour depth around bridge pair. A critical review of the scour reduction and protection device like facing the riprap around the pair. Aims and objective. An experimental study of the local scour depth around bridge pair is performed with an objective to check the efficiency of application of riprap material around the different shapes at different angle of attack, 0 degree, 5 degree, and 7.5 degree in the direction of the flow. The shapes are rectangular, circular, oblong, sharp nose pair. To collect the data on the scour hole characteristic like scour hole dimension, scour depth profile along and across the flow direction, sediment depositions, the aerial extent of scour around the isolated pair. And literature review, Chiu in 1992 and Melvi and the Switzerland 1988 and CTF 1997 and Somar ETL 205 and Kothari ET 210 and Ismail 213 and Choi 2016 and Pandey 2018. And experimental program and an experimental study was conducted in the Advanced Hydraulic Laboratory on Aligarh Muslim University, Aligarh, UP. A recirculated rectangular tilting film 7.65 meter in length and 0.3 meter wide and 0.45 meter deep was used for the experiments. The slope of the channel was 0.0.
Say, roll the slides. Okay, the same slides are there. Is it correct? No.
Yes, sir.
Move the slide.
Okay, we cannot see the updated slide, you know, we are still in the previous slides of literature.
Yes, yes, yeah, it's okay, it has come.
Hydraulic characteristic using during experiment, hydraulic parameters are used and values discharge 6.8 liter per second, critical velocity 0.64, velocity 0.6 at meter per second, flow intensity 0.95, flow depth 7.8 centimeter, and Prout number 0.77, and fellow shadness 2.22, and blockage ratio 8.5, and Reynolds number 48,000. And sediment characteristics, sediment parameters value mean diameter D50 1 mm, and geometrical standard deviation 1.2, and specific gravity 2.
The next slide. It's not visible here for us. Yes, yes.
So it is visible now?
Yes. It has come to resultant discussion.
Yeah.
Circular pair, scour depth as nose of the circular pair 1.75 centimeter, rectangular pair scour depth as nose of the rectangular pair 7.65. The scour depth of the rectangular pair is more than circular pair due to more front width. Oblong pair scour depth and nose of oblong pair 7.07 centimeter. Scour depth as circular pair and oblong is almost same. And sharp nose pair is 0 degree scour depth as nose of the sharp nose pair 7.04 centimeter as compared to other pairs. Sharp nose has two lesser front width. Sharp nose pair is 5 degree scour depth at this arrangement of pair 7.31 centimeter, and sharp nose pair 7.5 degree. Scour depth at this arrangement of pair 7.38 centimeter. And sharp nose pair with gavel size 5 mm, scour depth at this arrangement of pair 1.38 centimeter. And temporary variation of the scour depth around shapes of pair. Initially, the scour depth is high, but some hours less than the situation is equilibrium.
Can you shift to the next slide? Yeah. Okay.
Yes, you come to the conclusions. Okay.
This is aerial extent of the scour of the circular pad, and last the length is the 54.71 is a sediment mount, sir, length. And conclusion, as per observed data, we can conclude the local scour depth at sharp nose pair is 0 degree of angle of attack was lesser than other angles 5 degree and 7.5 degree, and other shapes circular, rectangular, oblong. By the use of gravel around the sharp nose pair and circular pair is can be concluded as scour depth at sharp pair is lesser than of circular pair. Area of the scour hole for sharp nose was lesser as compared to other sharp shapes of pair. some differences there.
Yes, Bidya, please take care.
Thank you for your thank you for your presentation. I just have one question. How did you carry out these measurements of the cover depth?
Screw gauge. I am using for screw gauge.
Screw gauge. Okay. I mean to say, did you wait till equilibrium scar has achieved, or how long was the duration of your experiment till the equilibrium scar was achieved?
Sir, 6 hours, 8 hours, 10 hours. Starting scour rate is high, but some 6 hours and 7 hours, equilibrium rate is down.
Okay,
Condition is
okay.
and sediment side is D50 because the RD Gade 1.2 to 1.4 as a uniform sediment D50 as recommend for RD.
Okay. Did you carry out any velocity measurements as well? No.
Yes, sir. Velocity measurement, sir. V by BC less than the condition clear water condition.
I mean, how did you carry out the velocity measurements in your case?
Sir, velocity measurement by the discharge is content and the water depth is maintained for 7.65 meter.
Okay. Thank you. Over to Dr. Suresh for any questions.
Mr. Syed, I have one doubt. Like, how much time you have allowed the flow for each experiment?
Yes, sir.
How much time you have allowed the flow in your experimental layout for each experiment?
Sir, 6 hours, 7 hours.
6 hours, 7 means it is varying time flow, right?
Yes, sir.
It is varied time flow. Varied time flow for each experiment, or did you allow a uniform time rate for each experiment?
Sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Syed.
Have a clap for you. Just have a clap.
Our next participant is Manisha Pathak.
Yes, ma'am.
Please unshare your screen.
Manisha, you can share your screen.
Yes, ma'am. Same. Ma'am, my screen is visible, ma'am?
Yes, it's visible. You may start.
Okay, ma'am.
Put in a full screen mode.
Yes, sir.
It has come. Yes, please start.
Good evening, sir. My topic of the presentation is morphometric analysis of the Ziadhansari River basin, Assam, using the geospatial technology. Now I come to the content. These are my table of content for the presentation. Now introduction part. So morphometry mainly describe it is the quantitative measurement of the landform, and it is very useful to study the various hydrological features of a drainage basin, and it also useful for determine the relationship between the geomorphology and the climatic that condition, and which will be helpful for determine the flood characteristics and other geomorphic hazard. It can be identified from the study from the this calculation for this quantitative measurement. This is my objective of the paper, to study the various drainage morphometric parameter of the Ziadhansari River basin. Now come to the study area. This is my study area map. So Ziadhansari River is a northern tributary of Brahmaputra, which is originated in the Bhutan, and it flows towards the southern direction and finally join in the Brahmaputra River. And in Assam, it mainly covered two districts. One is Darang and another one is Udalguri districts. The total basin area is 1,673.16 square kilometer. There are some tributary also there. There are mainly two. I mentioned two tributary here, these are the major tributary of the Ziad-Ansari River. So come to the methodology part. For measurement the morphometric parameter of this study, I have used the Cartosset dam, and for reference I have also used the Survey of India topostate, and the linear aerial relief parameter of the Dhansari River I have measured. So this is the flow chart of the methodology. Now come to the result and discussion. Almost I have measured more than 40 parameters, but here I have some number, some limited number only. And stream order I have calculated, and it is that first order's frequency of maximum frequency shown in the first order stream, and this river is a sixth order river basin. And the maximum, the stream order or the sixth order stream order of the river basin has indicated that your maximum flow of water in the entire river basin. The stream length also calculated of the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth order. These are the stream length of the river basin, and it is in and bifurcation ratio also calculated, which is 4.08, and this the value of bifurcation ratio indicate that there is a probability of the occurrence of flood in the watershed. And this is the bifurcation ratio curve of the Ziad-Ansari River, and this is the stream order map. Now I come to the aerial parameter of the Ziad-Ansari River. Here I have mentioned some aerial parameter of the Ziad-Ansari River. The basin area is 1673.16 square kilometer. Drainage density also calculated. Infiltration number is 1.08. This number indicate there is a high runoff rate, and the infiltration rate is low, and the other form factor, other circulatory ratio, this indicated there is a the shape of the basin, mainly the river basin is an elongated shape, and rock coefficient is 0.71, which rock coefficient mainly measured due to study the water storage capacity, and there is a water there, and this rock coefficient indicate there is a runoff rate is high, and the length of overland flow also calculated, which is 0.37, and the shape factor fitness ratio also calculated. The drainage density, according to the value of the drainage density, the river basin is divided into five categories: very low drainage density, low, moderate, high, and very high. The very high drainage density found along the river basin, and these are the area, and very high drainage density cover very less area, and low drainage density cover maximum area of the river basin. Now come to the relief parameter of the Ziad-Ansari River basin. The absolute relief of the relief indicate the highest elevation area of the river basin. So the absolute relief again divided into five classes. These are very low, low, moderate, high, very high. Similarly, relative relief also calculated. This is relative relief indicate the difference between the maximum and minimum altitude. These are again divided into five categories, and this is the map of absolute relief and relative relief, which indicate from the map it is found that the high relative relief found in the most of the part of the river basin, mainly in the northern part of the river basin, because the northern part of the river basin is covered by the high elevation area, the Bhutan parts, and the low elevation area mainly found in the southern portion, mainly the Brahmaputra plain. And from this relative relief and absolute relief, it can be found that there is a probability of occurrence of the erosion and the flood in the lower part of the river basin. The dissection index and ruggedness index also calculated. Ruggedness index indicate the roughness of the river basin, which indicate represent the high risks of the erosion area.
You have one more minute. You may please conclude.
Okay, ma'am. These are the map of the dissection index map and ruggedness index map, and that from that map it's shown that the erosion high risk erosion area is in the middle portion of the river basin or in the lower part of the river basin. Now I come to the conclusion part. So from the morphometric analysis of the river basins, it is found that the northern portion of the river basin is very the high elevation area is found, and there is a steep slope, and due to this the river basin the runoff rate is also high, and the shape also elongated. Due to this the erosion, that is the river basin is mainly there is a probability of occurrence of erosion, and in the lower part of the basin there is a probability of the occurrence of flood. And this study will be helpful for better management of the watershed and for further studies. So these are the references. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Manisha. I just have one quick question. How do you use this information now? So you have done a very good analysis. So now how can you use this information?
Sir, this is I have done due to the study the geomorphologic characteristics of the river basin. Further, I will study for some for prioritization and for flood hazards, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Fine. I mean, how this infiltration number and lemniscate ratio is calculated?
Sir?
How this infiltration number and the lemniscate ratio is calculated?
Sir, infiltration number mainly it is frequency and the drainage density, sir. From that, sir, I have calculated.
What information it uses for computation of infiltration number? And what is this lemniscate ratio?
Sir, lemniscate.
Okay, Manisha. Okay, Manisha, no issue. Thank you. Over to Dr. Suresh if he has any questions.
Yeah, no questions from my side. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
So
you.
big clap.
We can move to the next question.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Manisha. Our next participant is Shanku Ghosh.
Yes, ma'am, I'm present.
Yes, you're audible. Can you please share your screen?
Yes, ma'am, sure, ma'am. I'm just sharing.
This is the last 10-minute presentation. After that, we have a 5 minutes. All are there? All are there. It's 100%.
So, is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay. So, good evening, everyone.
Please put it in slideshow mode.
Yes, ma'am, I have put it already.
Actually, it's not visible.
No,
is it
not see it in slideshow mode?
Slide.
Okay, ma'am, I am again.
It happens because of low network what you have in your end. Okay. Can you?
So again, I am putting in the slide.
Screen, not just a window.
Yeah.
Please share the entire screen, and then you make it on a full screen mode, not just sharing a window.
Okay. So is it visible now?
Yes.
Okay. So good evening, everyone. So today my topic of presentation is spatio-temporal study of morphodynamics of the Dhansiri River meandering, Assam, India. So directly I'm moving to the study area. So the study have been conducted on the Dhansiri River, which is originating from the Lusai Hills of Nagaland and outletting in the Brahmaputra River along the south bank of Golaghat district. So the river is having a total flow length of 352 kilometers with multiple major tributaries like Diong River, Rengam River, and total basin area is 10,542 square kilometer. And it is the main river of Golaghat district, and basically Golaghat district contains the floodplain area of the Dhansiri River. So this study has been conducted on the section of the Dhansiri River which is in the Golaghat district from the outlet to the 100-kilometer upstream stage of the river. So this is the study area map, and The objective of the study is studying the river sinuosity to understand the meandering behavior of the river platform and measuring the extent of channel platform shifting between 1980 to 2020. So this is my methodological flowchart. And these are the different satellite data that have been collected to conduct the study and measure the extent of river platform shifting in both sides of the platform in the study area. So for 1980, Landsat 3 and Landsat 5, Landsat resource and various data have been collected for different years. And this is the entire stretch of the river, and these sections are representing the river platforms in all the 4 decades, and to study the channel sinuosity in a very closely. So the river entire section has been divided into major 8 sections. And this is showing the section-wise river sinuosity index between 1980 to 2020. And we have seen that the highest sinuosity of the river has been observed 3.3, which is a very high sinuosity of the river in the section 2 of 2020. And the lowest sinuosity has been observed 1.4. So rather, apart from that also, that the values we can see that the river average sinuosity value of all the, including all the section, it's nearly 2 or more than 2, or some section it is more than 3 also. So which representing the extent of river meandering that river is platform is flowing in this floodplain area. And this is showing the overall sinuosity of the 4 decades, 4 studied decades. And okay, so this is the particular sections. Here also the river, due to the meandering change, a certain section the river has originated some certain oxbow lakes. So those area has been demarcated into the certain section. So here we can red marks, the dots have been given. Those areas are indicating the origin of the different oxbow lakes. And this red graph is also showing that after the creation of the oxbow lake, how the sinuosity have been changed. So in this section we have seen over this studied period 2 oxbow lakes have been created, and in this section also 2 oxbow lakes have been created, and in all these sections where these oxbow lakes have been studied, so total 13 oxbow lakes have been created into this 100 kilometer of stretch which has been studied between 1980 to 2020. And in the after that studying the meandering of the sinuosity of the river channel, the extent of channel shifting, because the river has faced a very high rate of channel shifting in the both sides of the bank. So for that, different cross sections have been drawn using the channel shifting toolbox. And the cross sections have been drawn in a 500 meter spacing of observation point, and measuring the extent of river meandering bands, the length of the cross sections have been kept as 5,000 meters. And these are the graphs which are showing the rate of channel shifting. So the migration has been measured from on a decadal basis from 1980 to 1990. So this is the graph which is showing the channel migration which has been taken place between 1980 to 1990. So we can see that in towards the right bank, in between 1980 to 1990, 1435 meters of shifting has been taken place, and towards the right bank it is 1201 meters. In the same way that this graph is also indicating between 1990 to 2000 how the river bank has been shifted in this decade. After that, this is also between 2000 to 2010. So you can see here the major changes, the shifting has been taken place towards the left bank. This lower values are indicating towards the left bank shifting, and this is showing the between 2010 to 2020. And this is the overall graph of the channel migration between 1980 to 2020. And in the conclusion section, I want to say that in the studied stage of the river is flowing in a high sinuosity pattern, and also the river constantly adjusts its meandering and sinuosity, and for that the river oscillates highly towards both the side, in the left side also and in the right side also. And for that the bank erosions are also taking place, and different problems like the land and livelihood of the riparian settlement areas for the riparian settled people are creating. So these are some of the references, and thank you for patience listening.
Thank you, Shanku. It's really a good work. You are trying to understand the morphological response of the river. That's good. But if you could able to also relate with, the process that are governing this morphological response, it would be more interested.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because the river has shown significant changes in its morphology in the last 40 years, right? So that way, if you could get the flow data or the sediment data, and if you could able to try to analyze it, some stream power analysis, or if you can able to compare with that, then some nice information could be achieved through that work. Right.
Sir, I am focusing towards that only because this study, whatever I have conducted, it is basically no field study has yet been conducted. So I am thinking to go into the field also and to observe what are the processes are going on and what are the particular time. Or is it a monsoon or non-monsoon season when the particular bank erosion is mostly concentrated? That also I am trying to focus on, sir.
Yes. Historical discharge and sediment data analysis, if you could do it, it would be a good asset. In addition to that, some velocity distribution measurements that if you can carry out in the field, it would result in a good thing. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I'll do that. I'll do that.
Yes. Over to Suresh if he has any.
Yeah, Mr. Shanku, you have presented well. We can go to next presentation.
Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Have a clap for it.
Thank you so much, Shanku. Our next participant is Dev Krishnan Dikshit.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are.
Just wait.
Please share your screen.
Is the screen visible?
Yes. You may start with the presentation.
Yes.
Just to add to have a curiosity, have you done independently this work or somebody has guided to you?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Summer, my research, the assistant professor in VNIT Nagpur was supporting me in this.
And basically, in a scientific ethic wise, you should have the co-authorships, no?
Yes, sir. Actually, in the template, it's showing that presenter name. So I was just thinking about the presenter only.
Okay.
In the paper, of course, I will be suggesting author name.
Okay.
Okay.
So, please present it. See, your is 5 minutes, no?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Just present within 4 minutes.
Yes, sir. Good evening, respected panel members and all the participants. My name is Dev Krishnan Dikshit. I am currently a student of VNIT Nagpur, currently pursuing my Bachelor of Technology in Civil Engineering. I'm here to present you my work on titled Evaluation of Existing Equation for Scar Depth around risk peers using laboratory data, under the guidance, of course, of Dr. Abhijit Lade, sir, Assistant Professor of VNIT Nagpur. So first of all, what is scour? Scour is the removal of sediment from the bridge piers.
Please go to the don't. This is okay. Go to the next level. Yes. Your methodology.
Yes.
And yes. A problem.
So when we are seeing a lot of flood events, we have to the bridge engineers are more concerned about the scour depth, and we want to predict it more and more accurately. So how do we study this scour? Of course, we know that it's a complex three-dimensional phenomenon which depends upon fluid characteristic. These studies shows that characteristics of bed, characteristic of geometry, all of these parameters have effect on scour. So this makes the scour a very low validity phenomena, and in very low validity phenomena, we, as Daniel Kahneman suggested in his book Thinking Fast and Slow, that, and I quote, to maximize predictive accuracy, final decisions should be left to formulas, especially in a low validity environment. So how this study helps is we took a database approach to calculate the scour model, and we compared this scour model from the actual data that is calculated by all of these equations, and we validate our data by statistical and graphical solutions. So first we defined our objective to assess the reliability of various equations. We took the data sources by US Geographical Survey, and they have provided all the data equations from 17 investigation, and that include all of the necessary parameters that we need to analyze this. And then we took the experiment-based equations because our idea was to have equations that are field or experiment-based. So we took these 5 equations, Larson 1, English 1, English Pune 1, NEEL and IRC method, that is the Lacey's method. Then we compare these results by graphical and statistical analysis. One of the key graph is showing here, that is IRC method of actual scour depth. You can see that all of these data points are mostly into plus 55 to minus 55, minus 25% error. Research suggests that both Larson and IRC method both have fairly good result in scar calculation, and but IRC method tend to underestimate the scar depth. So we suggest our bridge engineers to check for the scar depth according to Larson 1, which tends to kind of overestimate the scar depth, but still it's a good point to check and to compare the factor of safety given for this scar depth and given for the foundation of the bridge. With this, I conclude my work, and
let's have a good clap. Yes, let's have.
Thank you, Dikshit, for your work. Yeah.
Thanks.
So I don't have much comments on your work. Good. As an undergraduate student, you have attended this conference. It's good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Suresh?
Suresh?
Mr. Dikshit, your presentation skills are very good, but we need more this IRC method specification, as you have mentioned about this cover depth, but a little explanation is required actually. But
yes, sir.
at this stage, it is okay. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Have a clap. It's okay. It's okay. Okay, we have to move it to next. Okay.
Yes, sure.
Thank you so much, Dev. Our next participant is Bhuma Chandra Mohan.
Yeah, madam, could you hear me?
Yes.
He's from EC department.
Yeah,
okay. Professors, okay, yeah. It's a good. We want to hear your presentations because you are not from civil engineering department or geography. So yes, let us hear from your.
Yeah. Thank you. My work is basically segmentation of the river part from the images using no training at all. This is called zero-shot approach with the latest artificial intelligence model by Meta AI called SAM. That is segment any model, but with text prompts. I'm Dr. P. Chandramohan, Professor EC Department, Bapatla Engineering College, Andhra Pradesh. So basically, the work is since most of the river monitoring cameras are deployed, and then the way the water flows across the river, particularly that water area has to be identified for flood monitoring or water area estimation. So from the image, how to do this in an automatic manner? So most of the prior works, they used to have artificial intelligence techniques like convolutional neural networks, deep learning techniques, machine learning techniques, but they need a lot of data to train the model. So that means they need a lot of river images and their masks. I mean, the river images and only the water part of that image, that is called mask. So the model has to be trained rigorously with the images and masks to learn what is water and what is non-water part. But recently, 2023, Meta AI, earlier it was known as Facebook, released a model called SAM, that is segment any model. So it can segment any model with different prompts. So it could be text prompt, or it could be a box, or it could be a point. So in consequence to the SAM, there is another model called LangSAM, that is language-based SAM, where it works exclusively with the text prompts. So basically this work is zero-shot semantic segmentation. So that means segmenting only the water part of the image with no training. It is fully automatic. Only once you capture the image, it is able to show the river part or the water part. And the models, most of these models are ready-made models. When the segmentation is done with text prompts, and hence the model is basically language dependent. But I mean, you have to give the prompt in English language because this SAM basically takes care of that, works on English language, and using other languages also. The models are available based on some other models like Chinese models, Mexican language. We can do in I mean Russian language. Also, we can give a text prompt. So this proposed work is implemented on two data sets, popular data sets for the river segmentation. And then I have executed them on both these two data sets, and I'm able to see good improvement compared to, because there's no training at all. MIOU. So MIOU is mean intersection over union, dice coefficient, accuracy in segmentation. So this is the first time this model, which is released in 2023, 22-23, that is called LangSam, is used for river segmentation, and the accuracy is very, very high compared to the recent work on two data sets. So the model is called segment NA model, as I said, SAM. You just give image. So we can see here, we give image and we give a text prompt here. For example, you can give a mask, you can give a point, or you can give a box or a text. For example, I want to cut that scissor part only. Then I give a scissor in the image. Then it is able to cut that scissor part quite accurately. This is the model's basic principle. So that's why you require a text decoder or text encoder and then image encoder. So it has to tokenize the text and it has to tokenize the image also, that we call patches. This is the basic principle of segment any model, also called SAM. So these are the river images and then certain masks. We can see here this image. There are the cameras are deployed across this point in the image, and then the images are captured. And this water part is shadowed. As we can see, there is a foliage, there is a structure reflection, there is a sky reflection, and then foliage reflections are also visible. Still, the camera should be able to, the algorithm should be able to capture only the water part. This is the goal in this work. And the SAM does, LangSam and SAM, they do it's a very fantastic job of segment. As we can see here, this river image, only the water part is segmented. This is the mask for this original image. So most of the algorithms use deep learning techniques where, as I said, a lot of training and testing took place. But this work, what I'm presenting, is fully automatic. I mean, I don't need any mask at all. This I don't need. I just need only this image, and I need to supply the text information that water in the image. For example, there would be a lot of text prompts that we can supply, and you can see here in the bottom also. This can be applied even for satellite. For example, Sentinel-1 satellite image, and what is the water part of it? That is the ground truth mask here. So these are the images that one can apply safely the proposed artificial intelligence model called SAM, and then accurately segment it. And these are the two data sets on which I have applied. One data set contains 300 images. The second data set is popularly known as RIVA, that is the river water segmentation data set. And this contains 1627. This is fairly larger compared to the data set 1. And these are the two sample images from this data set. And these are the masks. Only the water part is segmented here quite accurately. And of course, this is what I am showing here is a ground truth mask. I have not used these ground truth masks for my images. I have used only this image I have used. Only this image I have used. I did not use these masks. But most of the present algorithms, they use this image and then mask. They train the algorithm and they get the masks for the untrained images or not seen images. But this model, SAM, is completely automatic and it does its job. And these are the textbook prompts that we can use. For example, we can say swimming pool, or we can say water in the canal, or we can say river water, or an image with water, or let us say water flow, water in the river, lake and water in the lake, simply water, river. So we can play with these text prompts, and the model is able to segment this water part from the river quite accurately. So what I have used the text prompt for these two data sets is simply water in the river. Water in the river is the only text prompt that I have given, and this image I have given. And the way the model is able to segment is quite impressive. And we can see the intersection over union is basically the highest value is 1. So almost 90.5% it is able to segment. And similarly, the dice coefficient, mean precision, and mean recall, and mean accuracy. So the accuracy is basically pixel-wise accuracy. I mean whether the image pixel belongs to water pixel or non-water pixel. And the other data set, that is RIVA, same text prompt that I have used, but the IOU 85.67, 90.7, and the accuracy is also 96.1. So that means roughly 96% pixels are quite accurately classified for all the 1627 images in the river and 300 images in the data set 1. So this makes this SAM quite powerful in segmenting the images, and there are 3 models released by SAM. One is VITH, VITL, and VITM. So that means the model, the complexity of the model increases, and we can deploy it on any edge device also. You can deploy it on a drone, we can deploy it on a simple camera like a webcam, or we can deploy it on any even mobile phone also. So that's why they have released another model that's not by Meta AI, but another work done by the SAM variants that is called mobile SAM. That means this model, this deep learning model, one can deploy it straight away into a mobile, and we can capture the image and then segment that river part, so that we will be able to estimate whether the pixels, for example, flooded pixels are shown in white and unflooded pixels here are shown in black. So that means,
sir, if you may please conclude.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you for listening. Thank you. Any questions, please?
Thanks for your presentation, sir. Thank you.
Sir, I have some questions. I have some questions.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
please.
sir.
Can you go to the slide number 4 actually? Slide number 4.
Yeah, this is slide number 4.
No, slide number 4. This one is slide number 4. Okay. You check that image A.
Next
one, I guess. Yeah. So image A, you see that there is a boat.
This
over
is the
there.
image.
Yeah, that's a boat over there, and that boat is not classified
Yes,
as water. Boat is actually in the water. So boat is not
It is in
classified
the
as
water,
water.
but it is no, it is not classified as a water.
Yeah. So no, you did a great work. I'll just explain you what exactly happening, and I'll give you a suggestion at the end. That's nicely done. The shadows actually look like water, because the pixel value very close resembles to the water pixel value. So that's the reason the deep learning did a great work analyzing that as water, and you got it correct. And if you and all these models you did that image segmentation model, initially I thought that you are talking river segmentation, means in river people, water people, we think some location to some location, that's a segment of a string. So, but this is great work.
Okay.
And I have a suggestion. You check that there is a technique called OBIA, object-based image analysis. That is perhaps the best. That is perhaps the best rule set-based image analysis. So you can fix any rule set to take out that boat thing and telling that as a water. So you can say that the boat shape, length and width, like how it looks, what is the ratio of length and width. And if there is a mast or something, there are 2 masts in that boat. So you can put that into your algorithm, and that would clearly tell that it is one feature and it is water, and it will be water. So the other processes you are showing is not really helpful to take care of all these things. And one more suggestion also, no, not suggestion, my comment, water at any point can be classified correctly, because water is a homogeneous feature. Any simple algorithm, segmentation algorithm you use, it will do it correctly. But nowadays, here comes the water resource people. Water sometimes look like green completely. It will be classified as grass because it is too much algae, and water is too much. So we need to really think about those kind of features, and particularly about the rule set based analysis. And a rule set analysis, one good thing is, even you can take the your 3D information, like LiDAR based information, anywhere you see flat, you can call that as water.
Yes, sir.
But if there is a raised thing, then you can put another rule set to correct it. And if you use OBIA with your own application, that would be awesome, and will do great job.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you for session, sir. Thank you.
Hello, Bindu.
I don't have any questions, sir.
Suresh?
Yeah.
Okay, so we can go for the next present. Let's have another clap for it.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your amazing work. Our next participant is Saptarshi Saha.
Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
They should come. They should come.
Your screen is visible, yes.
Okay, thanks.
And we should also go to that.
Yes.
So, good evening, everyone. Today I'm here to present the topic of my study on lithological controls about river profiles in Indian river basin in Meghalaya. So, as we know that lithological characteristics,
Please come to the study area and the methodology.
Yes, sir. This is the study. This is my study area, and I'm explaining. So, river profiles are my study area is the Umiam River basin, which is the south bank tributary of the river Brahmaputra. It is draining the Shillong plateau, and the area of the river basin is 1,540 square kilometers, and the region is predominant by the subtropical monsoon climate, and there is ample amount of southwestern rainfall we can see. So this the total 1540 square kilometer area that drains into this Umiam River. Coming to the geomorphology and drainage and flow patterns of the Umiam River, these are extracted from using the ArcGIS software, using a digital elevation model acquired from USGS Earth Explorer database, and we can see that the higher elevation parts are near the Shillong and the Umiam Lake in the south eastern part of southwestern part of the basin, and the river is flowing in the northeastwards direction. I have did the stream modeling after Stroller, and it is can be identified that the Umiam River basin is the fifth other basin, and the drainage density is also done. It is also seen in the southern part of the river basin, where it is called Killing River. So that part is more drainage. The drainage density is quite high in that part. I have did some representative profiles. These are acquired from digital elevation models, DAMs of SRTM, and upper reaches. They are subdivided into upper, middle, and lower reaches. The upper reaches, we can see that the river channel is quite narrow and the valley is quite deep. There is a V-shaped valley. That is the characteristics of a mountainous river or river of a high plateau region. But as the river is going down to the middle reach and the lower reach, it is more of a U shape. I have calculated the hypsometric integral for the basin, which is giving the value of 0.49, that it is in the equilibrium state. It can be set in the equilibrium state, but there is a balance between the upliftment and the erosional exogeneric processes acting upon the basin. The upper reaches contain the VF ratio of the valley floor to valley width ratio of less than 0.5, which indicates a very narrow V-shaped valley. But in the lower reaches, it's giving the value of 0.5 to 1, and it indicates that it is a more of a U-shaped valley. It's a wide valley, and the shape of the river valley is quite U. The bifurcation ratio is 5.24, indicating the region can be classified as a rolling plateau region, and the asymmetry factor is also given as 47.49, which means the left and right side of the river basin are more or less equal. So there is very minimum tectonic forces acting upon the basin. We did a physical survey there a couple of months ago and did total student profiles, and along the total transects, we did pebble analysis. We measured the pebble using their short, long, and intermediate axis and quantified them to measure their sphericity, that how sphericity is changing due river course. We did the profiling near the Shillong airport in Meghalaya, some in downstream in River district of Meghalaya.
Sir, you have one more minute.
That the sphericity.
Sir, you have one more minute, please continue.
Yes, sure. The sphericity is decreasing as we go, increasing as we go downstream. The rocks or the pebbles in the river bed are much more angular in the upper parts of the river. Coming to the conclusion and the lithological characteristics, that in the upper reaches there is much more resisting rocks, and these rocks are resistant to erosion. We have found laterite, we have found like large resting boulders are on the river reaches. But in the lower parts of the river, there is in the low energy condition, there is sand and mud, there is silt, mud, and sandy clay. They are there, and very fine sand are there. So, like rivers flowing through weathered lithologies carry more finer sediments, and river flowing through resisting lithologies carry large boulders and coarse materials. So, rivers tend to form steep-sided valleys and narrow channels as they erode less material, as the seen in the upper reaches. But as they enter the softer lithologies or the alluvium, the result in wider valleys, they start meandering, they start getting oxbow lakes, and they have gentler slope and because of more rapid lateral erosion. So that we have got. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your work. And by the way, what is the final objective? What is the future direction to this?
Sir, I have my thing is to share that the shape and the platform of the Umiam River channel is lithology dependent. How the channel is shaped and how the river will move and how it will react to different climatic events or tectonic events. That is, the lithology has a great influence over it.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Yes.
So we can go for the next presentation.
Thank you, Saptarshi.
And we have a 2 presentations.
Yes.
Okay.
Next participant is Mitan Das.
But he should not be allowed because he is from IIT Guwahati only. The IIT Guwahati are not allowed for the so let me tomorrow he present it. Yeah, he should be in offline mode only.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Even if you pay 500 rupees doesn't matter it. Okay, tomorrow you come it. Okay. I don't think my students should come in a online mode sitting in my department. Okay, which is a 200 meter far away. We should work, no? Okay, Mitan Das. So tomorrow we will have a here only. Okay, so let us go for test present.
Okay, Mitan, your presentation is postponed to tomorrow. Right. Our next participant is Shani.
Anything to share it? You can work, no?
Hello.
You can work from the Department of Civil Engineering to the e-classroom, no?
Yes. I think the student can present it in offline mode.
Yes, they should offline mode. Here we professor from Narjadya, he is sitting here. Yes. Okay. I don't think that you can save a 2 minutes for the life, no?
Yes.
And if you work more, you will live more, no? So, and you are talking about geospatial technique, world famous geospatial technology is here only. Yes, at least you can meet him, no? Okay. Anyway, it is a very interesting thing. Tomorrow you come it, okay? Next, we'll incorporate it, okay? And money part doesn't matter for us, okay? Next.
Okay, our next participant is Shani Roy. Shani Roy, are you there?
Am I audible?
Yes. Please share. Yes.
Okay. This is the last one.
Yes.
Okay. 5 minutes, you take it. Okay.
Good evening, everyone. Yes. Today I am presenting our work entitled as Revealing the Impact of Neotectonics, a Geomorphological Study of the Dhansiri Knot River Basin in the Himalayan Foreland. The Himalayan Foreland Basin is one of the largest and most dynamic terrestrial basin on the Earth's surface. As alluvial rivers are the sensitive indicators of the neotectonic activity, their response to the tectonic factors can be relatively visible in the landscape. Nowadays, morphometric parameters and the geomorphic indices became an important tool to identify and determine the extent of tectonic activity. This study mainly focuses on the Dhansiri Knot River Basin, which is located on the north bank of the Brahmaputra Valley in the lower Assam region. This region is one of the most complex geologically and the tectonically active areas in the world. This is the lithological characteristics and the seismotectonic characteristics of the area. So, this present study evaluates the role of active tectonics on the channel platform change using the morphometric parameters, some morphometric parameters and the geomorphic indices. This is the data set which I have used for this study, and this is the methodological framework. This is the parameters which I have calculated for this study. So, first of all, based on these 6 morphometric parameters, we got the index of relative tectonic activity map In the second slide, the seismotectonic map and this index of relative tectonic activity map shows the region is tectonically active. As present river channel flows through the high tectonic activity zone, tectonics may have an effect on the river channel shifting and its sediment characteristics. Besides the morphometric parameters, some geomorphic indices also calculated on the basis of the present channel. Here, the standard sinuosity index shows that the present river is almost straight and sinuous in character. The graphs confirmed the Muller's assumption that as topographic sinuosity index increases, show there is a dominance of the tectonic factor over the hydraulic factor. Here, the river profile and the SL index used to identify the recent tectonic activity. In quaternary sediments, mainly high SL value denotes the area is under influence of the tectonics, as well as the lower values of the SL value also determine the tectonic activity if the river passing through a side slip fault. And here the Arthur fault is a side slip fault. The hypsometric curve and integral value denotes that the basin have a neotectonic influence or active tectonic influence. According to the asymmetric factor, we can say that the basin is tilting due to the tectonics. And like the mountain front sinuosity index, the transverse topographic symmetry factor and valley floor height to valley width height ratio indicates that the river is moderately tectonically active. So overall, we can say that the change in planform over the 110 years in the Dhansiri River indicates the tectonics have a major role on it. Fieldwork also done to match these findings of the parameters with the active tectonic features present in the study area. This is the field photograph that suggests that the area is under recent tectonic activity. This study is also need a examination of the quaternary geochronology. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a nice presentation, and it's the end of the presentation. I think full day we work hard from starting from 8:30, and we finish around 25 presentations from prosecution side to keynote addresses from and this. I think it's a time to depart. Okay, and tomorrow morning again meet it, and we have a dinner. Anyway, Binay is missing the dinner. Okay, and Suresh is also missing the dinner. Okay. Anyway, I'll come to Jammu to have a dinner. So with this note, thank you, Binay and Suresh, to chairing this session. Thank you. Let's have a conclude this section. Thank you all these participants who are there in online. So tomorrow early morning again we will commit. Okay.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
We can move. अरे तुम लोग इतना व्हाट्सएप है उसमें लिंक 8 बजे आ ही नहीं